The year was 1967, and professional football stood at a crossroads. 4 years, two rival leagues had competed for supremacy, for attention, for the hearts of American sports fans. The National Football League, established and traditional, had commanded respect since 1920, building its reputation through decades of championship games and legendary players. The American Football League, brash and innovative, had burst onto the scene in 1960, bringing new cities, new stars, and new excitement to the game. Now, after seasons of competition and controversy, after years of raiding each other's rosters and battling for television contracts, these two worlds would finally meet on the field. The merger agreement had been signed the previous year, but its architects understood that words on paper meant little without proof on the gridiron. There needed to be a championship game, a true test to determine which league reigned supreme. The stakes extended beyond simple athletic competition into questions of business viability, television contracts, and the pride of everyone invested in their respective leagues. And so the AFL-NFL World Championship Game was born, though it would soon earn a catchier name from Kansas City Chiefs owner Lamar Hunt, who watched his children play with a toy called the Super Bowl and offered the world a phrase that would echo through generations. January 15, 1967. Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, a grand stadium that had hosted Olympic Games and countless historic moments, now prepared for something entirely new, something that would reshape the landscape of American sports entertainment. The morning sun rose over Southern California, casting long shadows across the field where the Green Bay Packers and Kansas City Chiefs would make history, where two leagues would finally settle their rivalry through athletic competition rather than courtroom battles and newspaper arguments. The Packers came as champions of the National Football League, a dynasty built by the legendary Vince Lombardi, a team that had won championships with a grinding, physical style that wore down opponents through relentless execution of fundamentals. The Chiefs represented the American Football League, hungry to prove their league belonged on the same field as the established powers, eager to demonstrate that AFL football was every bit as sophisticated and competitive as what the older league offered. The atmosphere felt unusual for such a monumental occasion, almost subdued given what would later be understood as the game's historic significance. Despite the magnitude of what was unfolding, despite the historic nature of this first championship between the leagues that had battled for supremacy, the stadium sat far from full, with vast sections of empty seats visible in the stands. 61,946 fans scattered through a venue built for nearly twice that number, their presence creating pockets of enthusiasm separated by stretches of concrete and vacancy. Ticket prices, some said, had been set too high at $12 for upper deck seats and $6 for end zone positions, amounts that seemed excessive to fans accustomed to regular season pricing. Others suggested that the game felt like an exhibition, a novelty rather than a true championship worthy of the investment and effort required to attend. Many football fans across America simply didn't yet understand what they were witnessing, didn't grasp that this was the birth of something that would grow into America's most watched annual sporting event, eventually surpassing even the World Series in cultural significance and television viewership. Vince Lombardi stood on the sideline, his presence commanding even in stillness. He had built the Packers into a machine of precision and power, winning championships with a philosophy of discipline, repetition, and fundamental excellence. His team had captured the NFL title the previous week by defeating the Dallas Cowboys in frigid conditions. Now they faced a different challenge, an opponent from a league many in the NFL still viewed with skepticism, even disdain. Lombardi himself had questioned whether the AFL teams could compete at the highest level. This game would provide answers. The Kansas City Chiefs, coached by Hank Stram, brought their own impressive credentials. They had dominated the AFL with an innovative offense and a fierce defense. Quarterback Len Dawson had orchestrated their attack with intelligence and poise. The Chiefs believed in themselves, believed they could shock the football world. But they would need to prove it against a Packers team that seemed to operate with mechanical efficiency. As the teams took the field for the opening kickoff, two networks broadcast the game simultaneously in an arrangement that reflected the complicated politics of the merger. CBS and NBC both held rights to televise the championship, with CBS showing the game to its regular NFL audience while NBC provided coverage for AFL fans, each network using its own announcers and production crews to tell the same story from slightly different perspectives. This dual broadcast arrangement would never be repeated in Super Bowl history but seemed fitting for this unique moment when two leagues came together while still maintaining their separate identities and traditions. Announcers on both networks emphasized the historic nature of the afternoon, discussing the significance of this first meeting between league champions. Though none could truly predict what this game would spawn, none could envision the cultural phenomenon the Super Bowl would become or imagine that future championship games would draw audiences larger than any other annual sporting event in American television history. The ball sailed through the California air, and the first play of Super Bowl history unfolded. The Packers received, and the game began, not yet knowing it was creating a tradition that would outlast everyone on that field, that would become woven into the fabric of American life. The afternoon sun hung overhead, the crowd watched with curious attention, and two teams battled to define the future of professional football. The first quarter unfolded with a tension that felt almost exploratory, each team probing the other's strengths and weaknesses like chess masters in the opening moves of a crucial match. The Packers moved the ball with their characteristic efficiency, methodical and relentless. Bart Starr directing the offense with the calm precision that had become his trademark over years of championship football. He would complete passes with timing so perfect it seemed rehearsed, which in many ways it was after countless hours of practice under Lombardi's demanding eye. Lombardi's practices left nothing to chance, every route run countless times until it became instinct, every blocking assignment drilled until it required no conscious thought, just automatic execution born of repetition and discipline. Max McGee, a veteran receiver who had caught just 4 passes during the entire regular season and had barely seen the field in meaningful game situations, found himself thrust into action when starter Boyd Dowler suffered an injury on the Packers' first possession, colliding with another player and landing awkwardly on the hard Los Angeles turf. McGee had been out late the previous night enjoying the Southern California nightlife, not expecting to play given his limited role all season, certainly not expecting to become the game's unlikely star and create moments that would be remembered for decades. But when his number was called and Lombardi sent him into the game, the 34-year-old responded with the kind of performance that would become the stuff of legend, proving that Super Bowl moments could come from the most unexpected sources and that football remained unpredictable no matter how much coaches planned and prepared. The Chiefs struck first, their defense forcing a Packers mistake and capitalizing with a field goal. For a brief moment, the upstart AFL led the establishment NFL in this historic contest. The scoreboard read Kansas City 3, Green Bay 0, and perhaps some in the Chiefs organization allowed themselves to dream. Could they truly defeat the mighty Packers? Could they validate their entire league in a single afternoon? But the Packers possessed a resilience forged through years of championship football. They had faced adversity before, overcome deficits, responded to challenges. Starr led them down the field with patient determination, and when Max McGee broke free down the sideline, hauling in a 37-yard touchdown pass with one hand while somehow maintaining his balance, the Packers had their answer. 7-3, and the natural order, as many NFL supporters saw it, had been restored. The game settled into a rhythm after that opening exchange, the Packers gradually asserting control while the Chiefs fought to stay competitive. Len Dawson, the Kansas City quarterback, threw the ball with accuracy and courage, but the Packers' defense read formations well, anticipated routes, and made plays at crucial moments. The Chiefs would move the ball into Packers territory only to stall, settling for field goal attempts or turning the ball over at the worst possible times. Willie Wood, the Packers' safety and one of the defense's most intelligent players, embodied the defensive excellence that Lombardi demanded from every member of his roster. He studied opposing quarterbacks obsessively during film sessions, looking for tendencies and tells and any small advantage he could exploit when the game situation demanded a crucial play. Late in the first half, with the Chiefs threatening to make the game competitive and perhaps even take a lead into the locker room, his preparation paid dividends in spectacular fashion. Reading Dawson's eyes and anticipating the throw based on the formation and down and distance situation, Wood stepped in front of an intended receiver along the sideline and intercepted the pass with sure hands. He didn't just catch it and fall to the ground to end the play. He turned upfield immediately and ran with purpose, weaving through would-be tacklers who lunged and grasped at his jersey, carrying the ball deep into Kansas City territory before finally being brought down after a significant return that completely shifted the game's momentum. That interception shifted momentum decisively. The Packers capitalized immediately, punching the ball into the end zone and extending their lead. 14-10 at halftime, and the game felt increasingly like it belonged to Green Bay. The Chiefs had shown they could compete, had proven the AFL wasn't a joke league filled with inferior players, but competing and winning were different matters entirely. The halftime show featured marching bands from the University of Arizona and the University of Michigan, a traditional spectacle that seemed fitting for this first championship and reflected the conservative entertainment values of the era. The bands performed their routines with precision, playing fight songs and patriotic tunes while forming elaborate patterns on the field that delighted the crowd. No one could have imagined the elaborate productions that would eventually define Super Bowl halftime in future decades, the pop stars and elaborate stages and cultural moments that would sometimes overshadow the game itself. This was simpler, more innocent, a celebration of college athletics and American pageantry that belonged to a different time, before television executives realized that halftime could become a spectacle worthy of its own massive audience and advertising revenue. In the locker rooms, coaches made adjustments and delivered speeches. Lombardi, never one for extended oratory, kept his message simple. Finish the job. Play Packers football. Execute the fundamentals. Across the field, Hank Stram urged his Chiefs to believe, to keep fighting, to seize this historic opportunity. They had 30 minutes to validate everything their league had built over 6 seasons. The second half would tell the story. The Packers would need to prove they were truly the superior team, not just lucky or benefiting from favorable breaks. The Chiefs would need to find answers, to discover a way to slow down Green Bay's increasingly dominant offense. The California afternoon sun began its descent toward the Pacific horizon, and the second half of the first Super Bowl championship awaited. The third quarter belonged entirely to the Green Bay Packers, a period of dominance that would set the template for how championship teams close out victories. They emerged from halftime with renewed purpose and determination, their offense clicking with the kind of efficiency that made Lombardi's system famous throughout professional football. Bart Starr continued his masterful performance, reading defenses perfectly, identifying the soft spots in Kansas City's coverage schemes, delivering passes with timing and precision that left little room for the Chiefs to adjust their defensive approach. Each completion built on the previous one, creating a systematic dismantling of Kansas City's defensive schemes that felt almost inevitable, as if the outcome had been predetermined by superior preparation and execution. Max McGee, that unlikely hero who had nearly missed his chance to play, struck again. His second touchdown catch stretched the Packers' lead and effectively ended any realistic hope of a Chiefs comeback. The veteran receiver finished the day with 7 receptions for 137 yards and those 2 crucial touchdowns, a performance no one could have predicted when the day began. In years to come, his story would be retold countless times, a reminder that Super Bowl glory could arrive from the most unexpected quarters. The Chiefs, to their credit, never stopped competing. Len Dawson continued throwing, searching for openings in the Packers' defense, but Green Bay's secondary had found their rhythm. They anticipated routes, jumped passing lanes, and made Kansas City's offense work for every yard. The Chiefs' running game, which had been effective during the regular season, found little room against the Packers' disciplined front seven. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the outcome no longer remained in doubt. The Packers led 35-10, a margin that reflected their superiority on this particular afternoon. Some in the crowd began leaving early, beating the traffic, perhaps not fully grasping that they were abandoning a piece of history. Those who remained witnessed the final minutes of the game that would launch a phenomenon. Bart Starr's statistics told part of the story. 16 completions on 23 attempts for 250 yards and 1 touchdown. No interceptions, no critical mistakes, nothing but steady, professional quarterback play. He earned the game's Most Valuable Player award, the first in what would become a long line of Super Bowl MVPs. In future years, the award would carry tremendous prestige, multi-million-dollar bonuses, and instant celebrity. On this day, it simply recognized excellence in football's newest championship. The final gun sounded, and the Packers celebrated with a restraint that seems almost quaint by modern standards. No elaborate choreographed dances, no excessive displays of emotion, just professional satisfaction at a job completed successfully. Lombardi accepted congratulations from his staff and players, his expression suggesting relief more than joy. He had proven what he believed all along, that the NFL was the superior league, that his Packers were the best team in professional football. For the American Football League and the Kansas City Chiefs, the loss stung but didn't devastate. They had competed, had shown moments of genuine quality, had proven they belonged on the same field even if they hadn't won on this day. The final score of 35-10 suggested dominance, but the game had been competitive into the third quarter, and that mattered. The AFL would have more chances, more opportunities to prove its worth. The trophy presentation took place on the field, a simple ceremony that established traditions still followed decades later, though with far more elaborate production values and media coverage. Commissioner Pete Rozelle handed the championship trophy to the Packers in a moment captured by photographers and television cameras, though it hadn't yet been named for Vince Lombardi. That honor would come later, after the coach's untimely death from cancer in 1969, a fitting tribute to the man who had done more than anyone to establish professional football as America's game and who had built the Packers into a dynasty that would be remembered as one of sport's greatest teams. The trophy itself, designed by Tiffany & Company, would become one of the most recognizable symbols in American sports, pursued by every team but claimed by only one each year. In the immediate aftermath, reactions varied. Some NFL supporters felt vindicated, their belief in their league's superiority confirmed. AFL advocates pointed to how competitive the Chiefs had been early, suggesting that with time and experience, AFL teams would close the gap. Sports writers debated what the game meant, whether it would become an annual tradition or fade like other short-lived championship experiments. None of them could truly envision what the Super Bowl would become. They couldn't imagine a world where this game would draw over 100 million viewers, where the halftime show would feature the world's biggest stars, where advertising slots would cost millions of dollars for 30 seconds. They couldn't foresee the Super Bowl parties, the gambling, the cultural touchstone it would represent. But on this January afternoon in Los Angeles, as the sun cast long shadows across the Memorial Coliseum and fans filed out into the parking lots, They had planted a seed that would grow beyond anyone's imagination. The first Super Bowl was complete, imperfect in its execution perhaps, not yet the spectacle it would become with its massive television audiences and celebrity performances and advertising that cost millions for mere seconds of airtime, but historic nonetheless in ways that would only become clear with the passage of years. The Packers had won decisively, the Chiefs had fought well and represented their league with dignity, and professional football had taken its first step toward creating America's biggest annual sporting event, a game that would eventually surpass even the World Series in cultural importance. The sun set over the Memorial Coliseum that evening, and somewhere in that fading California light, the future of the Super Bowl waited to unfold across decades of memorable games and legendary moments. 1 year after the first AFL-NFL Championship Game, the sequel arrived with heightened anticipation and deeper meaning. The date was January 14th, 1968, and the location had shifted from Los Angeles to Miami's Orange Bowl. The venue change brought warmer weather and greater enthusiasm, with over 75,000 fans filling the stadium to witness the Green Bay Packers defend their championship against the Oakland Raiders. Much had changed in the year since that first tentative meeting between the leagues. The game now carried an official name, Super Bowl, though many still referred to it as the AFL-NFL Championship. More importantly, the stakes felt higher, the meaning deeper. The Packers had proven the NFL's superiority the previous year, but one game proved little. A second victory would establish a pattern, would suggest that the gap between the leagues remained significant despite the upcoming merger. For Vince Lombardi, this game carried profound personal significance that extended beyond another championship, though few beyond his inner circle understood the full depth of that meaning or knew the decision he had already made in his mind. The legendary coach had decided this would be his final game leading the Packers from the sideline. His last appearance as head coach of the team he had transformed from mediocrity into a dynasty that would be remembered for generations. 9 years earlier, in 1959, he had arrived in Green Bay to find a franchise that had won just one game the previous season, a team demoralized by losing and lacking the discipline necessary for championship football. Now, having rebuilt the team into champions through sheer force of will and systematic excellence, having won 5 NFL titles in 7 years and established a standard of performance that would influence coaching philosophy for decades, he felt ready to step away from the grinding demands of coaching that consumed every waking hour and left little room for anything else in life. The path to this Super Bowl had been arduous even by Lombardi's demanding standards. The Packers had battled through a challenging regular season, their aging roster showing signs of wear as players dealt with injuries and the accumulated toll of championship football. Then came the NFL Championship Game against the Dallas Cowboys, played in conditions so brutally cold that it became forever known as the Ice Bowl. Temperatures dropped to 13 degrees below zero, with wind chill reaching an incomprehensible 48 below, creating conditions where simply breathing became painful. The field froze solid despite attempts to keep it playable. Players' breath came in great visible clouds that hung in the frigid air. And in those impossible conditions that tested human limits, Lombardi's Packers had prevailed with a quarterback sneak in the final seconds. Bart Starr following guard Jerry Kramer's block into the end zone for the winning touchdown that secured their place in this Super Bowl. That victory had drained the team physically and emotionally. They had given everything in sub-zero conditions, had reached depths of determination that few teams ever access. Now, just 2 weeks later, they needed to summon that resolve again against an Oakland Raiders team that represented the AFL's best hope for validation. The Raiders came to Miami with their own impressive credentials. They had dominated the AFL during the regular season, their powerful offense led by quarterback Darryl LaMonica, who had earned the nickname the Mad Bomber for his willingness to attack deep down the field. Coach John Rauch had built a team that combined speed and power, discipline and aggression. The Raiders believed they could succeed where the Chiefs had failed, believed they could defeat the Packers and prove the AFL's equality. Miami in January offered ideal football weather, warm but not oppressively hot, with gentle breezes coming off Biscayne Bay. The Orange Bowl had hosted major college games and would soon become a regular Super Bowl venue, its horseshoe configuration creating excellent sightlines for fans and an intimate atmosphere despite its large capacity. The field sat in perfect condition, the grass thick and green, nothing like the frozen tundra the Packers had conquered in Green Bay. In the days leading up to the game, Lombardi maintained his typical intensity during practices while occasionally showing flashes of sentimentality that his players found unusual. He would pause during drills, seeming to study his team with particular attention, as if committing the moment to memory. His speeches carried undertones of finality, though he hadn't yet announced his decision to step down. The players sensed something different in their coach's demeanor but focused on the task ahead. Bart Starr, now 34 years old, prepared for what would be his final game under Lombardi's direction, though neither man knew it then. The quarterback had developed into exactly the kind of leader Lombardi prized, combining intelligence with toughness, preparation with adaptability. Starr studied Oakland's defense obsessively, noting tendencies, identifying potential weaknesses, planning his attack with the thoroughness of a chess master. The television audience for this second Super Bowl had grown significantly from the previous year, reflecting increased public interest and understanding of what this game represented. The novelty had worn off slightly, replaced by deeper engagement as fans began to appreciate the significance of crowning a true champion between the leagues. More households tuned in, more people gathered at Super Bowl parties that were beginning to become an American tradition. More advertising dollars flowed into the broadcast. CBS held exclusive broadcast rights this time, having won the bidding after the complicated dual network arrangement of the first game proved logistically challenging. The announcers prepared to call a contest that would help define whether the Super Bowl would become a lasting tradition in American sports or simply a passing experiment in entertainment that would fade when the novelty wore off completely. As the opening kickoff sailed through the Miami air, the Packers took the field with the calm confidence of champions who had been tested in crucibles far more demanding than a football game. They had survived the Ice Bowl, had proven their mettle in conditions that would have broken lesser teams. Now, in pleasant 70-degree weather, they would demonstrate their superiority one final time under Lombardi's command. The Raiders, despite their talent and preparation, faced an impossible challenge beyond the X's and O's of football strategy. They were playing not just against the Packers' scheme or personnel, but against a team on a mission to send their legendary coach into the sunset with one more championship. That kind of motivation, that depth of purpose, creates advantages no playbook can counter. Don Chandler, the Packers kicker who had spent years perfecting his craft in relative obscurity, established himself as an unlikely star in the game's early stages, demonstrating that championship football often comes down to the players who receive the least attention during regular season coverage. His field goals provided points when the Packers' drive stalled short of the end zone, keeping Oakland at bay and building a cushion that would prove crucial as the game progressed. Chandler had spent years perfecting his craft, understanding that in championship football where defenses tighten and scoring becomes more difficult, the kicker's ability to convert pressure situations into points often makes the difference between victory and defeat. Each successful kick added to Green Bay's lead and put additional pressure on the Raiders to score touchdowns rather than settling for their own field goal attempts. Bart Starr operated the offense with characteristic precision, completing passes with timing so perfect it appeared choreographed. He would drop back, survey the defense, and deliver the ball exactly where and when his receivers expected it. No wasted motion, no unnecessary risks, just efficient, winning football. Against Oakland's defense, Starr threw for 157 yards and a touchdown, numbers that seem modest by modern standards but represented exactly what the Packers needed on this day. The Raiders' offense, led by Darryl LaMonica, showed flashes of the explosiveness that had carried them through the AFL season. LaMonica's deep throws tested the Packers' secondary, and for stretches of the game, Oakland moved the ball effectively. But the Packers' defense, anchored by veterans who had won championships before, made crucial stops when necessary. They bent but rarely broke, forcing the Raiders to settle for field goals instead of touchdowns. Herb Adderley, the Packers' cornerback, embodied the defensive excellence that Lombardi demanded. He had studied the Raiders' passing patterns, knew their favorite routes, anticipated their tendencies. When opportunities presented themselves, Adderley was ready. His interception return for a touchdown in the second quarter effectively sealed Oakland's fate, turning what had been a competitive game into a Packers rout. The halftime show featured performances by the Grambling State University Band and a band representing Mexican citizens, a cultural celebration that reflected the game's growing international appeal. As the bands performed their routines, Lombardi addressed his team in the locker room for what would be the final halftime speech of his coaching career. What he said remains private, shared only among those men who wore green and gold that day, but his words clearly resonated. The Packers emerged for the second half playing with renewed intensity. The third quarter saw the Packers extend their lead methodically. They controlled the clock with their ground game, wearing down the Raiders' defense play by play, yard by yard. Donnie Anderson and Ben Wilson carried the ball with determination, not breaking long runs but consistently gaining positive yardage, moving the chains, keeping Oakland's offense on the sideline. This ball control approach served dual purposes. It protected the Packers' lead while preventing the Raiders from establishing any offensive rhythm. Oakland fought throughout, never surrendering despite the growing deficit. LaMonica continued throwing, searching for openings, trying to spark a comeback. The Raiders managed to score touchdowns, showed they belonged on the field with the NFL champions, but they could never generate the sustained success needed to threaten Green Bay's control of the game. As the fourth quarter progressed and the outcome became clear, a sense of inevitability settled over the Orange Bowl. The Packers would win, Lombardi would depart as a champion, and the AFL would absorb another lesson about the level of play required to compete with the NFL's elite. The final score, 33-14, represented a decisive victory but not the kind of humiliating blowout that some NFL supporters might have hoped for. When the final seconds ticked away, Lombardi's players lifted him onto their shoulders, carrying him off the field in a scene that would be replayed countless times in highlight reels and documentaries. The coach's face showed satisfaction more than exuberance, the quiet pride of a craftsman who had completed his masterpiece. He had built the Packers into a dynasty, had won 5 championships in 7 years, had secured his place among coaching immortality. In the locker room afterward, Lombardi addressed his team one final time as their head coach, though the moment's significance wouldn't fully register until he announced his retirement in the weeks that followed, stepping away from coaching to focus on his general manager duties before eventually leaving Green Bay entirely. He thanked them for their effort and dedication, praised their character both on and off the field, and reminded them that what they had accomplished together would outlast them all, would be remembered when current events faded into history. The dynasty years, the 5 championships in 7 seasons, the standard of excellence they had established through preparation and execution, these would endure long after the players retired to ordinary lives and the coaches moved on to other challenges. They had been part of something special, something rare in professional sports, and no amount of time could diminish what they had achieved together under Lombardi's demanding leadership. By the time Super Bowl III approached in January of 1969, a dangerous narrative had solidified in the minds of football fans and media alike. The NFL was superior. demonstrably and definitively. The Packers had won both previous Super Bowls decisively, and many assumed this pattern would continue indefinitely. The Baltimore Colts, who came to Miami as the NFL's representative, seemed built to extend that dominance. They had finished the regular season with a 13-1 record, overwhelming opponents with a balanced offense and a fearsome defense. Sports writers called them one of the greatest teams ever assembled. Against this juggernaut stood the New York Jets, champions of the American Football League but respected by few outside their own locker room and the loyal fans who had followed the franchise through its ups and downs. The Jets had won the AFL title convincingly, yes, dominating Oakland in the championship game. But many NFL supporters dismissed that accomplishment as meaningless, arguing that the AFL title was worth little when the league itself remained inferior. The AFL remained the inferior league in their eyes, viewed as little more than a collection of teams that would struggle to compete even with mediocre NFL franchises, let alone the league's elite teams. The Jets were installed as 17-point underdogs by Las Vegas oddsmakers, a spread that suggested the betting public expected another comfortable NFL victory similar to what the Packers had delivered in the first two Super Bowls, perhaps even more decisive given the Colts' overwhelming regular season dominance. But the Jets possessed something that couldn't be measured in statistics or quantified by analysts. They had Joe Namath, a quarterback whose talent matched his charisma, whose confidence bordered on arrogance, whose personality captured the cultural moment perfectly as America entered a new decade. Namath represented a new generation, brash and bold, unimpressed by tradition or reputation. He wore his hair long in an era when crew cuts dominated professional sports, favored white cleats and fur coats that scandalized older football fans, lived a lifestyle that included nightlife and celebrity that made him famous beyond football. And beneath the flash and personality, he could throw a football with accuracy and touch that made defensive coordinators lose sleep trying to devise coverage schemes. In the days before the game, as the Colts prepared with businesslike efficiency and the media wrote their storylines about inevitable NFL superiority, Namath made an appearance at a Miami touchdown club dinner. There, loosened perhaps by the convivial atmosphere, perhaps by the alcohol that flowed freely, perhaps simply by his own unshakable belief, he made a statement that would echo through sports history. "We're gonna win the game. I guarantee it." The words exploded across sports pages and television broadcasts. A quarterback from the inferior league, from a team given no chance to compete, guaranteeing victory against the mighty Colts? Many dismissed it as foolish bravado, the kind of talk that would make the inevitable loss even more humiliating. But Namath's teammates heard something different in his words. They heard belief genuine and absolute. If Broadway Joe guaranteed it, they would make it happen. The Colts, coached by Don Shula, prepared with the kind of thorough professionalism that had defined their season. Shula was building a coaching legacy that would eventually place him among the all-time greats, and this Colts team represented perhaps his most talented roster. Quarterback Earl Morrall had filled in brilliantly for the injured Johnny Unitas during the regular season, earning league MVP honors with his efficient play. The defense featured all pros at multiple positions, players who had dominated opponents throughout the year. But beneath the surface, subtle concerns existed. Unitas, the legendary quarterback, had recovered from his injury but hadn't regained his starting position. The decision to stay with Morrall made logical sense. He had played brilliantly all season, but it created an unusual dynamic. The greatest quarterback of his generation stood on the sideline while his replacement took the championship stage. If things went wrong, the second-guessing would be immediate and intense. The weather in Miami on January 12th offered perfect football conditions, clear skies and mild temperatures that would allow both teams to execute their game plans without weather-related complications. The Orange Bowl filled with over 75,000 fans, most expecting to witness another NFL coronation. Television crews from NBC prepared to broadcast the game to millions of homes, aware that the audience for the Super Bowl had grown substantially from the first two installments. As kickoff approached, the Jets gathered in their locker room, and Namath's guarantee hung in the air like a challenge that each player had chosen to accept, a promise that would either elevate them to legendary status or humiliate them in front of the entire football world. They would be dismissed as inferiors by the experts and media, disrespected as pretenders by NFL fans who believed the previous two Super Bowls had settled all questions about league superiority, but they would have their chance to prove everyone wrong through the only method that mattered in professional sports. 3 hours of football would determine whether Namath's words represented prophetic confidence born of genuine belief or foolish hubris that would haunt him for the rest of his career. The weight of that guarantee, the pressure it created, would have crushed some teams. But for the Jets, it provided motivation and focus, a rallying point that united them in common purpose. The Colts, supremely confident in their superiority, took the field expecting a workmanlike victory. They had demolished opponents all season, had won games by overwhelming margins, had established themselves as potentially the greatest team in football history. The Jets were just another obstacle, perhaps slightly more publicized than most, but an obstacle nonetheless. The game would prove their dominance, silence the AFL supporters, and establish once and for all which league deserved respect. From the opening kickoff, the Jets played with a composure that seemed to surprise everyone except themselves. They had studied the Colts exhaustively, identified weaknesses in Baltimore's defense, and developed a game plan built around ball control and defensive pressure. Weeb Ewbank, the Jets coach, understood that trying to outscore the Colts in a shootout would be suicidal. Instead, the Jets would control tempo, keep Baltimore's offense off the field, and trust their defense to contain the NFL's powerful attack. Joe Namath dropped back to pass on the game's early drives with the calm assurance of a quarterback who genuinely believed he would win. His throws were crisp and accurate, finding receivers in the spaces between Baltimore's defenders. The Colts' defense, accustomed to overwhelming opponents, found themselves in an unfamiliar position. They weren't being dominated, but they weren't dominating either. The Jets moved the ball steadily, methodically, refusing to be intimidated by reputations or records. Matt Snell, the Jets fullback who had been a workhorse throughout the AFL season, established himself as a crucial factor in the ground game that would control the afternoon's tempo. He ran with power and determination, gaining tough yards between the tackles where defensive linemen and linebackers converged, wearing down Baltimore's defensive front through accumulated contact and relentless effort. Each carry by Snell served multiple purposes beyond the yards gained. It moved the chains and maintained offensive drives, controlled the clock and kept Baltimore's potent offense on the sideline, and demonstrated that the Jets could match the Colts' physicality in the trenches where football games are often decided. The AFL team wasn't going to finesse their way to victory or rely on trick plays and gimmicks to overcome superior talent. They would impose their will through fundamental football, the kind of power running that NFL teams supposedly monopolized. The Colts' offense, meanwhile, struggled to find rhythm. Earl Morrall, so brilliant during the regular season, seemed out of sync with his receivers. Passes sailed high or wide, timing routes broke down, and opportunities disappeared. The Jets' defense, led by their aggressive line, pressured Morrall consistently, disrupting his timing and forcing him into uncomfortable situations. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Colts were too talented, too experienced, too well coached to be stymied by an AFL defense. Late in the second quarter came a play that seemed to crystallize the game's stunning narrative. The Colts drove deep into Jets territory, threatening to finally break through and seize momentum. On a critical play, Morale dropped back and attempted a pass that appeared destined for a wide-open receiver. But Jets safety Jim Hudson, reading the play perfectly, stepped in front of the intended target and intercepted the pass. The crowd's roar reflected disbelief as much as excitement. The mighty Colts, favored by 17 points, couldn't even score a touchdown against the upstart Jets. The Jets capitalized on that turnover with a field goal that extended their lead to 7-0. Then, as halftime approached, they struck again. Namath orchestrated a drive that showed both patience and precision, mixing runs and passes, keeping the Colts' defense off balance. When the drive culminated in another field goal, the scoreboard read 10-0, and the unthinkable seemed possible. The Jets led at halftime, and the NFL's invincibility had been challenged. In the Colts locker room during the break, Don Shula faced a decision that would haunt him for years and be second-guessed by fans and media for decades to come. His team had played poorly in the first half, no question, showing none of the dominance that had characterized their 13-1 regular season. But morale had been particularly ineffective at the position that usually determined championship games. On the bench sat Johnny Unitas, the greatest quarterback of his generation and perhaps the best ever to play the position, recovered from injury but rusty from weeks of inactivity after missing most of the season. Should Shula stick with Morale, who had earned the right to play through his regular season excellence and MVP award, honoring the loyalty that coaches were supposed to show their players? Or should he turn to Unitas despite the risks of inserting a player who hadn't seen meaningful action in weeks, hoping the legend could produce the kind of championship magic he had delivered so many times in his storied career? Shula stayed with Morale to start the third quarter, a decision that seemed increasingly questionable as the Jets continued controlling the game. New York added another field goal, extending their lead to 13-0, and the deficit felt larger than the numbers suggested. The Colts weren't just losing, they were being outplayed, out-hustled, and out-coached. Everything that had worked during their 13-1 regular season had abandoned them on the game's biggest stage. The Jets' defense continued its remarkable performance, reading Morale's intentions, disrupting timing routes, and making every yard difficult. They weren't just playing well, they were playing with a confidence that bordered on swagger. These were AFL players, supposedly inferior to their NFL counterparts, and yet they controlled the line of scrimmage, won battles in the secondary, and made the plays that championship teams make. Finally, with the game slipping away, Shula turned to Unitas. The legendary quarterback entered the game with the crowd buzzing, wondering if they were about to witness one of sport's great comebacks. Unitas had performed miracles before, had led countless late-game rallies, had earned his reputation through moments exactly like this. If anyone could save the Colts, surely it was number 19. But even Unitas couldn't overcome the Jets' defensive dominance and his own rust from weeks of inactivity. He moved the Colts downfield, showed flashes of his old brilliance, but the Jets bent without breaking. When Unitas threw an interception, the comeback died and the Jets' victory became inevitable. The scoreboard would eventually read 16-7 New York, and the football world would be forced to reconsider everything it thought it knew about the two leagues. As the final minutes ticked away and the Jets' victory became certain, Joe Namath jogged toward the sideline with his index finger raised high, signaling number 1 to the crowd and to the millions watching on television. The gesture was pure Namath, confident without being obnoxious, celebratory without being excessive. He had guaranteed victory, his team had delivered, and now the entire sports world would have to acknowledge what had seemed impossible just hours earlier. The final gun sounded, and the scoreboard confirmed what still seemed surreal. New York Jets 16, Baltimore Colts 7. The AFL had defeated the NFL. The supposedly inferior league had beaten the champions of the established league. Everything the previous two Super Bowls had suggested about the gap between the leagues had been contradicted by 3 hours of football in Miami. Namath's statistics told part of the story. He completed 17 of 28 passes for 206 yards, with no touchdowns but, crucially, no interceptions. In an era when turnover management mattered more than gaudy passing numbers, Namath had been exactly what his team needed. He had controlled the game, made smart decisions, and avoided the critical mistakes that might have given the Colts openings. His performance earned him the Super Bowl's Most Valuable Player award, the first quarterback from the AFL to receive that honor. But the game's significance extended far beyond individual accolades or even the final score that would be recorded in the record books. The Jets' victory fundamentally altered perceptions of the AFL throughout professional football and changed the trajectory of the upcoming merger that would unite the leagues. Previously, many NFL teams and executives had viewed the merger as a necessary business arrangement dictated by economic realities but not a football one based on competitive equality. They assumed their league superiority would continue indefinitely, that AFL teams would essentially serve as expansion franchises within an NFL-dominated structure, secondary citizens where the established league maintained its advantages. The Jets destroyed that assumption. They proved that AFL teams, when well-coached and properly motivated, could compete with and defeat the NFL's best. This wasn't a fluke or the result of NFL complacency. The Colts had prepared thoroughly, had played hard, had given their best effort. They had simply been beaten by a better team on that particular day. The implications rippled through both leagues, forcing reevaluations of talent, coaching, and competitive balance. Don Shula faced intense criticism in the aftermath. Much of it focused on his decision to start Earl Morrall over Johnny Unitas. The second-guessing was inevitable and, in many ways, unfair. Morrall had earned the starting position through his regular season excellence, and Shula's loyalty to his MVP quarterback seemed reasonable. But in the harsh light of defeat, reasonable decisions become questionable ones, and Shula absorbed criticism that would follow him for years. For the Colts players, the loss stung with particular intensity precisely because they had been expected to win so easily. They hadn't just lost a championship, they had failed to validate their league's superiority. The 17-point spread hung over the loss like an accusation. They were supposed to dominate, and instead they had been dominated. Veterans who had played championship football before would call this loss the most painful of their careers. The Jets' locker room, in contrast, erupted with jubilation that came from proving doubters wrong. These players had heard for weeks about how inferior they were, how little chance they had, how the game was merely a formality before the Colts claimed their championship. They had carried that disrespect as motivation, and now they celebrated not just victory but validation. The AFL deserved respect, and they had earned it the only way that mattered, on the field. Weeb Ewbank, the Jets coach, savored the victory with particular satisfaction. He had coached the Colts earlier in his career, had won championships in Baltimore before being fired. Now he had returned to defeat his former team in the biggest game of his career. The poetry of that narrative wasn't lost on anyone, least of all Ewbank himself. In the broader context of professional football, Super Bowl III represented a turning point. The merger scheduled for 1970 would proceed with both leagues approaching it as equals rather than as conquerors and conquered. AFL teams would enter the unified league with confidence rather than trepidation. Players and coaches from both leagues could claim legitimate standing in the profession. Joe Namath's guarantee became part of sports lore, repeated and analyzed for decades. Some called it arrogant, others brave, but all agreed it took remarkable confidence to make such a statement and then back it up under immense pressure. Namath himself would say in later years that he believed it when he said it, that he had studied the Colts and genuinely felt the Jets would win. Whether that was truth or rationalization mattered less than the fact that he delivered. The game also demonstrated that Super Bowl upsets were possible, that favorites could fail regardless of their regular season dominance, that the championship stage could produce unexpected outcomes that defied expert predictions and conventional wisdom. This uncertainty, this potential for drama and surprise that could overturn seemingly inevitable results, would become part of the Super Bowl's enduring appeal to casual fans and serious football students alike. Fans would tune in each year knowing that while one team might be heavily favored based on regular season performance, the game itself could defy predictions and create legendary moments that would be replayed for generations. The Super Bowl wasn't simply a coronation of the season's best team, but a genuine competition where anything could happen, where guarantees could be fulfilled and dynasties could be denied. As the Orange Bowl emptied and the celebration continued into the Miami night, professional football had been fundamentally altered. The Jets' victory ensured that the Super Bowl would be competitive, that both conferences would be respected, and that the game itself would continue growing into the phenomenon it would eventually become. The Kansas City Chiefs returned to the Super Bowl on January 11, 1970, carrying the weight of unfinished business and a burning desire for redemption. 3 years had passed since their loss to the Green Bay Packers in the very first AFL-NFL Championship Game. 3 years during which they had absorbed criticism and doubt about their league's ability to compete with the NFL's best. Now they had another chance, another opportunity to prove that their first Super Bowl appearance hadn't been a fluke, that the AFL deserved respect not as a charitable gesture but as a competitive reality. The venue for Super Bowl IV was Tulane Stadium in New Orleans, marking the first time the championship game ventured beyond California and Florida. New Orleans would embrace the Super Bowl and make it a signature event for the city. But in 1970, this was still new territory, still an experiment in taking America's growing football spectacle to different regions. The weather cooperated beautifully, providing ideal conditions for football as over 80,000 fans filled the stadium, a significant increase from that first sparsely attended championship game just 3 years earlier. The Chiefs' opponent, the Minnesota Vikings, represented the NFL with an impressive resume of their own. They had dominated their conference during the regular season, showcasing a defense that would become known as the Purple People Eaters for its ferocious pass rush and stingy play against the run. Quarterback Joe Kapp led an offense that wasn't flashy but was effective, grinding out victories through ball control and timely scoring. The Vikings came to New Orleans as favorites, though the spread was considerably smaller than what the Colts had enjoyed the previous year. The Jets' shocking upset had taught oddsmakers and fans alike that AFL teams could win the big game. For Len Dawson, the Chiefs' quarterback, this Super Bowl carried particular significance beyond team redemption. 3 years earlier, he had thrown multiple interceptions in the loss to Green Bay, his performance falling short when the stakes were highest. That failure had gnawed at him, motivated him through subsequent seasons, driven him to improve and prepare for another chance. Now 34 years old, Dawson approached this game with the wisdom of experience and the hunger of someone who understood this might be his last opportunity to claim championship glory on football's biggest stage. Hank Stram, the Chiefs' innovative head coach, had spent weeks preparing a game plan specifically designed to exploit what he saw as weaknesses in the Vikings' defensive scheme. Stram believed in offensive creativity, in using motion and misdirection to create confusion and hesitation in defenders' minds. He had installed plays specifically for this game, wrinkles that the Vikings hadn't seen on film, strategies that would force Minnesota to adjust on the fly rather than relying on practiced responses. The game plan was ambitious, perhaps even risky, but Stram had confidence in his players' ability to execute under pressure. The cultural context of this Super Bowl extended beyond football. This was January 1970, a time when America struggled with deep divisions over the Vietnam War, civil rights, and generational conflicts that seemed to tear at the nation's fabric. The merger of the AFL and NFL, scheduled to take full effect the following season, represented in some ways a unifying moment, proof that rival factions could come together and create something stronger than what either could achieve alone. The symbolism wasn't lost on observers who saw parallels to broader American struggles. The Chiefs took the field wearing their distinctive red jerseys and white helmets, their confidence evident in their warm-up routines and body language. They had been here before, knew what the stage felt like, understood the pressure and spectacle. That experience, even in defeat, provided an advantage that couldn't be quantified in statistics or game plans. The Vikings, making their first Super Bowl appearance, faced the unknown, the uncertainty that comes with experiencing something entirely new and overwhelmingly significant. As the opening kickoff approached, Len Dawson gathered his offensive teammates in the huddle and reminded them of what this game meant. Not just for the Chiefs, not just for the AFL, but for every player who had been told his league was inferior, every coach who had been dismissed as second-rate, every fan who had supported AFL football through years of condescension from NFL traditionalists. This was their chance to prove doubters wrong, to validate their league one more time before the merger made such distinctions obsolete. The ball sailed through the New Orleans air, and Super Bowl IV began with the Chiefs determined to write a different ending than their first championship appearance had provided. The afternoon sun hung overhead, the crowd roared its anticipation, and two teams prepared to determine whether the Jets' upset the previous year had been an anomaly or the beginning of a new competitive reality. Super Bowl V arrived on January 17, 1971, marking a significant transition in professional football history. This was the first championship game after the full merger of the AFL and NFL, the first true test of the newly reorganized league structure with its American and National Football Conferences. The Baltimore Colts and Dallas Cowboys met at the Orange Bowl in Miami, both seeking their first Super Bowl championship, both carrying the burden of past disappointments and near misses that had denied them the ultimate prize. The Colts came to Miami still stinging from the previous year's humiliating loss to the Jets, a defeat that had transformed what should have been a coronation into one of sport's most shocking upsets. They had rebuilt mentally and physically, determined to erase the memory of that failure with a championship performance. Don Shula, their coach, had pushed them relentlessly, using the pain of that Jets loss as motivation throughout the season. Now they had another chance, another opportunity to prove they belonged among football's elite teams. The Dallas Cowboys arrived with their own history of frustration and heartbreak. They had reached championship games before only to fall short in devastating fashion, earning a reputation as a team that couldn't win the big game when everything was on the line. Tom Landry, their stoic coach, had built a franchise known for innovation and preparation, for computer-aided scouting and systematic excellence. But none of that mattered without championships, without the validation that could only come from winning when the stakes were highest. This Super Bowl represented their chance to shed the label of nearly great and claim actual greatness. The game itself would become known as the Blunder Bowl, a nickname earned through an astonishing display of mistakes, turnovers, and miscues that seemed almost incomprehensible given the talent level of both teams. From the opening kickoff, the game unfolded with a chaotic quality that left fans and commentators struggling to process what they were witnessing. These were supposed to be the best teams in professional football, yet they played at times like poorly coached amateurs, committing errors that high school coaches would find unacceptable. The turnovers mounted with almost comical frequency. Fumbles bounced unpredictably across the Miami turf. Interceptions sailed into defenders' hands. Snaps sailed over quarterbacks' heads. The final count would reach 11 total turnovers, a staggering number that spoke to nerves, pressure, and perhaps the weight of expectation that both teams carried. Each mistake seemed to inspire another, creating a cascade of errors that turned what should have been a showcase of football excellence into something closer to a comedy of errors. Johnny Unitas started the game for Baltimore but suffered an injury that forced him from the field, bringing in backup Earl Morrall, who carried his own Super Bowl baggage from the Jets' loss. Morrall performed adequately but couldn't provide the spark needed to break the game open. For Dallas, Craig Morton struggled with accuracy and decision-making, throwing interceptions at crucial moments and failing to capitalize when opportunities presented themselves. Neither quarterback could seize control of the game or provide the leadership that championship teams require from the most important position on the field. The defenses, given the offensive struggles, dominated play throughout the afternoon. Baltimore's defense created turnovers and made big plays, while Dallas's doomsday defense lived up to its reputation with bone-crushing hits and timely stops. In a cleaner game, both defenses would have been celebrated for outstanding performances. But the overwhelming number of offensive mistakes overshadowed their excellence, reducing them to supporting players in a narrative defined by incompetence rather than defensive brilliance. Chuck Howley, a linebacker for the Cowboys, delivered a performance worthy of recognition despite his team's ultimate defeat. He forced fumbles, made tackles, and played with the kind of intensity that defined championship football at its best. His efforts would earn him the Super Bowl's Most Valuable Player award, making him the first and only player from a losing team to receive that honor. The selection spoke to how poorly the offenses had performed and how dominant the defenses had been throughout a game where traditional offensive excellence proved elusive for both sides. As the fourth quarter unfolded with the score close and the outcome uncertain, the tension in the Orange Bowl became almost unbearable. Every snap carried the potential for another turnover, another mistake that could decide the championship. The Colts led by 3 points, a margin that felt simultaneously comfortable and terrifyingly vulnerable. One scoring drive by Dallas would claim the championship, but one more Colts field goal would make the margin too large to overcome in the remaining time. The final minutes arrived with the Cowboys driving, seeking the touchdown that would give them their first championship and validate years of building and preparation. But the turnovers that had plagued both teams throughout the afternoon struck one final time. An interception ended Dallas's hopes, preserving Baltimore's narrow lead and securing the franchise's first Super Bowl championship. The Colts celebrated with relief as much as joy, grateful to have survived a game that neither team had played particularly well but that Baltimore had managed to win through slightly fewer mistakes than their opponent committed. The final score read 16-13, and professional football's strangest championship game entered the record books as a reminder that even the best teams could look ordinary when pressure and stakes reached their absolute peak. The Dallas Cowboys returned to the Super Bowl on January 16, 1972, carrying the painful memory of their previous year's loss and the determination to prove it had been an aberration rather than a defining characteristic. They arrived in New Orleans to face the Miami Dolphins at Tulane Stadium, seeking redemption and the championship that had eluded them for so long. Tom Landry's team had dominated the NFC throughout the season, playing with a focus and intensity that suggested they had learned from past failures and grown stronger through adversity. Roger Staubach, the Cowboys quarterback, had established himself as one of the game's premier players through a combination of arm strength, mobility, and leadership that inspired teammates and intimidated opponents. He had served in the Navy before joining the Cowboys, bringing a maturity and discipline to the position that complemented his natural athletic gifts. Staubach prepared obsessively for games, studying film until he could anticipate defensive adjustments before they happened, understanding tendencies and preferences that allowed him to exploit weaknesses others might miss. The Miami Dolphins, appearing in their first Super Bowl, brought an impressive young team led by Don Shula, the coach who had left Baltimore after the loss to the Jets to rebuild the Dolphins into contenders. Shula had installed a system based on ball control, defense, and minimizing mistakes. A philosophy that had carried Miami through the AFC playoffs but would face its sternest test against the Cowboys' multifaceted attack. The Dolphins featured a young quarterback named Bob Greasy and a defense that had improved throughout the season, but they lacked the championship experience that often proved decisive in close games. The game kicked off under the lights of Tulane Stadium, the first Super Bowl played in prime time, a scheduling decision that reflected the game's growing importance in American popular culture. Television networks had discovered that the Super Bowl could deliver massive audiences and advertising revenue, transforming what had begun as an interesting experiment into an annual television event that rivaled anything else on the calendar. The night setting added drama and spectacle, the stadium lights creating shadows and highlights that emphasized the magnitude of what was unfolding on the field. From the opening drive, the Cowboys established dominance with a methodical efficiency that left little doubt about the game's likely outcome. Their offensive line controlled the line of scrimmage, opening holes for running backs and providing stawback time to survey defenses and make precise throws. Dwayne Thomas, the Cowboys' talented but enigmatic running back, ran with power and determination, accumulating yards in chunks that moved the chains and controlled the clock. Each first down the Cowboys earned kept Miami's offense on the sideline, preventing the Dolphins from establishing any rhythm or momentum. The Cowboys' defense, known as the Doomsday Defense for its intimidating style and playmaking ability, harassed Greasy throughout the afternoon. They disguised coverages, brought pressure from unexpected angles, and made the young quarterback uncomfortable in the pocket. Greasy struggled to complete passes against tight coverage, and when he did find open receivers, the completions often came for minimal yardage that did little to advance Miami's field position or threaten Dallas's lead. By halftime, the Cowboys led comfortably, their dominance evident in every statistical category and visible in the body language of both teams. The Dolphins looked overmatched, struggling to compete with a Dallas team that seemed to execute every phase of the game at a higher level. The Cowboys appeared confident but not complacent, understanding that championship games could turn on a single play or momentum swing, but also recognizing that they were clearly the superior team on this particular night. The second half continued the pattern established in the first, with Dallas methodically extending their lead while Miami searched desperately for solutions that never materialized. The Cowboys scored on efficient drives that showcased their offensive versatility, mixing runs and passes, using play action effectively, and converting third downs at a rate that kept drives alive and the Dolphins' defense on the field for exhausting stretches. The Doomsday Defense maintained its stranglehold on Miami's offense, preventing big plays and forcing the Dolphins to attempt long, sustained drives that required precision and execution they couldn't consistently provide. As the fourth quarter progressed and the outcome became clear, the Dallas sideline began celebrating the championship they had pursued for so long. Players who had endured previous disappointments savored this moment of triumph, understanding how rare and precious championships were and how many great players retired without ever experiencing this feeling. Tom Landry, stoic as always on the sideline, allowed himself a small smile as the final minutes ticked away, his vindication complete after years of being labeled a coach who couldn't win the big game. The final score of 24-3 reflected total Dallas dominance, a comprehensive victory that answered every question about the Cowboys' ability to perform when everything was on the line. Roger Staubach earned the Most Valuable Player award for his efficient performance, but the victory belonged to the entire organization, from ownership to coaching staff to players who had committed themselves to this goal and finally achieved it. The Cowboys had broken through, claiming their first Super Bowl championship and establishing themselves as one of professional football's elite franchises. The celebration continued long into the New Orleans night, a city that knew how to mark special occasions now hosting the party for football's newest champions. The Miami Dolphins returned to the Super Bowl on January 14, 1973, carrying the distinction of being the only team in modern NFL history with a chance to complete a perfect season. They had won every game during the regular season, every playoff game leading to this championship matchup, and now stood one victory away from immortality. The pressure of maintaining perfection had grown with each passing week, each narrow escape, each hard-fought victory that kept the dream alive. Now they faced the Washington Redskins at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, the same venue where the very first Super Bowl had been played 6 years earlier. Don Shula, still seeking to erase the memory of his devastating loss to the Jets 4 years prior when he coached Baltimore, had built the Dolphins into a machine that emphasized balance, discipline, and the kind of systematic excellence that won championships. His team featured a powerful rushing attack led by Larry Kasonka, Jim Keek, and Mercury Morris, 3 running backs who had each surpassed 1,000 yards during the season, an unprecedented achievement that spoke to Miami's commitment to controlling games on the ground. The offensive line dominated opponents physically, creating running lanes and protecting quarterback Bob Greasy when he dropped back to pass. The Dolphins' defense, while less celebrated than their offense, had evolved into a unit capable of shutting down opponents when games were on the line. They played with discipline and intelligence, rarely making mistakes or allowing big plays that could change momentum. The defensive line pressured quarterbacks effectively. The linebackers played the run aggressively while maintaining pass coverage responsibilities, and the secondary featured players who understood their assignments and executed them consistently. This was a complete team without obvious weaknesses, a franchise operating at peak efficiency. The Washington Redskins arrived in Los Angeles as a formidable opponent despite being cast as underdogs against Miami's perfect season pursuit. Coach George Allen had built a team around veteran players, earning the nickname the Over-the-Hill Gang for his willingness to acquire experienced players other teams had discarded. Allen believed that veteran savvy and championship experience mattered more than youth and athleticism, and his team's performance throughout the season had validated that philosophy. The Redskins had reached the Super Bowl through physical, grinding football that wore down opponents and created opportunities in the fourth quarter when fresher teams might have wilted. The weather in Los Angeles provided ideal football conditions, with temperatures in the 60s and clear skies that allowed both teams to execute their game plans without environmental complications. The Memorial Coliseum, site of the first Super Bowl, had filled far more completely for this championship than it had in 1967, reflecting the game's growth in popularity and cultural significance. Over 90,000 fans packed the stadium, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and electricity that players would remember for the rest of their lives. As the opening kickoff approached, the Dolphins gathered as a team and acknowledged what was at stake. They had come too far, survived too many close games, overcome too many challenges to falter now with perfection within reach. But they also understood that wanting something desperately didn't guarantee achieving it, that the Redskins would play with their own sense of purpose and wouldn't simply concede the championship because Miami's storyline seemed more compelling. This would be a fight, a test of will and execution, and the Dolphins would need to earn perfection through 60 minutes of championship football. The early portion of the game unfolded with the Dolphins establishing their running game and methodically moving the ball against Washington's veteran defense. Kasonka ran with his trademark power, lowering his shoulder and delivering punishment to defenders rather than avoiding contact. Each carry wore down the Redskins' defense slightly, creating the kind of accumulated fatigue that would matter in the fourth quarter when games were decided. Greasy managed the offense efficiently, throwing when necessary but primarily handing off to his trio of running backs and allowing them to control tempo and field position. The Redskins responded with their own grinding offensive approach, using veteran quarterback Billy Kilmer to direct drives that kept the ball away from Miami's offense and prevented the Dolphins from building a comfortable lead. Washington's offensive line, experienced and technically sound, created running lanes for their backs, and protected Kilmer adequately when he needed to throw. The game remained close through the first half, with neither team able to break free and establish dominance, both sides trading scores and field position in a chess match where mistakes would likely prove decisive. At halftime, with the score relatively close and the outcome very much in doubt, Don Shula addressed his team with a mixture of challenge and reassurance. They were 30 minutes from perfection, 30 minutes from accomplishing something no team had achieved in the modern era. But those 30 minutes would require the best football they had played all season, would demand execution under pressure that exceeded anything they had previously demonstrated. The Dolphins returned to the field for the second half, understanding that immortality waited for them if they could finish what they had started back in training camp, if they could maintain the standard of excellence they had established through 17 games and now needed to sustain for one more half of football. The second half began with the Dolphins determined to put distance between themselves and the Redskins, to build a lead that would allow them to control the final minutes without the anxiety of a close game where one mistake could ruin perfection. Larry Kasanka continued his physical running, accumulating yards with the relentlessness of a machine that couldn't be stopped, only slowed temporarily. The Redskins' defense, despite their experience and toughness, showed signs of wear as the accumulated punishment from Miami's running game took its toll on their ability to fight off blocks and make tackles in the open field. Miami's defense rose to the occasion in the third quarter, making critical stops when Washington threatened to score and shift momentum. Jake Scott, the Dolphins safety who had been excellent throughout the season, played with particular intensity and awareness, reading plays before they developed and positioning himself to make tackles and break up passes. His intelligence and preparation showed on every snap, as he seemed to know where the Redskins wanted to attack and beat them to the spot consistently. As the fourth quarter began with Miami holding a comfortable lead, the tension in the Memorial Coliseum became palpable. Dolphins fans who had followed this team through 17 victories and now stood on the brink of perfection could barely watch as each play brought their team closer to immortality or potential disaster. One turnover, one big play by Washington, one mental mistake by Miami could still change everything and reduce the perfect season to a painful memory of what might have been. The Redskins, despite facing a deficit that required them to score multiple times in the remaining minutes, never stopped competing. George Allen had built a team that prided itself on toughness and resilience, on fighting until the final whistle regardless of the scoreboard or circumstances. They continued attacking, searching for the breakthrough that might spark a comeback, refusing to concede defeat even as the clock worked against them and Miami's ball control offense kept them on the sideline for long stretches. Then came a moment that perfectly captured the day's tension and the thin margin between perfection and failure. Garo Yepremian, Miami's kicker, attempted a field goal that was blocked by Washington's defense. The ball bounced back toward Yepremian, who picked it up and, in a moment of panic and poor judgment, attempted to throw a pass rather than simply falling on the ball and accepting the turnover on downs. The throw became a wounded duck that fluttered through the air and was intercepted by Washington's Mike Bass, who ran it back for a touchdown that brought the Redskins within striking distance and gave them renewed hope. The sideline and stands erupted in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. What should have been a routine field goal attempt had become a comedy of errors that threatened Miami's perfect season in the game's final minutes. Don Shula stood on the sideline, his face showing the agony of watching his team's championship potentially slip away on a special teams disaster that no amount of preparation could have prevented. The Dolphins players, who moments earlier had been thinking about victory celebrations, now faced the possibility that Yepremian's mistake would define their season. The onside kick attempt by Washington that followed added to the drama, the ball bouncing unpredictably as players from both teams converged, fighting for possession and control of Miami's destiny. The Dolphins recovered, securing the ball and their lead. But the scare had been real and a reminder clear that nothing in football was guaranteed until the final gun sounded and the outcome became official. Miami's offense returned to the field with instructions to run out the clock and end this game before any other disasters could materialize. The final minutes crawled by with excruciating slowness as the Dolphins ran the ball repeatedly, forcing Washington to use their timeouts and watching the seconds tick away toward perfection. Each snap, each handoff, each tackle in bounds consumed precious time that the Redskins could never recover. The Memorial Coliseum crowd counted down the final seconds, their voices growing louder as zero approached and history beckoned. When the final gun sounded, the scoreboard read 14-7, Miami, and the Dolphins erupted in celebration of their perfect season. They had done what no team in a modern era had accomplished, winning every game from training camp through the Super Bowl, navigating a season without a single loss despite the pressure and expectations that grew with each victory. Players hugged on the field, coaches celebrated with relief and joy, and Don Shula finally had his Super Bowl championship, earned through systematic excellence rather than the disappointment that had defined his previous championship appearance. Jake Scott earned the Most Valuable Player award for his defensive performance, though the honor could have gone to several Dolphins who had contributed to the historic achievement. Larry Kasonka had run with power and determination. Bob Greasy had managed the offense without critical mistakes, and the entire defense had risen to the occasion when the stakes were highest. This was a team victory in the truest sense, a collective achievement that would be remembered and celebrated for as long as professional football existed. The perfect season would become part of NFL lore, a standard against which future great teams would be measured and inevitably found wanting. Decades would pass without another team matching Miami's accomplishment, and with each passing year, the 1972 Dolphins' achievement would grow in stature and significance. They had done something that appeared simple in concept but proved nearly impossible in execution, and the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum had witnessed the moment when perfection was finally achieved in professional football. The Miami Dolphins returned to the Super Bowl on January 13, 1974, seeking to become the first team since the Green Bay Packers to win consecutive championships. They faced the Minnesota Vikings at Rice Stadium in Houston, a venue making its Super Bowl debut and providing Texas football fans their first opportunity to witness the championship game in person. The Dolphins came to Houston with the confidence of champions who had already proven they could win on football's biggest stage, who had achieved perfection the previous year and now pursued a repeat that would establish them as the decade's first true dynasty. Don Shula's team had evolved slightly from their perfect season squad, losing a few players to retirement and injury but maintaining the core identity that made them so difficult to defeat. The running game remained their foundation, with Larry Kasonka leading a backfield that could wear down opponents through physical, punishing football that accumulated yards and controlled the clock. Bob Greasy had grown more comfortable as the quarterback, understanding his role as a game manager who protected the ball and made smart decisions rather than attempting to carry the offense through spectacular individual performances. The Minnesota Vikings arrived in Houston carrying their own burden of Super Bowl disappointment, having lost to the Chiefs in Super Bowl IV and now seeking redemption against another dominant AFC team. The Vikings featured the Purple People Eaters defensive line, a group of massive talented players who terrorized opposing quarterbacks and controlled line of scrimmage. Fran Tarkenton, their elusive quarterback, brought creativity and improvisational skill to the position, extending plays with his legs and finding receivers downfield when protection broke down. The Vikings had dominated the NFC throughout the season and came to Houston believing they could finally claim the championship that had eluded them. The game began with the Dolphins immediately establishing their physical identity, running the ball directly at Minnesota's vaunted defense and daring the Vikings to stop them. Kasonka ran with his trademark power, lowering his shoulder and delivering punishment to defenders rather than avoiding contact. Each carry wore down the Purple People Eaters slightly, creating the kind of accumulated fatigue that would matter later when the game was decided. The Dolphins' offensive line dominated the point of attack, creating running lanes and controlling the line of scrimmage in a way that must have frustrated Minnesota's coaching staff. The Vikings' offense, meanwhile, struggled to generate consistent production against Miami's disciplined defense. The Dolphins had learned from their perfect season that championship teams played complementary football, that defense and special teams mattered as much as offensive production in determining outcomes. They rushed Tarkenton effectively, forcing him to throw before he wanted to, disrupting timing routes and preventing the Vikings from establishing any rhythm. When Minnesota did complete passes, the Dolphins tackled well and prevented yards after the catch that might have sustained drives. By halftime, the Dolphins had built a comfortable lead through their methodical offensive approach and stingy defensive performance. The Vikings looked overmatched, struggling to compete with a Miami team that seemed to execute every phase of the game at a higher level. The Dolphins' experience showed in their poise and confidence, their understanding that championship games were won through discipline and execution rather than spectacular individual plays or risky gambles. They were comfortable being ahead, comfortable controlling the pace, comfortable knowing that time worked in their favor as long as they avoided critical mistakes. The second half continued the pattern established in the first, with Kasonka accumulating yards in chunks that moved the chains and kept Minnesota's offense on the sideline. The Dolphins scored when opportunities presented themselves, extending their lead to a margin that required the Vikings to abandon their balanced offensive approach and throw the ball more frequently than they preferred. This desperation played directly into Miami's strengths, allowing their pass rush to pin their ears back and attack Tarkenton with the aggression of defenders who knew the Vikings had to throw and could focus entirely on rushing the quarterback. As the fourth quarter unfolded with the outcome no longer in doubt, the Dolphins began celebrating their repeat championship, their second consecutive Super Bowl victory that established them as the decade's dominant franchise. Larry Kasonka, who had run for over 100 yards and scored 2 touchdowns, earned the Most Valuable Player award for a performance that epitomized Miami's physical, grinding style. The final score of 24-7 reflected total Dolphins dominance, a comprehensive victory that left no doubt about which team deserved to be champions. The celebration on the field after the final gun captured the joy of a team that had achieved something rare and special, that had won back-to-back championships in an era when parity and competitive balance made such accomplishments increasingly difficult. The Dolphins had established themselves as a dynasty, a franchise that would be remembered not just for the perfect season but for sustained excellence across multiple years. Don Shula had now won 2 consecutive Super Bowls, establishing himself as one of professional football's premier coaches and erasing any lingering doubts from his loss to the Jets years earlier. The Houston crowd, many of whom had rooted for the underdog Vikings, nonetheless appreciated witnessing history as the Dolphins claimed their place among football's all-time great teams. The sun set on Rice Stadium that evening with the Dolphins as champions once again, their dynasty secure and their legacy growing with each passing moment. The Pittsburgh Steelers arrived at their first Super Bowl on January 12, 1975, representing a franchise that had endured decades of futility and disappointment before finally breaking through to championship contention. For 40 years, the Steelers had been professional football's perennial losers, the team that other franchises expected to defeat, the organization that seemed cursed with bad luck and poor management. But Chuck Noll, hired as head coach in 1969, had methodically rebuilt the franchise through smart drafting and a commitment to defense that would become the team's defining characteristic. The Minnesota Vikings, appearing in their second consecutive Super Bowl and third in 6 years, came to New Orleans' Tulane Stadium desperately seeking their first championship. The losses had begun to define them, had created a narrative of a franchise that couldn't win the big game despite having the talent and coaching necessary to compete at the highest level. Fran Tarkenton, now in the twilight of his career, understood this might be his last chance to claim the championship that had eluded him throughout his long and productive time in professional football. The pressure on the Vikings was immense, the expectations heavy with the weight of previous failures. The Steelers' defense, which would soon earn the nickname Steel Curtain for its impenetrability and dominance, featured a collection of players who would eventually be recognized as among the greatest defensive performers in NFL history. Joe Green anchored the defensive line, a massive presence who could control multiple blockers and create opportunities for teammates to make plays. Jack Lambert patrolled the middle of the field with an intensity and intelligence that made him the defense's emotional leader. The defensive backfield, led by Mel Blount, played physical, aggressive coverage that challenged receivers and made quarterbacks hesitant to throw into their areas. Franco Harris, the Steelers' running back, had already established himself as one of the league's premier players through a combination of size, speed, and vision that made him difficult to defend. He ran with patience, allowing blocks to develop before hitting holes with sudden acceleration that caught defenders unprepared. Harris had gained fame 2 years earlier with the Immaculate Reception, a playoff touchdown that remained one of sport's most controversial and debated plays. Now he had a chance to add a Super Bowl championship to his resume, to cement his place among the game's elite running backs. The game began with both defenses dominating, neither offense able to sustain drives or generate scoring opportunities against the aggressive, well-coached units they faced. The Steelers and Vikings traded punts, each possession ending with minimal yardage gained and the ball changing hands in what amounted to a defensive struggle where field position mattered more than first downs. The fans at Tulane Stadium, expecting an offensive showcase, instead witnessed a throwback to an earlier era of football where defense and field position determined outcomes more than quarterback heroics or explosive plays. The first score came not from offensive brilliance but from a defensive mistake, a safety that gave the Steelers 2 points and, more importantly, possession of the ball after the Vikings' free kick. The safety epitomized the kind of game this was becoming, where points were precious and every possession carried immense significance because scoring opportunities appeared so rarely. The Steelers built on this modest lead with a field goal, extending their advantage to 5 points and forcing the Vikings to score a touchdown rather than simply matching field goals. Franco Harris finally broke through in the second half with a touchdown run that showcased his patience and power, following his blockers through a hole and then accelerating past the second level of Minnesota's defense for a score that gave Pittsburgh a comfortable lead. The Steelers' offense, while not spectacular, executed efficiently when opportunities arose, converting third downs and sustaining drives through a combination of Harris's running and Terry Bradshaw's accurate passing on key plays. Bradshaw, still developing as a quarterback and not yet the player he would become in later Super Bowls, managed the game competently without making the critical mistakes that could have given Minnesota life. The Vikings' offense, meanwhile, continued struggling against the Steel Curtain's relentless pressure and excellent coverage. Tarkenton found himself under constant duress, forced to release the ball quickly or scramble for his life as Steelers defenders converged from multiple angles. When he did attempt throws downfield, the Pittsburgh secondary was there to contest catches and prevent the big plays that might have changed momentum. The Vikings accumulated just over 100 total yards for the entire game, a stunning statistic that spoke to Pittsburgh's defensive dominance and Minnesota's offensive futility. As the fourth quarter wound down with the Steelers maintaining a comfortable lead, the Pittsburgh sideline began celebrating the franchise's first championship. Players who had been drafted to a losing organization and had worked tirelessly to transform its culture and performance savored this moment of triumph, understanding that championships were difficult to win and should never be taken for granted. Chuck Noll, stoic as ever on the sideline, allowed himself a small smile as the final seconds ticked away, his rebuilding project validated through the ultimate achievement in professional football. The final score of 16-6 reflected the defensive struggle that had defined the afternoon, a low-scoring affair where field position and ball control mattered more than explosive plays or offensive fireworks. Franco Harris earned the Most Valuable Player award for his solid performance, but the honor could easily have gone to multiple defensive players who had stifled Minnesota's offense throughout the game. The Steelers had won their first Super Bowl, beginning what would become one of professional football's great dynasties, a run of championships that would define the 1970s and establish Pittsburgh as the decade's dominant franchise. Super Bowl X arrived on January 18, 1976, at the Orange Bowl in Miami, featuring a matchup between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Dallas Cowboys that would become one of the championship game's classic confrontations. The Steelers came seeking to defend their title and establish themselves as a dynasty, while the Cowboys pursued redemption after their loss to the Colts in Super Bowl V and their dominant victory over Miami in Super Bowl VI. This game promised excellence, a clash between two of professional football's elite franchises at the peak of their powers. The Steelers had evolved since their defensive struggle against Minnesota the previous year, developing an offensive identity to complement their already dominant defense. Terry Bradshaw had grown more confident and capable as a quarterback, developing chemistry with receivers Lynn Swann and John Stallworth that made Pittsburgh dangerous through the air as well as on the ground. Franco Harris remained the foundation of the running game, but Bradshaw's improvement meant defenses could no longer simply stack the box and dare the Steelers to throw. This balanced attack made Pittsburgh significantly more dangerous than the team that had won Super Bowl IX. The Cowboys, coached by the stoic Tom Landry, brought their own impressive credentials to Miami. Roger Staubach had established himself as one of the game's premier quarterbacks, combining arm talent with mobility and leadership that inspired teammates. The Cowboys' doomsday defense remained formidable despite personnel changes, still capable of pressuring quarterbacks and creating turnovers at crucial moments. Dallas had navigated through the NFC playoffs with impressive performances and arrived in Miami confident they could defeat the Steelers and claim their second championship. The weather in Miami provided ideal football conditions, warm but not oppressively hot, with clear skies that would allow both teams to execute their game plans without environmental complications. The Orange Bowl had become a regular Super Bowl venue, its horseshoe configuration creating excellent sight lines and an intimate atmosphere despite its large capacity. Over 75,000 fans filled the stadium, creating a wall of noise and energy that both teams would feed off throughout the afternoon. The game began with both teams trading scores, neither able to establish the kind of dominance their supporters expected. The Steelers scored first, then the Cowboys responded, the lead changing hands as both offenses showed their capability while both defenses made enough plays to prevent either team from pulling away. The back-and-forth nature of the contest created tremendous drama, with fans never knowing which team would make the next big play or which defense would force the crucial turnover that might swing momentum decisively. Lynn Swann, Pittsburgh's acrobatic receiver, delivered a performance that would be remembered as one of the Super Bowl's greatest individual efforts. He made catches that seemed impossible, contorting his body in mid-air to haul in passes while defenders draped over him, maintaining concentration and control even as he absorbed crushing hits. One catch in particular, a diving grab along the sideline with a defender in tight coverage, became an iconic image that would be replayed countless times in highlight reels and Super Bowl retrospectives. Swann's performance elevated him from very good receiver to superstar, establishing a reputation for big-game excellence that would define his career. The Cowboys fought throughout, never conceding defeat even when the Steelers built leads that seemed potentially decisive. Roger Staubach engineered drives with the kind of fourth-quarter magic that had become his trademark, finding receivers downfield and making plays with his legs when protection broke down. The Cowboys' defense, meanwhile, made life difficult for Bradshaw, pressuring him consistently and forcing him into uncomfortable situations where mistakes became likely. Dallas sacked Bradshaw multiple times, hit him even more frequently, and made him earn every yard the Steelers gained through the air. The fourth quarter arrived with the game still in doubt, both teams understanding that the next score might prove decisive and determine which franchise claimed championship glory. The tension in the Orange Bowl became almost unbearable as fans recognized they were witnessing a classic, a game that would be remembered and discussed for decades regardless of the final outcome. Every play mattered, every decision carried weight, every execution or mistake could tip the balance in a contest where the margin between victory and defeat seemed razor-thin. The Steelers made the crucial plays when they mattered most, their experience and championship poise showing in critical situations where lesser teams might have faltered. They scored in the fourth quarter to extend their lead, then relied on their defense to preserve the advantage as the Cowboys mounted a desperate comeback attempt in the final minutes. Pittsburgh's steel curtain defense, which had dominated Minnesota so thoroughly the previous year, made enough stops to prevent Dallas from completing the comeback, forcing incompletions and making tackles that kept the clock moving toward zero. The final gun sounded with the scoreboard reading 21-17. Pittsburgh, a margin that reflected how competitive the game had been and how little separated these two excellent teams. The Steelers celebrated their second consecutive championship, becoming the first team since the Packers to repeat as Super Bowl champions and establishing themselves as the decade's dominant franchise. Lynn Swann earned the Most Valuable Player award for his spectacular performance, though several Steelers had legitimate claims to the honor. For the Cowboys, the loss stung despite the quality of their performance. They had played well enough to win, had made big plays and shown championship character, but ultimately fell just short against a Steelers team that seemed destined for greatness. The game would be remembered as one of the Super Bowl's best, a contest where both teams played at a high level and created memorable moments that would endure long after the final score was recorded. The Miami sun set on another Super Bowl classic, with the Steelers as champions and a game that had lived. The Oakland Raiders finally reached the Super Bowl summit on January 9, 1977, at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, seeking to claim the championship that had eluded the franchise despite years of excellence. The Raiders had been one of professional football's most successful regular season teams, winning division titles with impressive consistency, but they had consistently fallen short when the stakes were highest. Now they faced the Minnesota Vikings, themselves carrying the burden of multiple Super Bowl failures, in a game that would determine which star-crossed franchise could finally break through. John Madden, the Raiders' coach, had built a team that combined physicality with speed, creating a roster that could beat opponents multiple ways. Ken Stabler, the left-handed quarterback known as the Snake, directed the offense with a gunslinger mentality, willing to take chances and trust his receivers to make plays in tight coverage. The Minnesota Vikings arrived in Pasadena for their fourth Super Bowl appearance in 8 years, a remarkable achievement that also represented profound frustration. They had lost all 3 previous appearances, establishing a reputation as a franchise that couldn't win the big game. Fran Tarkenton, now in the final years of his Hall of Fame career, understood this was likely his last chance to claim the championship that would complete his legacy and validate his excellence throughout a long and productive career. The Rose Bowl, hosting its first Super Bowl, provided a spectacular setting for the championship game. Over 100,000 fans filled the historic stadium, creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation that both teams felt during warm-ups and pre-game preparations. The weather cooperated beautifully, offering ideal football conditions with temperatures in the 60s and clear skies that would allow both teams to execute their game plans without weather-related complications. Pasadena had prepared extensively for hosting the Super Bowl, and the city embraced the opportunity to showcase its venue and hospitality to the nation. The game began with the Raiders establishing dominance from the opening kickoff, their physical style and aggressive approach overwhelming a Vikings team that seemed unable to match Oakland's intensity. The Raiders' offensive line controlled the line of scrimmage, creating running lanes for Clarence Davis and providing Ken Stabler time to survey defenses and make accurate throws to receivers who found openings in Minnesota's coverage. The Vikings' defense, which had been excellent throughout the season, looked tentative and unsure, allowing the Raiders to dictate tempo and accumulate yardage with concerning ease. Fred Biletnikoff, the Raiders' veteran receiver, delivered a performance that earned him the Most Valuable Player award through precision route running and sure hands that made him Stabler's most reliable target. Biletnikoff wasn't the fastest receiver or the most athletic, but his ability to get open through technique and his concentration when the ball arrived made him invaluable in crucial situations. He caught passes in traffic, made first down receptions on third down, and provided the consistent production that allowed the Raiders to sustain drives and control the clock. The Vikings' offense, meanwhile, struggled to generate any consistent success against Oakland's aggressive defense. The Raiders pressured Tarkenton effectively, disrupting timing routes and forcing the veteran quarterback to throw before he wanted to or scramble for minimal gains. Minnesota's running game, which had been productive during the season, found little room against Oakland's physical defensive front. The Vikings fell behind early and never managed to mount the kind of sustained scoring drives necessary to make the game competitive or threaten the Raiders' growing lead. By halftime, the Raiders had built a substantial advantage that left little doubt about the game's likely outcome. The score reflected total Oakland dominance, a comprehensive performance where the Raiders had executed in all three phases while Minnesota had struggled to do anything effectively. The Vikings sideline showed the body language of a team that recognized the game was slipping away, that their fourth Super Bowl appearance would likely end like the previous three, in defeat and disappointment that would haunt them through the offseason and beyond. The second half continued the pattern established in the first, with the Raiders extending their lead through methodical offensive execution and stifling defensive performance. Oakland scored repeatedly, their balanced attack preventing Minnesota from focusing exclusively on stopping the run or defending the pass. The Vikings showed occasional flashes of the team that had dominated the NFC throughout the season, but these moments proved fleeting, temporary successes quickly negated by the Raiders' relentless approach and superior execution across all positions. As the fourth quarter unfolded with the outcome no longer in doubt, the Raiders began celebrating their first Super Bowl championship, a victory that validated years of excellence and erased the disappointment of previous playoff failures. John Madden, emotional on the sideline as the final minutes ticked away, had finally achieved the goal that had driven him throughout his coaching career. His players, many of whom had endured previous heartbreaks and near misses, savored this moment of triumph, understanding that championships were precious and should never be taken for granted regardless of how dominant the victory might appear. The final score of 32-14 reflected the Raiders' comprehensive superiority, a margin that might have been even larger if Oakland hadn't eased off in the final minutes once the outcome was secure. For Minnesota, the loss represented another painful chapter in their Super Bowl history, another near miss that added to the franchise's growing reputation for falling short when everything was on the line. The Vikings would regroup and compete again, but this loss would sting for years, a reminder of how difficult championships were to win and how cruel the margin between success and failure could be in professional sports. Super Bowl XII made history on January 15, 1978, as the first championship game played in a domed stadium. The Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans provided a climate-controlled environment that eliminated weather as a factor, allowing both teams to focus entirely on execution and strategy. The Dallas Cowboys and Denver Broncos met in this controlled atmosphere, the Cowboys seeking their third championship while the Broncos made their first Super Bowl appearance after years of mediocrity. The Cowboys, coached by Tom Landry, brought a roster loaded with talent at every position and a defense that had evolved into one of professional football's most dominant units. The Doomsday defense featured players like Randy White and Harvey Martin on the defensive line, creating a pass rush that terrorized opposing quarterbacks. Dallas had navigated through the NFC playoffs with dominant performances and arrived in New Orleans as clear favorites. The Denver Broncos, led by their Orange Crush defense and veteran quarterback Craig Morton, represented a franchise that had suffered through years of losing before finally breaking through to contention under coach Red Miller. Morton, ironically, had been the Cowboys' quarterback in their Super Bowl V loss to Baltimore 7 years earlier, adding layers of personal redemption to his pursuit of a championship with Denver. He had been traded from Dallas and rebuilt his career with the Broncos, leading them to this unexpected Super Bowl appearance. The Broncos had surprised many observers by reaching the Super Bowl, their defense carrying them through the AFC playoffs with spectacular performances that shut down more talented offensive teams and created turnovers at crucial moments throughout their playoff run. The Superdome crowd of over 75,000 created tremendous noise despite the indoor setting, their voices echoing off the domed roof and creating an atmosphere unlike anything either team had experienced. The domed stadium allowed for perfect playing conditions year-round, with no wind to affect passing games or field goal attempts, no rain to make the ball slippery or the field treacherous, no cold to numb fingers or affect players' ability to perform at their peak physical capacity. Both teams could execute their game plans without excuses or environmental explanations for failures or mistakes, reducing the championship to pure football played under ideal circumstances that eliminated external variables. The game began with the Cowboys' defense immediately establishing dominance, pressuring Morton relentlessly and disrupting every aspect of Denver's offensive approach. The Doomsday defense sacked Morton repeatedly, hit him even when he managed to release the ball, and generally made his afternoon miserable through constant pressure from multiple angles. Morton, who had played well throughout the Broncos' playoff run, looked overwhelmed by Dallas's defensive speed and aggression. Randy White and Harvey Martin, the defensive linemen who would share the Most Valuable Player award in an unprecedented recognition of defensive excellence that had never occurred before in Super Bowl history, dominated the line of scrimmage with a combination of power, speed, and technical precision that left Denver's offensive line looking completely overmatched and unable to provide adequate protection. They collapsed the pocket from both edges simultaneously, forced Morton to throw before he wanted to complete his progressions, and generally dictated the game's tempo and flow through their relentless pursuit of the quarterback on every passing down. The decision to award the MVP jointly to two defensive players reflected how thoroughly the Cowboys' defense had controlled the championship game and how little the offenses had contributed to determining the outcome. The Broncos' Orange Crush defense, which had been so effective throughout the season, found itself on the field for extended periods as Dallas's offense methodically moved the ball and controlled possession. Roger Staubach directed the Cowboys' attack with his typical efficiency, mixing runs and passes, converting third downs, and sustaining drives that kept Denver's offense on the sideline. Dallas scored touchdowns when opportunities arose and settled for field goals when drives stalled, steadily building a lead. By halftime, the Cowboys had established a comfortable advantage that left little doubt about the game's eventual outcome. The Broncos looked overmatched, struggling to compete with a Dallas team that seemed to execute at a higher level in every phase. The Cowboys' experience showed in their poise and confidence, their understanding that championship games were won through systematic excellence rather than spectacular individual plays. The second half continued the pattern established in the first, with the Cowboys extending their lead while the Broncos searched desperately for solutions that never materialized. Morton continued struggling under constant pressure, his statistics growing increasingly ugly as the afternoon progressed and the Dallas pass rush maintained its relentless assault. The Broncos managed to move the ball occasionally but couldn't sustain drives or score touchdowns. As the fourth quarter unfolded with the outcome long since decided, the Cowboys began celebrating their third Super Bowl championship, a victory that established them as one of the decade's premier franchises. Tom Landry had now won 2 of his 3 Super Bowl appearances, establishing himself as one of professional football's great coaches. The Cowboys players, many of whom had experienced the disappointment of Super Bowl V, savored this comprehensive victory. The final score of 27-10 reflected Dallas's dominance without fully capturing how thoroughly they had controlled every aspect of the game. The Cowboys had won the battle in the trenches, had executed their game plan flawlessly, and had given a clinic in championship football. For Denver, the loss represented a painful introduction to the Super Bowl stage, a reminder that reaching the championship game and winning it required different levels of excellence. The Superdome crowd filed out into the New Orleans night with the Cowboys as champions. Super Bowl XIII arrived on January 21, 1979, bringing a rematch between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Dallas Cowboys that promised to deliver one of the championship game's most memorable contests. 3 years had passed since their classic confrontation in Super Bowl X, and both teams had evolved, adding talent and refining systems that made them even more formidable than their previous meeting. The Orange Bowl in Miami would host this epic encounter, a game that many considered the true championship between professional football's 2 best teams. The Steelers came to Miami seeking to become the first team to win 3 Super Bowls, a distinction that would cement their status as the decade's dominant dynasty. Chuck Noll had continued building on the foundation established in the early 70s, drafting brilliantly and developing players who would eventually be recognized as among the greatest ever to play their positions. Terry Bradshaw had matured into an elite quarterback, no longer just a game manager but a player capable of taking over games through his arm and leadership. The Steel Curtain defense remained formidable, though it now played second fiddle to an offense that could score from anywhere on the field. The Cowboys, still smarting from their loss to Pittsburgh 3 years earlier, had spent the intervening seasons preparing for another chance at the Steelers. Tom Landry's team had added weapons and refined schemes, creating an offense that could match Pittsburgh's firepower and a defense that believed it could slow down the Steelers' potent attack. Roger Staubach, now in his late 30s, played with the urgency of someone who understood championship opportunities were finite and precious, that this might be his last chance to defeat the team that had denied Dallas glory in Super Bowl X. The build-up to the game had been intense, with media coverage reaching levels previously unseen for a Super Bowl. Both teams featured multiple future Hall of Famers, creating matchups at nearly every position that could be analyzed and debated endlessly. The Steelers' offense versus the Cowboys' defense, Pittsburgh's Steel Curtain against Dallas's offensive line, Bradshaw versus Staubach in a quarterback duel for the ages. Every aspect of the game promised excellence and drama that would captivate the massive television audience tuning in from across America and around the world. The weather in Miami provided typical South Florida conditions, warm and humid with the possibility of afternoon thunderstorms that might affect play if the game extended into the evening hours. The Orange Bowl crowd of nearly 80,000 created a wall of sound that both teams would feed off throughout the afternoon, their enthusiasm and energy adding to the electricity of an occasion that felt historically significant even before the opening kickoff. This was more than just a championship game. It was a clash between dynasties, a contest that would help define the decade and establish which team deserved recognition as the era's greatest. The game began with both offenses showing their capabilities, scoring touchdowns and demonstrating the explosive potential that made them so dangerous and difficult to defend. The Steelers struck first, then the Cowboys responded, the pattern continuing as both teams traded scores in a display of offensive firepower that must have frustrated the defensive coordinators who had prepared so meticulously for this matchup. Neither defense could establish the kind of dominance their reputation suggested, both instead settling into damage control mode where limiting scoring drives mattered more than preventing them entirely. Terry Bradshaw threw the ball with confidence and accuracy, finding receivers downfield and trusting them to make plays in traffic and tight coverage. Lynn Swann and John Stallworth, the Steelers' spectacular receiving duo, ran routes with precision and made catches that extended drives and demoralized the Cowboys' defensive backs, who found themselves consistently a step behind or unable to prevent completions even when in good position. The Steelers' passing attack had evolved into one of professional football's most dangerous weapons, capable of striking quickly and scoring from anywhere on the field when protection held and receivers won their individual battles. Roger Staubach responded with his own impressive performance, engineering drives with the fourth-quarter magic that had become his trademark throughout his career. The Cowboys' offense moved the ball effectively, mixing runs and passes, converting third downs, and keeping Pittsburgh's defense honest by attacking in multiple ways. But every time Dallas scored and seemed to seize momentum, the Steelers answered with their own scoring drive, maintaining their lead and preventing the Cowboys from ever drawing even or taking control of the game. The intensity of the competition showed in the physical play on both sides, with defenders delivering crushing hits and offensive players fighting for extra yards after contact. This was championship football at its finest. Two elite teams refusing to yield an inch without extracting maximum effort, every play mattering and every execution or mistake potentially decisive in determining the ultimate outcome. The coaches on both sidelines made adjustments, called timeouts strategically, and tried to find any small advantage that might tip the balance in what had become a classic encounter. As halftime approached with the score close and the game very much in doubt, both teams understood they were participating in something special, a contest that would be remembered and discussed for decades regardless of the final outcome. The players who would later be enshrined in Canton were creating the moments that would define their Hall of Fame careers, while the coaches who would be recognized among the game's greatest were matching wits in a chess match where every decision carried weight and consequences. The Miami sun hung overhead as the first half ended, and the Orange Bowl crowd buzzed with anticipation for what the second half would bring in this epic clash between professional football's two premier franchises. The second half began with both teams understanding that the next score might prove decisive in a game where momentum seemed to shift with every possession. The Steelers received the kickoff and immediately launched another scoring drive, Bradshaw finding receivers downfield and Franco Harris pounding the ball between the tackles, methodically moving down the field and extending Pittsburgh's lead. The Cowboys' defense, despite their talent and preparation, found themselves unable to slow the Steelers' attack when it mattered most, watching helplessly as Pittsburgh converted third downs and sustained the kind of long, time-consuming drive that demoralized opponents and shifted momentum. The Cowboys responded with their own scoring drive, Roger Staubach refusing to concede defeat and engineering a march down the field that showcased Dallas's offensive capabilities. Tony Dorsett, the Cowboys' talented running back, contributed crucial yards on the ground while Staubach connected with receivers who made plays after the catch, turning short completions into significant gains through broken tackles and clever running. The Cowboys scored to narrow the gap, keeping themselves within striking distance and maintaining hope that they could complete a comeback and claim the championship that had eluded them in their previous meeting with Pittsburgh. But the Steelers had championship experience, had been in close games before, had developed the kind of poise that comes from winning on the biggest stages. They didn't panic when Dallas scored, didn't abandon their game plan or make desperate decisions that might backfire. Instead, they continued executing their offense efficiently, trusting that their talent and preparation would prove sufficient if they avoided critical mistakes and maintained their disciplined approach to the game. Bradshaw threw another touchdown pass, this one to a receiver who had beaten single coverage and found space in the Cowboys' secondary, extending Pittsburgh's lead and forcing Dallas to score twice just to take the lead. The defensive struggles that had characterized the game took a dramatic turn when Pittsburgh's defense finally made the kind of game-changing play that great defenses deliver in crucial moments. Mel Blount, the Steelers' physical cornerback, intercepted a stawback pass and returned it deep into Dallas territory, setting up another Pittsburgh scoring opportunity and effectively ending any realistic hope of a Cowboys comeback. The interception represented the kind of momentum-shifting turnover that often decides championship games, a defensive play that not only prevented Dallas from scoring but immediately gave the Steelers excellent field position and the chance to extend their lead to an insurmountable margin. The Steelers capitalized on the turnover with another touchdown, their offense continuing to execute with precision and efficiency while the Cowboys' defense struggled to make the stops necessary to give their team a chance. Pittsburgh's lead grew to a margin that would require Dallas to score multiple times in the remaining minutes, a nearly impossible task against a Steelers defense that could now focus on preventing big plays and forcing the Cowboys to methodically drive the length of the field while the clock worked against them. The Cowboys fought until the final gun, showing the character and resilience that had defined their franchise throughout the Landry era. Staubach threw touchdown passes, the offense moved the ball effectively, and Dallas made the game's final score more respectable than it might have been if they had conceded defeat when the outcome became clear. But the Steelers' lead proved insurmountable. Pittsburgh's combination of offensive firepower and timely defensive plays creating a cushion that Dallas couldn't overcome despite their best efforts in the closing minutes. When the final gun sounded, the scoreboard read 35-31, Pittsburgh, a score that reflected the offensive fireworks and back-and-forth nature of a game that had lived up to all expectations for drama and excellence. The Steelers celebrated their third Super Bowl championship, cementing their status as the decade's dominant dynasty and establishing themselves among the greatest teams in professional football history. Terry Bradshaw earned the Most Valuable Player award for his spectacular performance, throwing for over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns in a display of quarterback excellence that validated his emergence as an elite player. For the Cowboys, the loss stung with particular intensity because they had played well enough to win, had made big plays and shown championship character, but ultimately fell short against a Steelers team that seemed destined for greatness. The final score suggested a closer game than Pittsburgh's control indicated, but Dallas could take some satisfaction in having competed at a high level and made the Steelers earn every point of their victory. The loss would motivate the Cowboys through subsequent seasons, driving them to build on what they had accomplished and seek another chance at the championship that had eluded them in 2 Super Bowls against the Steelers. The Orange Bowl crowd filed out into the Miami evening having witnessed one of the Super Bowl's greatest games, a contest where both teams had played at an exceptionally high level and created moments that would be remembered and replayed for decades. The game had featured future Hall of Famers making Hall of Fame plays, coaches demonstrating strategic brilliance, and athletes performing at the peak of their abilities when the stakes couldn't have been higher. Sports writers would call it one of the best Super Bowls ever played, a judgment that would hold up across subsequent decades as new championship games came and went, but few matched the combination of talent, drama, and excellence that Super Bowl XIII had delivered. The Steelers returned to Pittsburgh as champions once again, their third title in 5 years, establishing them as a dynasty that would be remembered long after the players retired and the coaches moved on to other challenges. Chuck Noll had now won 3 Super Bowls, placing him among the coaching elite and validating his patient, systematic approach to building a championship franchise. The players who had been part of all 3 championships understood they were experiencing something rare, and the Pittsburgh Steelers pursued their 4th Super Bowl championship on January 20, 1980, facing the Los Angeles Rams at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The Steelers had established themselves as the decade's dominant dynasty, winning 3 championships in 6 years and building a roster that featured multiple future Hall of Famers at nearly every position. Now they sought to cement their legacy with an unprecedented 4th title that would establish them as perhaps the greatest team in professional football history. The Los Angeles Rams, making their first Super Bowl appearance, represented the NFC after years of playoff disappointments and near misses that had frustrated their talented rosters and innovative coaching staffs. The Rams featured a young quarterback named Vince Ferragamo who had taken over mid-season and led them on an unexpected run to the championship game. Their defense, anchored by Jack Youngblood playing on a broken leg sustained in the playoffs, brought toughness and determination that belied their underdog status against the mighty Steelers. The Rose Bowl crowd exceeded 100,000 fans, creating an atmosphere of electricity and anticipation as both teams took the field for warm-ups. The Steelers came as heavy favorites, their championship pedigree and star power suggesting they would cruise to victory against a Rams team making its first Super Bowl appearance. But the Rams believed they could compete, believed their defense could slow down Pittsburgh's potent offense, believed they could win the kind of close, hard-fought game that their regular season had prepared them to handle. The game began with surprising competitiveness as the Rams refused to be intimidated by the Steelers' reputation or star power. Los Angeles's defense played with intensity and intelligence, disrupting Pittsburgh's timing routes and forcing Terry Bradshaw into uncomfortable situations where he had to make quick decisions or risk being sacked. The Rams' offense, meanwhile, moved the ball effectively against a Steelers defense that seemed surprised by how well-prepared and physical their opponents played. The first half unfolded with both teams trading scores, neither able to establish the kind of dominance that would break the game open and allow them to control tempo. The Rams led at halftime, a stunning development that had the Steelers questioning their preparation and the Rams believing they could actually pull off one of the Super Bowl's greatest upsets. Vince Ferragamo played with poise beyond his years, making throws under pressure and avoiding the critical mistakes that often doom inexperienced quarterbacks in championship games. Terry Bradshaw, facing adversity and trailing in a Super Bowl for the first time in his championship career, gathered his teammates during halftime and reminded them that championships were won by teams that could respond to challenges and execute under pressure. The Steelers had the talent and experience to win this game, but they needed to play with the urgency and focus that had characterized their previous championship runs. The third quarter would determine whether Pittsburgh's dynasty continued or whether the Rams would shock the football world. The Steelers emerged from halftime with renewed purpose, their offense finally finding the rhythm that had eluded them in the first half. Bradshaw connected with John Stallworth on a deep touchdown pass that showcased Pittsburgh's explosive potential and shifted momentum decisively. The Steel Curtain defense, which had struggled earlier, began making the kinds of plays that had defined their dominance throughout the decade. They pressured Ferragamo more effectively, forcing him into mistakes and preventing the Rams from sustaining the kind of balanced attack that had kept them competitive in the first half. The fourth quarter arrived with the Steelers having seized control, their experience and talent proving too much for a Rams team that had fought valiantly but ultimately lacked the championship pedigree necessary to close out such a momentous game. Pittsburgh scored again to extend their lead, and while the Rams continued fighting and made the final score respectable, the outcome no longer remained in doubt. The Steelers were champions again, their fourth title in 6 years cementing their status as the decade's greatest team. Franco Harris rushed for over 100 yards, providing the ground game balance that allowed Bradshaw to attack the Rams deep with play-action passes. The Steelers' offensive line, which had struggled early, dominated the second half and created the running lanes and passing time necessary for Pittsburgh to pull away. The defense, after giving up points in the first half, shut down the Rams when it mattered most and prevented Los Angeles from mounting any serious comeback attempt. The final score of 31-19 reflected Pittsburgh's superior talent and championship experience, though it didn't fully capture how competitive the game had been through 3 quarters. The Rams had played well enough to win, but ultimately fell short against a team that knew how to close out championship games and had done it 3 times previously. For the Steelers, the victory completed an unprecedented run of 4 Super Bowl championships in 6 years, a dynasty that would stand as professional football's standard of excellence for decades to come. Terry Bradshaw earned his 2nd consecutive Super Bowl MVP award, validating his emergence as an elite quarterback and silencing critics who had once questioned whether he was merely a product of Pittsburgh's great defense and running game. The celebration on the field captured the joy of a team that had achieved something rare and special, something that future generations would look back on with awe. The Rose Bowl crowd, many of whom had rooted for the underdog Rams, nonetheless appreciated witnessing history as the Steelers claimed their place among sports' all-time great dynasties. The Oakland Raiders returned to the Super Bowl on January 25, 1981, representing themselves as a wild card team rather than division champions, a designation that carried both the stigma of not winning their division and the pride of having overcome longer odds to reach the championship game. They faced the Philadelphia Eagles at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans, seeking to prove that wild card teams could win championships and that the playoff format's expansion hadn't diluted the quality of Super Bowl participants. Jim Plunkett, the Raiders quarterback, had resurrected his career after being discarded by the New England Patriots and San Francisco 49ers, teams that had given up on him and relegated him to backup status or outright released him from their rosters. The story of Jim Plunkett's redemption carried emotional weight that transcended football. He had won the Heisman Trophy at Stanford, been drafted first overall, and seemed destined for greatness before injuries and poor team situations derailed his career and left him contemplating retirement. The Raiders had signed him as a backup, a veteran presence who could mentor younger players and provide insurance if the starter got injured. But when Dan Pastorini went down with a broken leg during the season, Plunkett seized his opportunity and played with the kind of efficiency and leadership that reminded everyone why he had been such a highly regarded prospect years earlier. The Philadelphia Eagles, making their first Super Bowl appearance in franchise history, brought an aggressive defense coached by Marion Campbell and an offense led by quarterback Ron Jaworski that had evolved throughout the season. The Eagles' passionate fan base, known for their intensity and loyalty even during the franchise's darkest years, had waited decades for this opportunity to see their team compete for a championship. Philadelphia came to New Orleans as underdogs against the Raiders, but the Eagles believed their defense could pressure Plunkett and force the kinds of mistakes that had plagued him earlier in his career. The Louisiana Superdome provided a neutral site that favored neither team, though the Raiders' experience in big games gave them a psychological edge that manifested in their preparation and confidence during the week leading up to kickoff. Oakland had won Super Bowl XI just 4 years earlier, and many players on this roster had been part of that championship team. They understood what the moment required, how to handle the media attention and hype without losing focus on the actual game that would determine the championship. The game began with the Raiders establishing control through their balanced offensive attack that kept the Eagles' defense honest and prevented them from teeing off on the pass rush. Plunkett threw the ball with confidence and accuracy, finding receivers downfield and moving the chains on crucial third downs that extended drives and kept Philadelphia's offense on the sideline. The Raiders' offensive line, experienced and technically sound, provided protection that allowed Plunkett time to survey defenses and make accurate throws to receivers who had created separation through precise route running. Rod Martin, the Raiders' linebacker, intercepted Ron Jaworski 3 times during the game, setting a Super Bowl record that still stands and demonstrating the kind of defensive excellence that championship teams require from their playmakers in crucial moments. Martin's interceptions came at critical junctures, preventing Philadelphia from building momentum and shifting field position in ways that allowed Oakland to control the game's flow. The Raiders' defense, led by coordinator Charlie Sumner, had studied Jaworski's tendencies and knew his favorite routes and progressions, allowing them to anticipate throws and position themselves to make plays on the ball. The Eagles fought throughout but couldn't overcome the Raiders' advantages in execution and experience on football's biggest stage. Philadelphia's offense struggled to sustain drives against Oakland's aggressive defense that seemed to know where Jaworski wanted to go with the ball before he made his throwing decisions. The Eagles' defense made plays and showed their competitiveness, creating turnovers and making stops that kept the game from becoming a blowout. But they couldn't string together the kind of consistent performance necessary to threaten Oakland's lead or make the game truly competitive in the fourth quarter when championships are decided. Jim Plunkett earned the Most Valuable Player award for his efficient performance, completing passes to multiple receivers, including a memorable touchdown to Kenny King that showcased Oakland's big play capability. Plunkett's statistics weren't overwhelming, but he made the throws that mattered when the game was on the line and avoided the critical mistakes that could have given Philadelphia opportunities to mount a comeback. His redemption story became one of the Super Bowl's great narratives, proof that careers weren't necessarily over when they seemed destined to end in disappointment and failure. The Raiders' victory proved that wild card teams could win championships, validating the playoff format and demonstrating that regular season records didn't always predict postseason success. Tom Flores became the first Hispanic head coach to win a Super Bowl, adding historical significance to a game that validated the Raiders' organizational philosophy and their willingness to give second chances to players like Plunkett whom other teams had discarded. The championship represented Oakland's commitment to finding talent wherever it existed, regardless of pedigree or past failures. The final score of 27-10 reflected Oakland's comprehensive superiority, a margin that might have been larger if the Raiders hadn't eased off in the final minutes once the outcome was secure. For Philadelphia, the loss represented a painful introduction to the Super Bowl stage, a reminder that reaching the championship game and winning it required different levels of excellence and execution. But the Eagles had proven they belonged among the NFL's elite franchises and would use this experience to build toward future success. The Superdome crowd witnessed the Raiders' second championship in 5 years, a victory that proved their earlier title wasn't a one-time achieve. The San Francisco 49ers arrived at their first Super Bowl on January 24, 1982, representing a franchise that had suffered through years of mediocrity and disappointment before Bill Walsh's arrival transformed them into championship contenders. They faced the Cincinnati Bengals at the Pontiac Silverdome in Michigan, the first Super Bowl played indoors in a cold-weather city, a venue that would test both teams' ability to adjust to artificial turf and the unique acoustics of a domed stadium. Joe Montana, the 49ers' young quarterback, stood on the verge of beginning what would become one of professional football's greatest careers. Bill Walsh had installed his West Coast offense in San Francisco, a system that emphasized short, timing-based passes that served as extensions of the running game and allowed quarterbacks to complete high percentages while moving the ball methodically down the field. The offense required precision and intelligence from the quarterback position, traits that Montana possessed in abundance along with the calm demeanor necessary to execute under pressure. The 49ers had dominated the NFC throughout the playoffs and came to Detroit as favorites against a Bengals team making its first Super Bowl appearance. The Cincinnati Bengals, coached by Forrest Gregg, who had played for Vince Lombardi's championship Packers teams, brought their own talented roster featuring quarterback Ken Anderson and a defense that had improved throughout the season. The Bengals had overcome the Houston Oilers and San Diego Chargers in dramatic playoff games to reach the Super Bowl, and they believed their experience in close games would prepare them for the pressure of the championship stage. Cincinnati came to the Silverdome as underdogs but with confidence that they could compete with the 49ers. The Pontiac Silverdome's indoor environment created unique challenges for both teams, with the artificial turf affecting footing and the enclosed space amplifying crowd noise to levels that made communication difficult. Over 80,000 fans filled the stadium, creating a wall of sound that both teams had to overcome through hand signals and practiced routines that didn't require verbal communication. The climate-controlled setting eliminated weather as a factor but introduced other variables that teams had to adjust to during warm-ups and the game itself. The game began with both teams feeling each other out, neither able to establish immediate dominance as defenses made plays and offenses searched for rhythm against well-prepared opponents. The 49ers struck first, Montana leading a drive that showcased Walsh's offensive system and demonstrated how the West Coast offense could control tempo and wear down defenses through sustained drives that accumulated first downs. But the Bengals responded with their own scoring drive. Ken Anderson showing why he had been the league's top-rated passer during the regular season. The first half unfolded with the teams trading scores, neither able to break away as both offenses executed efficiently while both defenses made enough stops to keep the game close. The Bengals led at halftime, a development that surprised many observers who had expected the 49ers to dominate. Cincinnati had played mistake-free football, Anderson making smart decisions and the Bengals' defense creating pressure that made Montana uncomfortable at times. The second half would determine which team could adjust and execute when the championship was on the line. Ray Wersching, the 49ers kicker, became an unlikely hero by making 4 field goals that provided points when San Francisco's drive stalled short of the end zone. His accuracy under pressure gave the 49ers a cushion and forced the Bengals to score touchdowns rather than settling for field goals to maintain competitiveness. Wersching's reliability demonstrated that championship teams needed contributions from all positions, not just the skill players who received most of the attention and accolades. The 49ers defense made crucial stops in the second half, preventing the Bengals from sustaining the kind of balanced attack that had kept them competitive in the first half. San Francisco's defensive line pressured Anderson more effectively, disrupting timing routes and forcing him into quicker decisions that sometimes resulted in incompletions or throws into coverage. The 49ers' secondary played tight coverage that limited Cincinnati's receivers' ability to create separation and make plays after the catch. Montana managed the game efficiently, not putting up spectacular statistics but making the throws necessary to move the chains and give Wersching opportunities for field goals. The 49ers controlled possession in the second half, keeping the Bengals' offense on the sideline and preventing Anderson from finding the rhythm that had made him so effective earlier. San Francisco's offensive line dominated the point of attack, creating running lanes and providing protection that allowed Montana time to execute Walsh's system. As the fourth quarter progressed with the 49ers maintaining their lead, the Bengals desperately searched for the big play that might shift momentum and give them a chance to complete a comeback. But the 49ers defense, well coached and disciplined, prevented the explosive plays that Cincinnati needed and forced the Bengals into long time-consuming drives that ate precious clock while not guaranteeing points. The Super Bowl clock became the Bengals' enemy as much as the 49ers' defense. The final gun sounded with San Francisco victorious by a score of 26-21, a margin that reflected how competitive the game had been and how little separated these two well-matched teams. Joe Montana earned the Most Valuable Player award for his efficient performance, beginning a Super Bowl legacy that would eventually establish him as perhaps the greatest quarterback in championship game history. Bill Walsh's West Coast offense had proven itself on football's biggest stage, validating his systematic approach and demonstrating that short, precise passes could be as effective as the vertical attacks other teams favored. For the 49ers, the victory represented the beginning of a dynasty that would dominate the 1980s, though no one could have predicted the sustained excellence that would follow this first championship. The Silverdome crowd witnessed the emergency. The Washington Redskins returned to the Super Bowl on January 30th, 1983, seeking redemption after their humiliating loss to the Raiders 2 years earlier. They faced the Miami Dolphins at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, a rematch of Super Bowl VII where the Dolphins had completed their perfect season. Joe Gibbs, the Redskins coach, had built a powerful offensive line known as the Hogs that could dominate opponents physically and create running lanes for John Riggins, the team's bruising fullback who had become the offense's focal point. John Riggins, at 33 years old, had come out of retirement to join the Redskins and resurrect a career that seemed finished. He ran with uncommon power for someone his size, lowering his shoulder and delivering punishment to defenders rather than avoiding contact. Riggins had rushed for over 1,000 yards during the regular season and carried Washington through the playoffs with performances that wore down opponents and controlled the clock. Now he faced the Dolphins' defense in a championship game that would determine whether his comeback story would include the ultimate prize. The Miami Dolphins, led by coach Don Shula, brought a talented roster that had navigated through the AFC playoffs with solid performances but not the dominant displays that had characterized their perfect season team. David Woodley quarterbacked an offense that emphasized ball control and minimizing mistakes, while the Dolphins' defense featured players who understood Shula's system and executed with discipline. Miami came to Pasadena as slight underdogs but with the confidence of a franchise that had won championships before and knew what the moment required. The Rose Bowl provided ideal football conditions, with over 100,000 fans creating an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. The crowd included supporters from both teams who had made the journey to witness their franchise pursue championship glory. The weather cooperated beautifully, offering temperatures in the 60s and clear skies that would allow both teams to execute their game plans without environmental complications that might favor one style of play over another. The game began with both teams establishing their identities, the Redskins running Riggins between the tackles while the Dolphins countered with their own balanced attack. Neither team could establish dominance early, both defenses making plays and forcing punts that created a field position battle where every yard mattered. The first half unfolded with relatively low scoring, both teams playing conservatively and avoiding the critical mistakes that could shift momentum decisively. At halftime, the score remained close with the Dolphins holding a narrow lead that reflected their slightly better execution in the red zone. Joe Gibbs addressed his team during the break, emphasizing that they needed to establish the running game more effectively and wear down Miami's defense through the kind of physical football that had carried them through the playoffs. The Redskins would need to be patient, to trust their offensive line and Riggins to accumulate yards that would eventually break the Dolphins' will to compete physically. The third quarter featured more of the back-and-forth battle, with neither team able to break free and establish the kind of lead that would allow them to control the game's final minutes without anxiety. Then came the play that would define the game and secure Riggins' place in Super Bowl lore. On 4th and 1 from near midfield, with the Redskins trailing and the season potentially ending if they failed to convert, Gibbs called for a running play to Riggins, trusting his veteran fullback to gain the yard needed to keep the drive alive. Riggins took the handoff and initially appeared stopped at the line of scrimmage, several Dolphins converging to make the tackle and force a turnover on downs. But Riggins kept his legs churning, broke through the initial contact, and suddenly found himself in the open field with only one defender between him and the end zone. The defender attempted a tackle but couldn't bring down Riggins, who shrugged off the contact and rumbled 43 yards for a touchdown that gave Washington the lead and shifted momentum irreversibly. The Redskins' defense, energized by Riggins' touchdown and the crowd's reaction, shut down Miami's offense and prevented the Dolphins from mounting any serious comeback attempt. Washington's offensive line continued dominating the point of attack, creating holes that Riggins exploited for additional yards that moved chains and controlled the clock. The Dolphins tried desperately to answer, but the Redskins' defense made plays at crucial moments and forced Miami into predictable passing situations where the outcome became increasingly clear. John Riggins finished with 166 rushing yards and the touchdown that had broken the game open, earning the Most Valuable Player award for a performance that epitomized power running and physical dominance. Joe Theismann, the Redskins quarterback, managed the game efficiently and made throws when necessary. But everyone understood this was Riggins' game, his moment to validate the comeback and establish himself among the game's most memorable championship performers. The final score of 27-17 reflected Washington's control in the second half, though it didn't fully capture how close the game had been until Riggins' run changed everything. For the Dolphins, the loss represented another disappointment in a season that had promised more. While the Redskins celebrated their first championship since the 1940s and the vindication of their physical, ground-based approach to offense, the Rose Bowl crowd witnessed one of the Super Bowl's iconic individual performances, a game where one player's determination and power had proven decisive in determining the championship. The celebration continued into the Pasadena night as the Redskins savored their triumph, and Riggins cemented his legend with a performance that would be remembered as long as the Super Bowl existed. The Los Angeles Raiders arrived at Super Bowl XVIII on January 22, 1984, seeking to prove their wild-card victory 3 years earlier was no fluke and that their move from Oakland to Los Angeles hadn't diminished their championship pedigree. They faced the defending champion Washington Redskins at Tampa Stadium, a matchup that pitted the Raiders' veteran-laden roster against a Redskins team that had dominated the NFC throughout the season and came to Florida as heavy favorites to repeat as champions and establish themselves as the decade's new dynasty. Marcus Allen, the Raiders' running back who had won the Heisman Trophy at USC, had developed into one of professional football's most versatile offensive weapons through his combination of speed, power, and receiving ability that made him nearly impossible to defend with conventional approaches. Allen could run between the tackles with surprising power for his size, bounce runs outside when lanes collapsed, and catch passes out of the backfield that created matchup problems for linebackers and safeties. The Raiders' offense featured Allen prominently, but they also possessed a deep receiving core and a quarterback in Jim Plunkett who could make all the necessary throws. The Washington Redskins returned to the Super Bowl with essentially the same roster that had defeated Miami the previous year, adding the confidence that came from having won a championship and understanding what the moment required. Joe Gibbs' team featured the Hogs' offensive line that had dominated opponents throughout the season, John Riggins running with the same power that had carried them to their previous championship, and a defense that had improved and now ranked among the league's best units. Washington came to Tampa believing they would win comfortably and establish a dynasty that would rival the great teams of previous decades. Tampa Stadium provided warm weather and ideal football conditions, though the forecast called for possible afternoon thunderstorms that might affect play if the game extended into the evening hours. Over 70,000 fans filled the stadium, many expecting to witness the Redskins' coronation as repeat champions and the beginning of a sustained run of excellence. The Raiders, as they had throughout their history, embraced their underdog status and prepared to play with the kind of controlled aggression that had characterized successful Oakland teams for decades. The game began with shocking Raiders' dominance from the opening kickoff, their defense immediately pressuring Joe Theismann and disrupting the Redskins' offensive timing while their own offense moved the ball efficiently against a Washington defense that seemed unprepared for the speed and physicality that Los Angeles brought to every play. The Raiders scored early, then again, building a lead that seemed impossible given the expectations that had surrounded Washington's chances of repeating as champions. The Redskins' offensive line, so dominant throughout the season and in their previous Super Bowl victory, found themselves unable to create the kind of running lanes that had allowed Riggins to control games through physical punishment and time of possession. The Raiders' defensive front played with unusual quickness and penetration, disrupting blocking schemes and forcing Washington into obvious passing situations where the Raiders' pass rush could pin their ears back and attack Theismann with reckless abandon that resulted in sacks and hurried throws. Jack Squirek, a Raiders linebacker, intercepted a screen pass intended for Joe Washington and returned it for a touchdown just before halftime, extending Los Angeles' lead and creating a sense of inevitability about the game's outcome. The interception demonstrated that the Raiders had studied Washington's tendencies and positioned themselves to make plays on the ball when the Redskins tried executing their favorite plays. The psychological impact of trailing by such a large margin at halftime seemed to break the Redskins' spirit, their body language suggesting they understood the game was slipping beyond their ability to recover. Marcus Allen's performance in the third quarter became the stuff of Super Bowl legend when he took a handoff on a play designed to go left, found the hole blocked, reversed field completely, and outraced the entire Washington defense 74 yards for a touchdown that sealed the Raiders' victory and provided one of championship football's most memorable individual plays. Allen's run showcased his vision, patience, and explosive speed, demonstrating why he had been so highly regarded coming out of college and validating the Raiders' decision to build their offense around his unique skill set. The Redskins, humiliated and demoralized, never mounted any serious comeback attempt. Their offense couldn't sustain drives against the Raiders' aggressive defense, while their own defense looked lost trying to contain Marcus Allen and the Los Angeles offensive attack that seemed to have answers for every adjustment Washington tried making. The game became a rout, the final score reflecting total Raiders dominance in a way that shocked observers who had expected a competitive championship game between two talented, well-coached teams. Marcus Allen finished with over 200 yards from scrimmage and earned the Most Valuable Player award for a performance that would define his career and establish him among the game's great Super Bowl performers. His 74-yard touchdown run would be replayed countless times in Super Bowl highlight packages, a play that captured the essence of individual brilliance changing a game's momentum and outcome. The Raiders celebrated their third Super Bowl championship in 8 years, proving that their franchise culture and commitment to excellence transcended cities and coaching changes. The final score of 38-9 represented one of the Super Bowl's most lopsided results, a comprehensive defeat that left the Redskins searching for answers about how they had been so thoroughly dominated after entering as favorites. For the Raiders, the victory validated their move to Los Angeles and demonstrated that championship pedigree wasn't tied to geography but to organizational philosophy and player commitment. Tampa Stadium had witnessed an unexpected coronation as the Raiders claimed their place among pro. Super Bowl 19 on January 20, 1985, featured a quarterback matchup that captivated the football world, pitting Joe Montana's efficiency and championship pedigree against Dan Marino's record-breaking passing statistics and gunslinger mentality. The San Francisco 49ers and Miami Dolphins met at Stanford Stadium, with the game being played practically in Montana's backyard where he had starred for the university years earlier. The 49ers sought to establish themselves as a dynasty while the Dolphins pursued their first championship since the perfect season team of 1972. Dan Marino had revolutionized quarterback play during the regular season, throwing for over 5,000 yards and 48 touchdowns in an era when such statistics seemed impossible. His quick release and fearless downfield attacking had made the Dolphins' offense nearly unstoppable, overwhelming opponents with a passing attack that scored points in bunches and made every possession a potential scoring opportunity. Marino, only in his second season, had already established himself as one of the game's premier players and now sought to add a championship to validate his regular season excellence. The 49ers, coached by Bill Walsh, brought a more balanced attack that featured both Montana's passing and a running game led by Wendell Tyler and Roger Craig that could control tempo and wear down defenses through physical play. Walsh's West Coast offense had evolved beyond its initial emphasis on short passes to include vertical elements that allowed Montana to attack defenses at all levels. The 49ers' defense, while not as celebrated as their offense, featured players who understood Walsh's system and executed with the discipline necessary to limit big plays and force field goals instead of touchdowns. Stanford Stadium provided a unique setting for the Super Bowl, an outdoor venue on a college campus that lacked some of the amenities of professional stadiums but offered charm and a connection to football tradition that resonated with fans and players alike. Over 80,000 fans filled the stadium, many of them 49er supporters making the short drive from San Francisco to witness their team pursue another championship. The weather cooperated with typical Northern California conditions, mild temperatures and clear skies that would allow both teams to execute without environmental complications. The game began with both offenses showing their capabilities, Montana and Marino trading completions and moving their teams efficiently down the field. The first quarter featured more scoring than many observers had anticipated, both teams finding success against defenses that struggled to adjust to the pace and variety of offensive attacks they faced. The high-scoring start suggested this might become a shootout where the last team with the ball would win, a scenario that seemed to favor Marino's explosive offense. But the 49ers gradually established dominance through their more balanced approach, running the ball effectively to set up play-action passes that created big plays downfield. Montana connected with receivers who had created separation through precise route running and understanding of Walsh's system. The 49ers scored multiple touchdowns in the second quarter, building a lead that forced the Dolphins to abandon their balanced approach and rely entirely on Marino's arm to generate points and keep them competitive. The 49ers defense adjusted to Miami's passing attack, bringing pressure that hurried Marino's throws and forced him into quicker decisions than he preferred. San Francisco's secondary played tight coverage that limited the Dolphins' receivers' ability to create separation after release, making Marino throw into tighter windows where interceptions became possibilities. The 49ers understood that stopping Marino completely was impossible, but they could limit his effectiveness and prevent the kind of explosive plays that had characterized Miami's offense throughout the season. Roger Craig became the first player to score 3 touchdowns in a Super Bowl, running with power between the tackles and catching passes out of the backfield that created matchup problems for Miami's linebackers. Craig's versatility epitomized the 49ers' offensive philosophy, using players in multiple ways to create advantages that defenses couldn't account for with traditional schemes. His performance demonstrated that championships required contributions from all positions, not just the quarterback receiving most of the attention. Joe Montana threw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, earning his second Super Bowl MVP award and establishing himself as the game's premier championship quarterback. His statistics compared favorably to Marino's despite facing a defense that could focus entirely on stopping the pass in the second half. Montana's ability to make throws under pressure and avoid the critical mistakes that could shift momentum proved decisive in a game where both quarterbacks had opportunities to take control. The 49ers' offensive line dominated the point of attack throughout the game, creating running lanes and providing protection that allowed Montana time to execute Walsh's system. Their physical play wore down the Dolphins' defensive front and prevented Miami from generating the kind of pass rush that might have disrupted San Francisco's timing and created opportunities for turnovers. The line's performance demonstrated that championships were built from the trenches outward, that skill players needed protection and running lanes to maximize their effectiveness. As the fourth quarter progressed with the 49ers maintaining a comfortable lead, the outcome became clear despite Marino's continued efforts to rally his team. The Dolphins scored late to make the final margin more respectable, but the game had been decided by San Francisco's balanced attack and ability to control both sides of the ball against Miami's one-dimensional offense that couldn't run effectively or stop the 49ers' multifaceted attack. The final score of 38-16 reflected the 49ers' comprehensive superiority once they had established their game plan and forced the Dolphins to play from behind. For San Francisco, the victory represented their second championship in 4 years and the beginning of what would become the decade's most dominant dynasty. Bill Walsh. The Chicago Bears arrived at Super Bowl 20 on January 26, 1986. Carrying expectations of total dominance that few teams in professional football history had faced. The Bears had demolished opponents throughout the regular season with a defense that allowed fewer points than any team since the merger and an offense that, while not spectacular, executed efficiently enough to build insurmountable leads. They faced the New England Patriots at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans, a matchup that oddsmakers viewed as so lopsided they installed Chicago as double-digit favorites despite the championship game's traditional uncertainty. The Bears' 46 defense, designed by coordinator Buddy Ryan, had revolutionized defensive football through its aggressive approach that brought pressure from unpredictable angles and overwhelmed offensive linemen's ability to protect quarterbacks or create running lanes. Mike Singletary anchored the middle of the defense with intensity and intelligence that made him the unit's emotional leader, while players like Richard Dent, Dan Hampton, and Mike Ditka provided the pass rush that terrorized opposing quarterbacks. The defense had allowed just 10 points per game during the regular season, a statistic that seemed almost impossible in the modern passing era. William "the Refrigerator" Perry, a massive defensive tackle whom head coach Mike Ditka occasionally inserted into the offense as a blocking back and short yardage runner, had captured the public's imagination and become a cultural phenomenon that transcended football. Perry's presence in the backfield created media attention and marketing opportunities that helped elevate the Super Bowl's profile beyond sports fans to include casual viewers drawn by the spectacle and personality surrounding the game. The Bears embraced their celebrity status, recording the Super Bowl Shuffle music video that became a cultural touchstone and demonstrated the team's confidence in their championship destiny. The New England Patriots, making their first Super Bowl appearance in franchise history, represented the AFC after an unlikely playoff run that had seen them defeat the Miami Dolphins, Raiders, and Dolphins again to reach the championship game. The Patriots featured a young quarterback named Tony Eason and a defense that had played well during the playoffs but faced an unprecedented challenge in trying to slow down the Bears' multifaceted attack. New England came to New Orleans as heavy underdogs but with the hope that anything was possible in a single game. The Superdome crowd of over 70,000 included a significant contingent of Bears fans who had made the journey from Chicago to witness what they anticipated would be a historic victory. The indoor setting eliminated weather as a factor and ensured that the Bears' speed and aggressive style wouldn't be compromised by rain, wind, or cold that might have given the Patriots hope of keeping the game competitive. The climate-controlled environment favored the team with superior talent, and everyone understood that description applied to the Bears. The game began with immediate Chicago dominance that validated all the pre-game expectations and suggested this might become the most lopsided Super Bowl in history. The Bears' defense swarmed Tony Eason from the opening snap, sacking him multiple times and forcing him to leave the game after failing to complete a single pass. Steve Grogan replaced Eason and fared only slightly better against the relentless Chicago pressure that came from every angle and never allowed the Patriots' offense to establish any rhythm or sustain success. The Bears scored early and often, their offense executing efficiently while their defense created turnovers and short fields that made scoring almost inevitable. Chicago's offensive line dominated the point of attack, creating lanes for Walter Payton and William Perry while providing quarterback Jim McMahon time to make throws when the Patriots tried stacking the box to stop the run. McMahon played with swagger and confidence, throwing touchdown passes and running for scores while generally directing the offense with the kind of efficiency that championship teams require from their quarterbacks. Richard Dent recorded multiple sacks and pressures, earning the Most Valuable Player award for a defensive performance that epitomized the Bears' approach and demonstrated that championships could be won through defense when that defense played at a historically elite level. Dent's quickness off the edge and ability to bend around offensive tackles made him nearly impossible to block one-on-one, forcing the Patriots to commit extra blockers that opened opportunities for other Chicago pass rushers to create pressure through interior gaps. Walter Payton, the Bears' legendary running back who had carried the franchise through years of losing before finally reaching the Super Bowl, sought throughout the game to score a touchdown and cap his remarkable career with a championship moment. But the Bears used Perry and other players near the goal line, denying Payton the touchdown he desired and creating one of the game's few bittersweet moments within Chicago's overwhelming victory. Payton's disappointment at not scoring would become part of the game's narrative, a reminder that even in dominant victories, individual goals sometimes went unfulfilled. The second half became a formality, the Bears continuing to score while the Patriots searched desperately for any positive moments they could salvage from a performance that would be remembered as one of the Super Bowl's most lopsided defeats. New England scored a late touchdown to avoid being shut out, but the game had long since been decided, the margin reflecting total Chicago superiority in every phase. The Bears' defense had allowed just 10 points while scoring once themselves, their dominance complete and their legacy as one of history's great defensive units secured. The final score of 46-10 represented the third largest margin of victory in Super Bowl history at that time, a comprehensive defeat that left no doubt about which team deserved the championship. Mike Ditka had brought a title to Chicago in his third season as head coach, fulfilling the promise he had made when taking the job and validating the Bears' patient approach to building through the draft and developing players. The New York Giants reached their first Super Bowl on January 25, 1987, representing a franchise that hadn't won a championship since 1956 when the league looked vastly different and the Giants played their home games at Yankee Stadium. They faced the Denver Broncos at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, seeking to end 3 decades of frustration and establish themselves among the NFL's elite franchises through a championship that would validate their resurgence under head coach Bill Parcells and defensive coordinator Bill Belichick, who had transformed a perennial loser into a championship contender through systematic improvement and strategic acquisitions. Phil Simms, the Giants quarterback who had endured years of criticism and calls for his replacement, finally silenced his doubters through a regular season that showcased his arm strength and decision-making ability. Simms had developed chemistry with receivers who ran precise routes and created separation, while the Giants' offensive line provided protection that allowed him time to survey defenses and make accurate throws. The offense complemented a defense that ranked among the league's best units, featuring Lawrence Taylor, whose revolutionary linebacker play had changed how teams approached defensive schemes and player deployment. The Denver Broncos, making their second Super Bowl appearance in franchise history, brought John Elway's spectacular talent and a defense that had improved throughout the season. Elway possessed the kind of arm strength and mobility that created highlight reel plays and rallied his team from deficits that seemed insurmountable, earning him a reputation as one of the game's most dangerous quarterbacks when given opportunities in crucial situations. The Broncos came to Pasadena as underdogs but with confidence that Elway could perform the kind of magic that had characterized their playoff run. The Rose Bowl crowd exceeded 100,000 fans, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and energy that both teams felt during pre-game warm-ups. The weather provided ideal football conditions, with temperatures in the 50s and clear skies that would allow both teams to execute without environmental complications. The Giants brought a significant contingent of fans who had made the cross-country journey to witness their team pursue its first championship in over 3 decades, their blue jerseys visible throughout the stadium. The game began with the Broncos surprising many observers by playing competitively and even taking a lead that suggested this might become a close, hard-fought battle rather than the Giants' blowout that some had predicted. Elway engineered scoring drives that showcased his talent and kept Denver within striking distance, while the Broncos' defense made plays and prevented the Giants from establishing the kind of dominance their regular season suggested they would achieve. The first half unfolded with the score close and the outcome very much in doubt, but the Giants emerged from halftime with adjustments and renewed determination, their offense executing more efficiently while their defense made the stops necessary to prevent Denver from sustaining the success they had enjoyed earlier. Phil Simms began completing passes at an unprecedented rate, finding receivers with pinpoint accuracy and making reads that demonstrated his understanding of Parcells' system. The Giants methodically moved down the field on drive after drive, scoring touchdowns when they reached the red zone and extending their lead to margins that would require the Broncos to abandon their balanced approach. Simms finished the game having completed 22 of 25 passes, an 88% completion rate that set a Super Bowl record and silenced anyone who had questioned his ability to perform in championship games. His performance earned him the Most Valuable Player award and validated the Giants' faith in him despite the criticism he had endured throughout his career. Every throw seemed perfectly placed, every decision correct, every execution demonstrating championship-level quarterback play. The Giants' defense, led by Lawrence Taylor's pursuit and Harry Carson's leadership, pressured Elway effectively and prevented the kind of explosive plays that had defined Denver's playoff run. They sacked Elway multiple times, forced him into hurried throws, and generally made his afternoon miserable through constant pressure from multiple angles. The Giants' defensive scheme, designed by Belichick, confused Denver's offensive line and created free rushers who converged on Elway before he could complete his progressions. Joe Morris, the Giants' running back, contributed over 100 yards rushing and provided the balance that prevented Denver from teeing off on Sims and bringing constant pressure. Morris ran with determination between the tackles, accumulating yards that moved chains and controlled possession. The Giants' offensive line dominated the trenches, creating lanes for Morris and providing protection that allowed Sims to operate with the kind of comfort that produces record-breaking performances. As the fourth quarter progressed with the Giants maintaining a comfortable lead, the Broncos' hopes of completing a comeback faded despite Elway's continued efforts to rally his team. Denver scored late to make the final margin more respectable, but the game had been decided by New York's second-half dominance and Sims' near-perfect execution. The Giants had proven that their regular season success wasn't a fluke, that they could perform under championship pressure and defeat talented opponents when everything was on the line. The final score of 39-20 reflected the Giants' comprehensive superiority once they had made adjustments and established their game plan. Bill Parcells had brought a championship to New York in his fourth season as head coach, establishing himself among the coaching elite and beginning what would become a Hall of Fame career. The Giants players celebrated wildly on the Rose Bowl field, their joy capturing the emotion of ending 3 decades of frustration and establishing themselves as champions. Lawrence Taylor, who had revolutionized defensive play, finally had his championship ring, while Sims had his vindication and his place in Giants lore secured through one nearly perfect afternoon in Paradin. Super Bowl 22 on January 31, 1988, carried significance that transcended football when Doug Williams became the first African-American quarterback to start a Super Bowl championship game. The Washington Redskins faced the Denver Broncos at Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego, a rematch of their regular season meeting that Denver had won convincingly. Williams had endured questions throughout the week about what it meant to be the first black quarterback in the Super Bowl. Questions that seemed to suggest his race mattered more than his talent or preparation. Questions that would be answered emphatically through one of the championship game's most spectacular individual performances. The Denver Broncos, making their second consecutive Super Bowl appearance, sought redemption after their loss to the Giants the previous year. John Elway returned determined to claim the championship that had eluded him, to validate his spectacular talent through the ultimate team achievement. The Broncos had dominated the AFC throughout the season and playoffs, and they came to San Diego as favorites against a Redskins team that had navigated through close playoff games to reach the championship. Denver's offense featured Elway's arm and mobility, while their defense had improved from the previous year and ranked among the conference's better units. The Redskins, coached by Joe Gibbs, brought a roster that had been rebuilt since their championship 4 years earlier. Only a few players remained from that team, but Gibbs' system and organizational philosophy ensured continuity despite personnel changes. Doug Williams had joined Washington as a backup before injuries to the starter elevated him to the starting role mid-season. Williams possessed a powerful arm that could attack defenses vertically, and he had shown poise under pressure during the playoffs, but questions remained about whether he could perform on the Super Bowl stage. Jack Murphy Stadium in San Diego provided warm California weather and ideal football conditions, with over 70,000 fans creating an atmosphere of anticipation. The crowd included significant media contingent covering Williams' historic start, their attention focused on the symbolic importance of this moment for African American players who had fought for decades to be evaluated fairly at the quarterback position. Williams handled the attention with grace and dignity, deflecting questions about race to focus on football and his team's preparation. The game began disastrously for the Redskins, with the Broncos scoring early and building a 10-0 lead that validated their favorite status and suggested this might become another Denver rout. Williams suffered a hyperextended knee on a play and had to leave briefly for treatment, creating uncertainty about whether he could continue and whether backup quarterback Jay Schroeder would need to finish the game. But Williams returned after missing just one play, and what followed became one of the Super Bowl's most remarkable quarters of football. The second quarter belonged entirely to Doug Williams and the Redskins' offense, which scored 35 unanswered points in a 15-minute explosion that demolished the Broncos' confidence and shifted momentum so decisively that recovery became impossible. Williams threw touchdown passes of varying distances, connecting with receivers who had created separation against Denver's confused secondary. The precision and power of his throws demonstrated exactly why questions about his ability based on race had been so offensive and misguided. This was a quarterback performing at an elite level on football's biggest stage, making throws that few players in history could execute under such pressure. Ricky Sanders caught touchdown passes totaling over 160 yards, his speed and route running creating matchups that Denver couldn't defend effectively. Sanders' performance demonstrated the kind of connection that develops between quarterbacks and receivers who trust each other and understand their system well enough to make adjustments based on defensive alignments. Each touchdown seemed to demoralize the Broncos further, their body language showing the deflation of a team watching its championship hopes evaporate in a historic avalanche of points. The Redskins' offensive line provided Williams protection that allowed him time to survey defenses and make accurate throws downfield. They dominated the Broncos' defensive front, creating lanes for the running game when Washington needed balance and keeping Denver's pass rushers away from Williams when he dropped back to throw. The line's performance demonstrated championship-level execution, creating the foundation for Williams' historic performance through their commitment to technique and physicality. Timmy Smith, a rookie running back who had barely played during the regular season, rushed for over 200 yards, setting a Super Bowl record that still stands and demonstrating how championship games could elevate unknown players into heroes through singular performances. Smith ran with power and vision, finding holes and accelerating through them before defenders could close lanes. His performance took pressure off Williams and prevented Denver from focusing entirely on stopping the passing attack. The second half became a formality, the Redskins maintaining their insurmountable lead while the Broncos searched for dignity in a game that had been decided by Washington's second quarter explosion. Denver scored to make the final margin more respectable, but the outcome had been determined by Williams' spectacular performance and the Redskins' comprehensive dominance once they had overcome their slow start. John Elway's championship quest would have to wait another year, his talents still seeking validation through team success. Doug Williams earned the Most Valuable Player award for completing 18 passes for 340 yards and 4 touchdowns. Statistics that would have been impressive in any game but carried added significance given the historic context and the doubters he had silenced. His performance proved that talent transcended race, that African American quarterbacks deserved evaluation based on ability rather than stereotypes or prejudices that had limited opportunities for too long. The victory represented progress for the game and society. A.M.O. Super Bowl 23 on January 22, 1989, featured a rematch between the San Francisco 49ers and Cincinnati Bengals that promised drama and excellence from two well-coached teams at the peak of their powers. The game took place at Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami, where both franchises sought to add another championship to their resumes and establish their place among the decade's elite teams. Joe Montana returned to the Super Bowl seeking his third championship and the opportunity to cement his legacy as the game's premier quarterback, while the Bengals pursued their first title in franchise history under coach Sam Wyche. The 49ers came to Miami as favorites despite the Bengals' impressive regular season that had seen them dominate the AFC and establish themselves as a complete team with few weaknesses. Bill Walsh, in what would be his final game as San Francisco's head coach, though few knew it at the time, had spent the week preparing his team for what he anticipated would be a close, hard-fought battle that might be decided in the final minutes. The 49ers' offense featured Montana's precision passing and Roger Craig's versatility, while their defense had improved throughout the season and now ranked among the league's better units. The Cincinnati Bengals brought their own talented roster featuring quarterback Boomer Esiason, who had won the league's Most Valuable Player award during the regular season for his efficient play and leadership. The Bengals' offense featured multiple weapons that could attack defenses in various ways, while their defense had shown the ability to pressure quarterbacks and create turnovers at crucial moments. Cincinnati came to Miami believing they could defeat the 49ers and claim the franchise's first championship through execution and the kind of clutch performances that defined championship teams. Joe Robbie Stadium provided a warm, humid South Florida evening, with over 75,000 fans creating an atmosphere of electricity and anticipation. The weather threatened rain throughout the day, and by kickoff, a light drizzle had begun that would affect the game's rhythm and make ball security crucial for both teams. The conditions favored neither team particularly, both having to adjust to the slick ball and the moisture that made footing less secure than ideal playing conditions would have provided. The game began with both teams trading scores, neither able to establish dominance as both offenses executed efficiently while both defenses made enough plays to prevent either team from pulling away. The 49ers scored first, then the Bengals responded, the pattern continuing through a first half that featured more points than many observers had anticipated. Both quarterbacks played well, making throws under pressure and avoiding the critical mistakes that could shift momentum decisively. The game promised to be decided in the fourth quarter, with both teams understanding that execution in crunch time would determine the championship. Jerry Rice, the 49ers' spectacular receiver who had become Montana's favorite target, delivered a performance that would earn him the Most Valuable Player award through over 200 receiving yards and a touchdown. Rice ran routes with precision that created separation against Cincinnati's secondary, making catches in traffic and breaking tackles to accumulate yards after the catch. His performance demonstrated why he had evolved into professional football's premier receiver, a player whose combination of speed, hands, and competitive fire made him nearly impossible to defend consistently throughout a game. The fourth quarter arrived with the Bengals holding a narrow lead, their fans beginning to celebrate what appeared to be the franchise's first championship. Cincinnati had executed their game plan effectively, controlling possession and keeping Montana off the field for extended periods. But with just over 3 minutes remaining and the 49ers trailing by 3 points, Montana gathered his offense in the huddle and began what would become known simply as the drive, one of the Super Bowl's most legendary sequences that would define his career and cement his reputation as football's ultimate clutch performer. Montana moved the 49ers 92 yards down the field with the championship on the line, completing pass after pass while the clock ticked toward zero and the pressure mounted with each snap. He found John Taylor, Roger Craig, and Jerry Rice with throws that demonstrated championship-level accuracy and poise under circumstances that would have broken lesser quarterbacks. Montana never appeared hurried or anxious, his demeanor suggesting he had done this before and understood exactly what the moment required. The drive consumed the final minutes, moving inexorably toward the end zone while the Bengals' defense desperately tried to make the stop that would preserve their lead. With 34 seconds remaining, Montana dropped back and found John Taylor in the back of the end zone for the game-winning touchdown. A throw that required perfect timing and accuracy to fit the ball into the tight window before defenders could close. Taylor's catch gave the 49ers the lead and effectively ended Cincinnati's championship hopes, their defense unable to stop Montana when the game was on the line. The touchdown became one of the Super Bowl's iconic moments, replayed countless times in highlight packages that celebrated Montana's clutch gene and ability to perform under maximum pressure. The Bengals had one final possession, but their desperation drive fell short as the 49ers defense made stops and prevented the kind of miracle that would have given Cincinnati the championship. The final gun sounded with San Francisco victorious by a score of 20-16, a margin that reflected how competitive the game had been and how little separated these two excellent teams. Montana had his third Super Bowl championship and third MVP award, establishing himself as the greatest clutch quarterback in football history. Bill Walsh walked off the field as a champion in his final game, his legacy secure as one of coaching's all-time greats. The West Coast offense he had pioneered had proven itself once again, demonstrating that precision and efficiency could defeat power and physicality when executed at the highest level. The 49ers had won their third championship in 8 years. Super Bowl 24 on January 28, 1990, featured the San Francisco 49ers seeking to become only the second team in history to win back-to-back championships while establishing themselves as arguably the greatest dynasty professional football had ever witnessed. They faced the Denver Broncos at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans, a matchup that pitted the 49ers' offensive brilliance against a Broncos team making their fourth Super Bowl appearance in franchise history but still seeking their first victory under John Elway's leadership. George Seifert, who had replaced the retired Bill Walsh as head coach, sought to prove he could maintain the championship standard Walsh had established. The 49ers came to New Orleans as overwhelming favorites, their roster featuring Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Roger Craig, and a collection of other players who would eventually be enshrined in Canton. San Francisco had dominated opponents throughout the regular season and playoffs, their offensive execution reaching levels of precision that made them seem almost unstoppable when properly motivated. The West Coast offense had evolved under Seifert's guidance, incorporating more vertical elements while maintaining the timing-based passing attack that had made it famous. The Denver Broncos arrived carrying the burden of 3 previous Super Bowl losses, each defeat creating additional pressure and raising questions about whether John Elway could ever win the championship that would validate his spectacular talent. The Broncos had navigated through the AFC playoffs with solid performances, but they came to the Superdome as heavy underdogs against a 49ers team that appeared destined for greatness. Denver's coaching staff understood they would need near-perfect execution and probably some luck to defeat San Francisco on football's biggest stage. The Louisiana Superdome provided its familiar climate-controlled environment, eliminating weather as a factor and ensuring that the game would be decided purely by talent and execution rather than external conditions. Over 70,000 fans filled the stadium, most expecting to witness the 49ers' coronation as repeat champions and the continuation of their dynasty. The 49ers' red and gold colors dominated the crowd, their supporters confident that another championship trophy would soon be heading back to the Bay Area. The game began with immediate 49ers dominance that suggested this might become the most lopsided Super Bowl in history. San Francisco scored on their opening drive, then again, building a lead with such ease that the Broncos appeared overmatched before the first quarter had even concluded. Joe Montana operated the offense with surgical precision, finding receivers with throws that seemed impossibly accurate and making reads that demonstrated his complete mastery of Walsh's system and Seifert's refinements. Jerry Rice caught touchdown passes with the kind of consistency that made him professional football's most dangerous weapon, running routes with precision that created separation and making catches in traffic that demonstrated his concentration and competitive fire. Rice's performance throughout the game would establish Super Bowl records that would stand for decades. His domination so complete that the Broncos' secondary seemed helpless to prevent him from making plays whenever Montana looked his direction. The chemistry between Montana and Rice had reached levels where they seemed to communicate telepathically, each understanding what the other would do before plays even developed. The Broncos' defense, which had played well during the AFC playoffs, found itself completely overwhelmed by the 49ers' multifaceted attack. San Francisco ran the ball effectively when Denver tried to focus on stopping the pass, then threw deep when the Broncos committed to stopping the run. The 49ers' offensive line dominated the point of attack, creating lanes for running backs and providing Montana protection that allowed him to stand comfortably in the pocket and make accurate throws downfield. Every aspect of San Francisco's offense functioned at championship level, creating a performance that would be studied by coaches for years. John Elway tried desperately to keep the Broncos competitive, making spectacular throws and running for first downs when protection broke down, but his efforts proved insufficient against the 49ers' relentless scoring. Denver's offense moved the ball occasionally but couldn't sustain drives or score touchdowns with the frequency necessary to stay within striking distance. The Broncos fell behind early and never mounted any serious comeback attempt, their body language showing the deflation of a team watching another championship opportunity slip away. By halftime, the 49ers had built such an insurmountable lead that the second half became a formality, San Francisco's reserves playing extended minutes while the starters rested for future challenges. The game had been decided, the outcome clear, the championship secured through a performance that demonstrated the vast gap between these two teams on this particular day. George Seifert had won his first Super Bowl as head coach, proving that the 49ers' success transcended individual coaches and reflected an organizational commitment to excellence. Joe Montana threw 5 touchdown passes without an interception, earning his third Super Bowl MVP award and cementing his legacy as the greatest quarterback in championship game history. His performance showcased everything that made him special: accuracy under pressure, ability to read defenses, leadership that inspired teammates, and the clutch gene that produced excellence when stakes were highest. Montana had now won 4 Super Bowl championships, a feat that seemed unlikely to ever be matched. The final score of 55-10 represented the largest margin of victory in Super Bowl history, a comprehensive demolition that left no doubt about which team deserved the championship. The 49ers had established themselves as arguably the greatest dynasty professional football had ever seen, their back-to-back championships capping a decade of dominance that had produced 4 titles in 9 years. The celebration on the Superdome field captured the joy of a franchise operating at peak efficiency, their excellence raising questions about whether any team could challenge their supremacy in the coming. Super Bowl 25 on January 27, 1991, took place against the backdrop of the Gulf War, with American troops deployed in the Middle East and the nation experiencing the kind of tension and uncertainty that made football seem almost trivial by comparison. The New York Giants and Buffalo Bills met at Tampa Stadium, their championship game beginning with a stirring rendition of the national anthem by Whitney Houston that would become one of the most memorable performances in Super Bowl history. The game itself would provide drama worthy of the moment, a contest decided by the narrowest of margins and remembered for one kick that would haunt a kicker for the rest of his life. The Buffalo Bills arrived in Tampa as favorites, their high-powered offense led by quarterback Jim Kelly executing a no-huddle attack that had overwhelmed opponents throughout the season. The Bills' offense featured Thurman Thomas running with power and receiving ability, Andre Reed catching passes downfield, and an offensive line that could create time and space for Kelly to operate. Buffalo had scored points prolifically all season, and they came to the Super Bowl confident their offense could defeat the Giants' defense and claim the franchise's first championship. The New York Giants, coached by Bill Parcells, brought a different philosophy centered on ball control, physical play, and defensive excellence. Their offense featured running back Otis Anderson grinding out yards behind a powerful offensive line that could dominate time of possession. The Giants' defense, coordinated by Bill Belichick, had studied the Bills' no-huddle attack and developed a game plan designed to slow their tempo and force Buffalo into situations that favored New York's physical style. The Giants understood they couldn't match the Bills' scoring ability, so they would need to control the ball and limit Buffalo's possessions. Tampa Stadium provided warm Florida weather and ideal football conditions, though the international tension created an atmosphere unlike any previous Super Bowl. Security measures had been heightened dramatically, with concerns about potential terrorist attacks leading to unprecedented precautions. The crowd of over 70,000 fans experienced thorough screening before entering the stadium, and military aircraft flew overhead as reminders of the conflict abroad. The game would provide a temporary escape from global concerns, a few hours where Americans could focus on football rather than war. The Giants' game plan became evident from the opening drive, a methodical march down the field that consumed over 9 minutes and ended with a field goal. New York's offensive line pushed the Bills' defensive front backward, creating lanes for Anderson and controlling the line of scrimmage. The Giants' strategy was clear: keep the ball away from Buffalo's offense, control tempo, and turn the game into a grinding battle of field position rather than a shootout that would favor the Bills' explosive attack. The Bills responded with their own scoring drives, Jim Kelly executing the no-huddle with precision and finding receivers who had created separation against the Giants' secondary. Buffalo demonstrated why they had been so dominant during the regular season, moving the ball efficiently and scoring when opportunities presented themselves. But the Giants' time-consuming drives kept Kelly and the Bills' offense on the sideline for extended periods, limiting the number of possessions Buffalo would have to generate points. The game unfolded as a chess match between contrasting philosophies: the Bills' no-huddle speed against the Giants' methodical grinding. Neither team could pull away, both making plays when necessary and preventing the other from establishing complete control. The defenses made crucial stops, the offenses executed when needed, and the game remained close throughout, with both teams understanding that mistakes would likely prove decisive in such a tightly contested championship. Otis Anderson ran with veteran savvy, finding holes and falling forward for extra yards that accumulated into first downs and sustained drives. His performance would earn him the Most Valuable Player award, recognition for a workhorse effort that gave the Giants the ball control they needed to execute their game plan. Anderson wasn't flashy or spectacular, but his consistent production kept drives alive and prevented the Bills from getting the ball back with time to mount scoring drives. The fourth quarter arrived with the score close and both teams understanding the next possession might determine the championship. The Giants controlled the ball for over 9 minutes on a drive that ended with a field goal, giving them a narrow lead but leaving enough time for the Bills to respond. Buffalo drove down the field, Kelly making throws under pressure and the Bills' offense executing with the urgency of a team running out of opportunities. They moved into field goal range, setting up what would become one of the Super Bowl's most famous moments. Scott Norwood, the Bills' kicker, lined up for a 47-yard field goal attempt with 8 seconds remaining, the kick representing Buffalo's chance to win their first championship. The distance was long but manageable, the grass surface not ideal but not impossible. The snap came cleanly, the hold was good, and Norwood struck the ball solidly. It flew toward the uprights as 70,000 fans held their breath and millions more watched on television, the entire championship hanging on whether the ball would sail through or miss. The kick sailed wide right, missing by perhaps a foot or two, close enough to make Bills fans wonder what might have been, but far enough to end Buffalo's championship hopes. The Giants celebrated wildly on the field while Norwood stood alone, absorbing the magnitude of the miss and beginning a journey of second-guessing that would follow him for years. The Bills had come so close, had executed their game plan effectively, had done everything except make the final kick that would have brought championship glory. The final score of 20-19 reflected how competitive the game had been, how little separated these two excellent teams, how one play had determined which franchise would celebrate and which would absorb heartbreak. The Giants had won their second championship in 5 years. Bill Parcells. The Hubert H. Humphrey Metrodome in Minneapolis awaited its moment in Super Bowl history on January 26, 1992. The indoor stadium's distinctive white fabric roof stretched overhead like a frozen wave, sheltering 63,130 spectators from the bitter Minnesota winter that raged outside with sub-zero temperatures and howling winds. This was Super Bowl 26, where the Washington Redskins faced the Buffalo Bills in a championship game laden with redemption and revenge, pitting two teams desperate to prove themselves on football's biggest stage. The Bills arrived carrying the crushing weight of their devastating loss the previous year, when Scott Norwood's field goal sailed wide right in the game's final seconds, ending their championship dreams against the New York Giants in agonizing fashion. Buffalo had dominated their way back to the big game with an explosive regular season, determined to shed the painful label of bridesmaids and prove they belonged among football's elite championship teams. Their no-huddle offense, nicknamed the K-Gun after tight end Keith McKellar, had terrorized defenses throughout the entire season with its breakneck pace and multiple weapons. Jim Kelly's rapid-fire cadence kept defenses scrambling and off balance, while Thurman Thomas's dual-threat abilities as both runner and receiver made them the AFC's most feared and dynamic offensive attack. Washington countered with a balanced juggernaut built through intelligent drafting and shrewd free agent acquisitions. Joe Gibbs had crafted another championship-caliber squad around the powerful running game featuring Ernest Biner and Ricky Irvins, the steady hand of quarterback Mark Rypien, who had waited years for this opportunity, and one of the league's most feared receiving corps led by Gary Clark and Art Monk. The Hogs, Washington's legendary offensive line featuring Jeff Bostic, Mark Schlereth, and Jim Lachey, dominated the line of scrimmage with physical brutality, while their defense featured the versatile talents assembled through defensive coordinator Richie Pettitbon's carefully constructed schemes that emphasized speed and aggression. The game began disastrously for Buffalo, their worst nightmares manifesting in real time. The Redskins struck early and often with surgical precision, building a commanding 17-0 lead that seemed to validate every painful fear about the Bills' chronic inability to win the ultimate prize when it mattered most. Rypien operated with calm precision and veteran poise, methodically finding his receivers in the soft spots and seams of Buffalo's overwhelmed and confused secondary. Chip Lohmiller's field goals became a recurring theme throughout the first half, his powerful leg extending Washington's advantage with mechanical efficiency, converting 7 field goals to set a Super Bowl record that showcased both the Redskins' offensive effectiveness in reaching scoring position and Buffalo's bend-but-don't-break defense that prevented touchdowns while allowing field goals. But the Bills, wounded and desperate, began to claw their way back into the game with characteristic determination. The score had reached 37-10 before Buffalo mounted their furious rally. Frank Reich, the backup quarterback famous for orchestrating the greatest comeback in NFL playoff history while with the Bills, entered the game and sparked the offense. The K-Gun offense finally found its rhythm and proper tempo, and suddenly the massive deficit didn't seem quite so insurmountable to a team that had staged miraculous comebacks before. Thurman Thomas broke tackles with power and found gaps with vision, while the passing game began connecting with Andre Reed and James Lofton running precise routes. The crowd noise swelled as Buffalo threatened to complete another improbable comeback that would have ranked among the greatest in championship history. Yet Washington held firm when it mattered most, refusing to let the championship slip away. Rypien, earning the Most Valuable Player award with his 209 passing yards and 2 touchdowns, made the critical throws when they mattered most, converting third downs and extending drives that kept Buffalo's offense off the field. Gary Clark hauled in a critical touchdown reception that exemplified the Redskins' balanced aerial attack, and the defense stiffened at crucial moments when Buffalo drew close and threatened to complete the comeback. The final score read 37-24, but the margin belied how competitive and tense the game had become in its later stages when Buffalo mounted their desperate rally. For Joe Gibbs, this marked his 3rd Super Bowl championship in a decade, cementing his legacy among coaching immortals and proving his system could win with different personnel. He had done it with 3 different quarterbacks over the years, a remarkable testament to his offensive system's strength, flexibility, and adaptability to different skill sets. The Hogs celebrated their physical dominance, having controlled the line of scrimmage throughout the game against a vaunted Bills defense that couldn't stop Washington's power-running attack. Mark Rypien had silenced doubters who questioned whether he belonged among elite quarterbacks, delivering accurate throws and smart decisions on football's grandest stage when championship pressure was at its peak. For Buffalo, the loss stung differently than the previous year's heartbreak, but no less painfully. They had fought back with determination, shown tremendous resilience in the face of a massive deficit, but still fell short when the final seconds ticked away. The smallest Super Bowl crowd in history, just 63,130 fans, witnessed their 2nd consecutive championship defeat, and dark whispers began circulating about whether this talented team could ever break through and capture the ultimate prize. Jim Kelly's face showed the physical and emotional exhaustion of another bitter disappointment, while Thurman Thomas's crucial early fumble haunted the post-game locker room discussions and what-if conversations. The Metrodome, with its artificial turf and precisely controlled climate, had hosted its only Super Bowl under the coldest outdoor temperatures of any host city in Champions. The Rose Bowl in Pasadena gleamed under the brilliant California sun on January 31, 1993, hosting Super Bowl 27. 98,374 spectators filled the historic stadium's curved concrete bowl to capacity, anticipating a clash between resurgent dynasty and persistent contender with championship aspirations. The Dallas Cowboys, magnificently reborn under flamboyant coach Jimmy Johnson, faced the Buffalo Bills in their 3rd consecutive Super Bowl appearance, a remarkable feat unmatched in modern NFL history that spoke to both their excellence and their inability to finish the journey. Dallas arrived as America's team spectacularly reborn after years of mediocrity. After years wandering in the wilderness of losing seasons following their last championship in 1978, the Cowboys had systematically rebuilt through shrewd draft selections that found franchise cornerstones and bold trades that transformed the roster's talent level. Troy Aikman commanded the offense with surgical precision and unwavering composure, while Emmitt Smith punished defenses on the ground with powerful running between the tackles. Michael Irvin provided the explosive downfield threat Dallas needed, his infectious passion and consistent production making him one of the league's most dangerous and dynamic receivers. The triplets, as they became known throughout football, formed the unshakable foundation of Dallas's offensive might and championship aspirations. Buffalo, meanwhile, carried the psychological scars of 2 straight Super Bowl defeats. Jim Kelly still quarterbacked the high-powered offense, Thurman Thomas remained a dual-threat weapon, and Bruce Smith anchored a defense that had dominated throughout the season. But whispers followed them, questions about their ability to finish, doubts about their championship character. They needed this victory not just for glory, but for validation. The game began inauspiciously for Buffalo, their nightmares continuing from previous Super Bowl defeats. A fumbled kickoff returned by the Bills deep in their own territory gave Dallas immediate excellent field position to begin their offensive assault. The Cowboys capitalized ruthlessly on the mistake, and before the first quarter ended, Buffalo's psychological demons had fully awakened. Jim Kelly suffered an injury early in the contest, forcing backup Frank Reich into action under championship pressure. The same Reich who had orchestrated miracle comebacks in the past now faced the monumental challenge of steadying a ship already taking on water and listing badly. Dallas's opportunistic defense feasted mercilessly on Buffalo's seemingly endless turnovers throughout the afternoon. 9 turnovers total would mar this game, with Buffalo responsible for a franchise-crushing number that doomed any hope of victory. Each mistake became another dagger in Buffalo's championship hopes, each fumble or interception transforming into Cowboys points and extending the lead. Troy Aikman operated with ruthless efficiency and supreme confidence, throwing for 273 yards and 4 touchdowns while picking apart Buffalo's confused secondary. The Buffalo defense, so stout and dominant all season long, couldn't contain the multifaceted Dallas attack that struck from multiple angles. Emmitt Smith churned out 108 yards on the ground, his physical running style wearing down Buffalo's defenders. The Cowboys' offensive line, featuring the massive Nate Newton at tackle, allowed no sacks, giving Aikman clean pockets all afternoon. Michael Irvin made spectacular catches, his swagger matching his production. Dallas built an insurmountable lead, and by halftime, the game's outcome was effectively decided. The halftime show featured Michael Jackson in a landmark performance that transformed Super Bowl entertainment forever. His thriller-themed spectacle drew massive television audiences, many tuning in specifically for the music rather than the football. The NFL had discovered a formula that would define Super Bowl halftimes for decades to come. Buffalo's second-half efforts proved futile. Though they scored to make the final margin slightly more respectable, the damage was done. The final score read 52-17, the most points scored by a winning team in Super Bowl history at that time. For Dallas, the victory was emphatic, a statement that the Cowboys were back among the NFL's elite. Troy Aikman earned Most Valuable Player honors, his performance exemplifying the efficiency and precision that defined Dallas's offensive philosophy. Jimmy Johnson, his hair perfectly styled even in victory, celebrated with characteristic exuberance. The Cowboys had proven that their regular season dominance wasn't a mirage, that the young core of talent could perform under championship pressure. For Buffalo, the loss was absolutely devastating on every level. A third consecutive Super Bowl defeat, this one by the widest and most embarrassing margin they'd experienced yet, left the franchise searching desperately for answers that seemed impossible to find. Jim Kelly's early injury added cruel context to the lopsided defeat, though whether his presence could have realistically changed the outcome against Dallas's dominant performance remained debatable at best. Thurman Thomas, whose crucial fumble had contributed significantly to the catastrophic avalanche of turnovers, sat alone in the locker room contemplating what might have been if Buffalo could have protected the football. The Bills' 3-loss streak in Super Bowls became a unique and deeply unwanted record that would haunt the franchise. No team had ever appeared in 3 straight championship games and lost all 3 in such painful fashion. The crushing burden of that ignominious history, combined with the persistent questions about their fundamental ability to win when it mattered most on football's biggest stage, would follow them through the long offseason and beyond. Bruce Smith's dominant regular season that saw him terrorize opposing quarterbacks meant nothing now, completely overshadowed by another devastating February failure when championship glory was within reach. Dallas's victory parade would wind through the streets of Texas, celebrating the return to glory. Jimmy Johnson's relationship with owner Jerry Jones-Ree. The Georgia Dome in Atlanta opened its doors for Super Bowl 28 on January 30, 1994. The brand new facility, its translucent roof arching high above the artificial turf, would witness history of the most painful kind. The Dallas Cowboys defended their championship against the Buffalo Bills, who incredibly had reached their fourth consecutive Super Bowl, a record of persistence and excellence that transcended their inability to capture the ultimate prize. Buffalo's return defied conventional wisdom. After 3 consecutive devastating defeats, most teams would have fractured, their confidence shattered beyond repair. Instead, the Bills had somehow maintained their composure and competitive fire. Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Bruce Smith, and their teammates had fought through another grueling season, earned another AFC championship, and arrived in Atlanta carrying the burden of history on their shoulders. They knew the narrative. They'd heard all the jokes, endured all the questions. This was their chance to silence the doubters forever. Dallas arrived as defending champions and clear favorites. The Cowboys' young core had matured, their confidence bordering on swagger. Jimmy Johnson's team played with an edge, a physical intensity that reflected their coach's relentless personality. Emmitt Smith, despite suffering a separated shoulder during the playoffs, insisted on playing. His toughness would become the game's defining storyline, a Warriors performance that elevated him to legendary status. The early moments favored Dallas. The Cowboys' defense forced a safety on Buffalo's first possession, the rare score setting an immediate tone. Buffalo was behind before their offense had barely touched the ball. The psychological weight of that early deficit, given their Super Bowl history, seemed crushing. Yet the Bills fought back, refusing to fold under the pressure. They had been here before, 3 times before, and they wouldn't surrender meekly. Emmitt Smith ran through pain that would have sidelined lesser players. Each carry tested his damaged shoulder, but he lowered his head and churned for yards. His 132 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns came at a physical cost that was evident in every grimace, every moment he clutched his shoulder between plays. The offensive line, knowing their star runner was compromised, fought even harder to create running lanes. Smith's performance became the stuff of legend, a display of championship heart. Thurman Thomas answered with his own gutsy performance, rushing for 85 yards in what would be his final Super Bowl appearance. The Bills' offense moved the ball, created opportunities, but Dallas's defense made critical stops when needed. Frank Reich came in for an injured Jim Kelly, the backup quarterback once again thrust into championship stakes. Reich threw 2 interceptions, both costly, both contributing to Buffalo's ultimate demise. The halftime entertainment featured country music stars Clint Black and Travis Tritt, their performance reflecting the event's southern host city. The crowd in Atlanta, a mix of Cowboys supporters and neutral fans, sensed they were witnessing something historically significant. Either Dallas would cement their dynasty with a repeat championship, or Buffalo would finally break through and validate 4 years of excellence. The fourth quarter saw Dallas pull away. The Cowboys' physical running game wore down Buffalo's defenders, while their defense made the crucial stops. The final score of 30-13 reflected Dallas's control, though the margin didn't fully capture Buffalo's competitive effort. They had fought hard, played better than in their previous Super Bowl losses, but still fell short. For Emmitt Smith, the Most Valuable Player award recognized not just his statistical production but his courageous performance through injury. He had proven what many already believed, that he was one of the game's toughest, most reliable players. His shoulder would require significant recovery time, but the championship ring made every painful carry worthwhile. Jimmy Johnson had secured back-to-back titles, becoming the first coach since the Steelers' Chuck Noll to repeat as Super Bowl champions. For Buffalo, the loss represented a uniquely painful achievement. 4 consecutive Super Bowl appearances, 4 consecutive defeats. The record was unprecedented and unwanted. No team had ever experienced this particular blend of excellence and heartbreak. Jim Kelly, his body battered by years of punishment, wondered if another chance would ever come. Thurman Thomas, Bruce Smith, and their teammates faced an off-season of difficult questions and persistent doubts about their championship DNA. The Bills' dynasty of defeat became a permanent part of NFL lore. They had dominated their conference for 4 straight years, a remarkable achievement that would be forever overshadowed by their inability to finish. Sports historians would debate whether their failure diminished or enhanced their legacy. Were they an all-time great team that never quite reached the summit, or a cautionary tale about coming close without closing? Dallas's celebration in the Georgia Dome echoed their previous year's joy, but with added satisfaction. Repeating as champions proved their first title wasn't a fluke. The Cowboys were the NFL's dominant force, and the dynasty showed no signs of slowing. Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones embraced on the field, their partnership apparently solid, though tension simmered beneath the surface. The Georgia Dome's artificial turf had witnessed both triumph and tragedy, glory and heartbreak. Super Bowl 28 belonged to Dallas, but history would remember Buffalo's presence with a mixture of respect and sympathy. 4 times to the mountaintop, 4 times falling short. The Bills' unique place in sports history was secure, even if the Lombardi Trophy remained frustratingly out of reach. Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami Gardens prepared for Super Bowl 29 on January 29, 1995. The South Florida evening air carried the warmth and anticipation befitting a matchup between the San Francisco 49ers and San Diego Chargers, a game that would define legacies and settle long-simmering debates about greatness and vindication. 74,107 fans filled the stadium to witness what would become a historic performance. Steve Young arrived at the Super Bowl carrying psychological burdens that transcended football and touched his very identity as a quarterback. For years he had lived in Joe Montana's imposing shadow, his own considerable talents diminished by constant comparison to one of the game's immortals. Young had put up spectacular statistics, won regular season MVP awards, displayed mobility and arm strength that Montana never possessed. Yet the whispers persisted relentlessly. Could he win the big one? Did he have Montana's championship magic? Super Bowl 29 represented his long-awaited chance to silence every doubt, to step definitively out of the shadow and into his own deserved light. The 49ers came as heavy favorites with championship pedigree. George Seifert had maintained the dynasty Montana and Bill Walsh built, adapting the West Coast offense to Young's unique skills perfectly. Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver in NFL history, provided Young with a target whose route-running precision and reliable hands made the quarterback's job immeasurably easier. The supporting cast featured talent at every position, depth that few teams could match, and a coaching staff that knew how to win championships. San Diego's presence in the Super Bowl surprised many observers who had written them off. The Chargers hadn't been expected to emerge from the AFC, but quarterback Stan Humphries and a defense featuring linebacker Jr. So had defied predictions all season. Their run-and-shoot offense, unconventional and explosive, gave them an identity and confidence that carried them through the playoffs. This was their first Super Bowl appearance, and the entire San Diego community embraced the opportunity with tremendous civic pride. The game began with Young immediately asserting complete dominance over the Chargers' defense. His first touchdown pass showcased the precision and timing that made the 49ers' offense nearly unstoppable when firing on all cylinders. The Chargers' defense, which had played well throughout the playoffs, found themselves overwhelmed by San Francisco's speed and execution. Young operated with complete command, his confidence evident in every snap, every read, every throw. Jerry Rice was magnificent, catching 10 passes for 149 yards and a touchdown. His ability to separate from defenders, to find soft spots in coverage, to make contested catches look routine, demonstrated why he stood alone atop the receiver hierarchy. The connection between Young and Rice had been developing for years, and on this night it reached its apex. Every route was crisp, every throw perfectly placed, every catch secured with veteran certainty. Steve Young's record-setting performance featured 6 touchdown passes, the most in Super Bowl history. Each touchdown represented another nail in the coffin of doubt, another answer to the questions about his championship credentials. He threw for 325 yards with surgical efficiency, his decision-making flawless, his execution matching the moment's magnitude. The Most Valuable Player award was never in doubt, the culmination of years of preparation and patience. Stan Humphries and the Chargers fought valiantly despite the mounting deficit. Humphries threw for 275 yards and 2 touchdowns, but also suffered 2 costly interceptions. The Chargers' defense couldn't generate the stops needed to keep the game competitive. San Francisco's depth and talent differential proved insurmountable. The final score of 49-26 reflected the 49ers' dominance while acknowledging San Diego's refusal to quit. The halftime show featured Patti LaBelle and an elaborate Indiana Jones stunt sequence, entertainment befitting the NFL's grandest stage. The crowd witnessed not just a game but a coronation. Steve Young had arrived as a champion, his performance answering every critic. For George Seifert, this second Super Bowl championship cemented his credentials as an elite head coach maintaining the dynasty. The 49ers' 5th Super Bowl title tied them with Dallas for most championships. The Chargers' loss couldn't diminish their surprising season. Junior Seau's emotional reaction captured the anguish of coming so close. Steve Young's celebration was cathartic. The monkey was finally off his back, the questions answered. His 6 touchdown passes stood as a record, a performance validating everything he had worked for. Super Bowl 29 belonged to San Francisco, to Steve Young, and to everyone who believed greatness could exist beyond comparisons. Miami's warm evening air embraced the 49ers as they celebrated on the field, the championship trophy reflecting stadium lights and the satisfaction of another title claimed. The victory parade would wind through San Francisco streets where fans had waited patiently for Young to prove himself worthy of Montana's legacy. The game also marked the pinnacle of the 49ers' remarkable dynasty that had spanned over a decade. From the Walsh era through Seifert's coaching tenure, San Francisco had maintained championship excellence through roster changes, scheme evolutions, and the transition from one Hall of Fame quarterback to another. Young's 6-touchdown performance represented not just individual validation but organizational triumph, proving the 49ers system could develop and showcase multiple championship quarterbacks. ABC broadcast the game to over 100 million viewers who witnessed Young's liberation from comparison and doubt. The defensive performance by the 49ers, though overshadowed by the offensive explosion, deserves recognition for limiting San Diego's explosive offense and forcing crucial turnovers at key moments. Deion Sanders, in his first season with San Francisco, contributed to the defensive. Sun Devil Stadium in Tempe, Arizona welcomed Super Bowl 30 on January 28, 1996. The desert air carried electricity and anticipation as 2 of the NFL's most storied franchises prepared for battle. The Dallas Cowboys, seeking their 3rd championship in 4 years, faced the Pittsburgh Steelers, who had waited 16 years since their last Super Bowl appearance. This collision of dynasties past and present would determine which legacy extended and which dream deferred. Pittsburgh arrived led by quarterback Neil O'Donnell, whose efficient season had helped the Steelers reclaim their place among the NFL's elite. The steel curtain defense of the 1970s was long gone, replaced by a new generation that still carried the franchise's trademark toughness. Bill Cowher, the youngest head coach to reach a Super Bowl at 38, had molded his team in his image. Physical, disciplined, and relentless. The Steelers ran the ball effectively behind their powerful offensive line, controlling tempo and wearing down opponents. Dallas entered with swagger and star power. Though Jimmy Johnson had departed after the previous season in a stunning split with owner Jerry Jones, Barry Switzer had guided the Cowboys back to the Super Bowl. Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, and Michael Irvin remained the offensive foundation, their chemistry and talent still among the league's best. The Cowboys' championship pedigree gave them confidence, a belief born from recent success that permeated every position group. The game began with Pittsburgh establishing dominance on the ground. The Steelers rushed for 236 yards total, their offensive line creating gaps and their running backs punishing Dallas's defenders. Bam Morris contributed 79 yards, part of a collective effort that controlled the clock and field position. Yet despite this ground success, Pittsburgh couldn't build a commanding lead. Dallas's offense answered every Steelers score, keeping the game close through 3 quarters. Neil O'Donnell's performance would become the game's tragic footnote. He threw 2 critical interceptions directly to Dallas cornerback Larry Brown, both passes seeming to float toward their unintended target without pressure forcing the throws. The first interception set up a Cowboys touchdown that shifted momentum. The second, late in the fourth quarter, sealed Pittsburgh's fate. O'Donnell's 246 passing yards meant nothing compared to those 2 devastating mistakes. Larry Brown, who had never made a Pro Bowl and wasn't considered among the league's elite corners, earned Most Valuable Player honors for his opportunistic play. His 2 interceptions for 55 return yards directly led to Dallas points and changed the game's complexion. The award was controversial, some believing Emmitt Smith's 132 yards deserved recognition, but Brown's impact on the outcome was undeniable. He had made the critical plays when his team needed them most. Troy Aikman managed the game with his typical efficiency, throwing for 209 yards. He didn't need spectacular statistics. The Cowboys' formula relied on ball control, defensive opportunism, and executing in crucial moments. Emmitt Smith continued his punishing running style, grinding out yards and keeping Pittsburgh's defense honest. Michael Irvin made clutch catches when Dallas needed conversions. The halftime show featured Diana Ross in an elaborate production that included her departing in a helicopter, a spectacle that symbolized the Super Bowl's evolution into an entertainment phenomenon transcending the sport itself. The 76,000 spectators in Arizona, many from neither team's home base, enjoyed the warm desert evening and high-stakes football. Bill Cowher's coaching in his first Super Bowl showed both promise and the sting of coming close. His team had played well enough to win, dominated the rushing statistics, controlled possession for long stretches. But the turnovers killed them, and O'Donnell's inexplicable interceptions would haunt Pittsburgh all off-season. Questions about whether O'Donnell was good enough to win a championship intensified, though he had played well throughout the season and playoffs until this game. For Dallas, the victory represented their 3rd championship in 4 years, cementing this generation's place among the NFL's greatest dynasties. Barry Switzer became only the 2nd head coach to win both a college national championship and Super Bowl, joining Jimmy Johnson in that exclusive club. The Cowboys had proven the transition from Johnson to Switzer hadn't diminished their excellence. Jerry Jones's controversial decision to move on from Johnson appeared vindicated, though debates about who deserved credit for the dynasty would rage for years. The Steelers' return flight to Pittsburgh carried the weight of disappointed expectations. They had been so close, played well in most facets, yet failed to capture the championship that seemed within reach. Their powerful rushing attack, their defensive effort, all of it overshadowed by 2 crucial interceptions. The franchise's hunt for a 5th Super Bowl title would continue, the drought extending despite this promising season. Sun Devil Stadium's grass, specially grown for the event, bore the marks of physical football and championship drama. Super Bowl 30 belonged to Dallas. Their dynasty extended for at least one more year. The Cowboys' star shone bright in the Arizona desert, their legacy enhanced by another Lombardi trophy. Larry Brown, unlikely hero, stood on the podium as MVP, his improbable performance etched permanently in Super Bowl history. Pittsburgh headed home to regroup and rebuild. Their window still open, but this opportunity now passed. The championship also marked a significant moment in NFL history as both franchises pursued their place among football's most successful organizations. The Cowboys' victory gave them their fifth Super Bowl title, tying them with the San Francisco 49ers for most championships and solidifying their claim as America's team through multiple generations of excellence and sustained success across different eras. The Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans stood ready for Super Bowl 31 on January 26, 1997. 72,000 spectators filled the iconic domed stadium for a matchup between the Green Bay Packers and New England Patriots, a game carrying the weight of drought-breaking potential and dynasty-beginning aspirations. Green Bay's appearance in the Super Bowl represented something profound for their devoted fans. The Packers hadn't won a championship since Vince Lombardi's dynasty ended in 1967. Nearly 3 decades of frustration for a franchise steeped in NFL history. The trophy was named after their legendary coach, yet Green Bay hadn't hoisted it in a generation. Brett Favre, the gunslinging quarterback from Mississippi, had revitalized the franchise with his improvisational brilliance and infectious competitive fire. Mike Holmgren's West Coast defensive system, adapted to Favre's unique skills, had produced the league's most explosive attack. The Patriots arrived as surprising participants. Head coach Bill Parcells had guided New England to their second Super Bowl appearance, relying on a physical defense and efficient offense led by quarterback Drew Bledsoe. Running back Curtis Martin provided a powerful ground game, while the defense featured players who thrived in Parcells's demanding system. New England wasn't expected to win, but they had defied expectations all season and believed they could compete with the NFC powerhouse. Desmond Howard, the Packers' return specialist, would transform this game in unexpected ways. Throughout the regular season, Howard had shown electric ability on kicks and punts, but few anticipated he would dominate the Super Bowl. His presence in the return game gave Green Bay advantageous field position repeatedly, and his big play capability kept New England special teams anxious all evening. Brett Favre played with controlled aggression, throwing for 246 yards and 2 touchdowns. His connection with Antonio Freeman and Andre Reeson kept the Patriots' secondary on their heels. Favre's arm strength allowed him to make throws other quarterbacks couldn't attempt, fitting passes into tight windows and stretching the field vertically. The Patriots' defense, while game, couldn't contain Green Bay's multiple offensive weapons. Curtis Martin rushed for 144 yards for New England, the Patriots' ground game providing their most consistent offense. Drew Bledsoe threw for 253 yards and 2 touchdowns, keeping the game competitive into the third quarter. The Patriots' effort was admirable, but Green Bay's overall talent and execution proved superior. The Packers built a lead and maintained control, their experience and confidence evident. The defining moment came in the third quarter when Desmond Howard returned a kickoff 99 yards for a touchdown. The explosive play broke the game open, extending Green Bay's lead and deflating New England's comeback hopes. Howard's speed and vision, combined with excellent blocking from the Packers' special teams unit, created a moment that would define the game. His performance earned him Most Valuable Player honors, only the second special teams player to receive the award. The halftime show featured Blues Traveler, Diana Ross, and ZZ Top, though the musical acts were overshadowed by the on-field drama. New Orleans's famous hospitality had embraced the Super Bowl festivities all week, the city's restaurants and bars filled with fans from both teams enjoying the unique blend of football and culture that only the Crescent City provided. Mike Holmgren's emotional reaction at game's end showed what this championship meant to him personally and professionally. He had ascended from assistant coach under Bill Walsh to Super Bowl-winning head coach, validating his system and approach. For Brett Favre, the victory silenced critics who questioned whether his improvisational style could win championships. He had proven that his unique combination of talent and toughness translated to the biggest stage. The final score of 35-21 reflected Green Bay's control without diminishing New England's competitive effort. The Patriots had fought hard, exceeded many expectations by reaching the Super Bowl, and gained valuable experience that would serve them in future years. Bill Parcells' future with the franchise was uncertain, rumors swirling about potential departures. But on this night, the focus remained on the game itself. For Green Bay, the celebration carried 30 years of pent-up longing and relief. The Lombardi Trophy was finally coming home to Titletown, the franchise reclaiming its rightful place among the NFL's elite. Reggie White, the defensive end who had left Philadelphia to help resurrect the Packers, savored vindication for his controversial free agent decision. His 3 sacks in the Super Bowl demonstrated that at 35 years old, he remained among the game's most dominant defenders. The Packers fans, known for their loyalty through lean years and brutal Wisconsin winters, finally had their reward. The frozen tundra of Lambeau Field would soon host a championship parade, an entire community celebrating together. The connection between Green Bay and its team was unique in professional sports, a small city supporting a franchise through sheer will and devotion. Super Bowl 31 belonged to Green Bay, and Desmond Howard's unlikely heroics would be remembered as the catalyst that broke the game open. The Lombardi Trophy, named for their greatest coach, was heading back to Wisconsin. The drought was over, the championship secured, and the Packers were once again champions of professional football. New Orleans had witnessed the coronation, and the party in both cities would last well into the night. The victory celebration in Green Bay reached unprecedented levels as the frozen tundra community that had waited 3 decades for championship glory erupted in joyous pandemonium. The Packers' triumph represented more than just a single championship. It symbolized the return of one of football's most storied franchises to the pinnacle of the sport after years of struggling to recapture past glory from the Lombardi era. Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego set the stage for Super Bowl 32 on January 25, 1998. The cool evening air carried extraordinary significance as the Denver Broncos faced the defending champion Green Bay Packers. At stake was not just a championship, but the redemption of a franchise and validation of a career that had defined excellence yet remained incomplete without the ultimate prize. John Elway entered this game at 37 years old, his legendary career shadowed by Super Bowl failures. 3 previous trips to the championship game had ended in defeat, each loss adding weight to questions about whether he could win the big one. Elway's talent had never been questioned. His arm strength, mobility, and competitive fire made him one of the game's all-time greats. Yet the absence of a Super Bowl ring created an asterisk beside his name, an unfair but persistent caveat to his greatness. Denver's path to the Super Bowl had been unexpected. The Broncos weren't considered serious contenders entering the season, and the AFC was supposed to belong to younger teams with rising stars. But Mike Shanahan's offensive system, Elway's veteran leadership, and an underestimated defense had carried Denver through the playoffs. The running back was Terrell Davis, a relatively unknown player who had emerged as the league's most dominant rusher. Green Bay arrived as heavy favorites to repeat as champions. Brett Favre and the Packers' high-powered offense had steamrolled opponents all season. The defending champions played with the confidence that came from recent success, expecting to extend their dynasty. Reggie White anchored a defense that had proven itself in the previous Super Bowl. Few gave Denver a realistic chance, viewing the game as a formality before Green Bay's coronation. Terrell Davis would rewrite that script. Despite suffering a debilitating migraine during the game that temporarily affected his vision, Davis rushed for 157 yards and 3 touchdowns. His performance was nothing short of heroic, running through pain and impaired sight to deliver when his team needed him most. Each carry demonstrated determination that transcended physical limitation. The offensive line created gaps, and Davis hit them with violence and vision, his punishing style wearing down Green Bay's defense. The game remained competitive throughout. Green Bay's offense moved the ball effectively, Favre making throws and extending plays with his unique improvisational ability. But Denver's defense, led by linebacker John Mobley, made crucial stops when needed. The Broncos matched Green Bay score for score, refusing to be intimidated by the defending champions or the moment's magnitude. John Elway's statistics were modest: 123 passing yards, no touchdowns through the air. But his leadership and key plays at critical moments proved invaluable. A memorable scramble, Elway diving for a first down and getting helicoptered by Packers defenders, showed his willingness to sacrifice his body at this stage of his career. The image became iconic, symbolizing the desperation and determination that fueled Denver's effort. The fourth quarter brought unbearable tension. Denver led by a touchdown, but everyone knew Favre and the Packers' offense could score quickly. Each defensive stand became critical, every play magnified by championship stakes. When Favre threw an interception late in the fourth quarter, the Broncos' sideline erupted in celebration, sensing that their moment had finally arrived. The final score read 31-24, Denver upsetting the defending champions and claiming their first Super Bowl title in franchise history. Terrell Davis earned Most Valuable Player honors, his migraine-addled performance one of the gutsiest in Super Bowl history. The award recognized both his statistics and his courage, playing through conditions that would have sidelined most players. For John Elway, the victory brought tears and relief. The monkey was finally off his back, the questions answered, the legacy completed. He had done what many doubted possible, leading his team to a championship in what could have been his final season. The helicopter play, his battered body spinning through the air, represented everything about his career: talent, toughness, and an unwillingness to accept defeat. Mike Shanahan, who had once served as an assistant coach with the 49ers, had outcoached Mike Holmgren, his former colleague. The game plan of relying on Davis's running and controlling the clock had worked perfectly. Denver's defensive coordinator had schemed effectively against Favre's tendencies, creating enough confusion to disrupt Green Bay's rhythm. The smallest Super Bowl crowd since 1993, just 68,000 spectators, witnessed history at Qualcomm Stadium. The San Diego venue, bathed in the soft light of a California evening, had hosted an upset that would resonate through NFL history. Denver's orange jerseys contrasted with Green Bay's green and gold, visual symbols of the clash between underdog and favorite. Super Bowl 32 belonged to Denver, to John Elway, and to everyone who had believed that persistence and preparation could overcome long odds. The Broncos had broken through, their franchise finally reaching the pinnacle. Elway hoisted the Lombardi Trophy with trembling hands, his emotion raw and genuine. The ring was finally his, the career complete, the redemption absolute. The championship victory sparked massive celebrations throughout Denver and across Colorado, where fans who had endured 3 previous Super Bowl defeats finally experienced the joy of watching their team capture football's ultimate prize. Elway's emotional post-game interviews, tears streaming down his face as he described finally achieving his lifelong dream, resonated with football fans worldwide who had watched him come up short so many times before. The game also represented a changing of the guard in the NFL, with Elway's triumph coming against Favre and the defending champion Packers, symbolizing the transition from one generation of elite quarterbacks to the next. Davis's performance, achieved despite suffering from debilitating migraine headaches that temporarily blurred his vision during the second quarter, demonstrated the remarkable toughness and determination required to succeed in championship football's most pressure-packed moments. Pro Player Stadium in Miami prepared for Super Bowl 33 on January 31, 1999. The South Florida evening carried the warmth and anticipation befitting the final game of the 20th century's NFL season. The Denver Broncos returned as defending champions, seeking to validate their previous year's upset victory. The Atlanta Falcons made their first Super Bowl appearance, a surprising participant whose presence defied most preseason predictions. John Elway, now 38 years old, had already secured his legacy with the previous year's championship. The ring was no longer missing from his resume, the questions about winning the big one silenced forever. Yet here he stood, 1 year older, prepared for one final championship run. Rumors swirled about retirement, whispers that this might be Elway's last game. The possibility added poignancy to every snap, every throw, every moment under center. The Falcons arrived led by quarterback Chris Chandler, whose journeyman career had found purpose in Atlanta. Running back Jamal Anderson had carried the offense with his powerful running style, earning a nickname celebrating his production. The defense featured a fast, aggressive unit that had surprised opponents all season. Head coach Dan Reeves faced his former team, adding personal motivation to Atlanta's championship quest. Reeves had coached Elway for years in Denver before their relationship soured and he departed. The reunion carried emotional complexity. Denver's formula for success remained unchanged from the previous season. Terrell Davis, the previous year's Super Bowl MVP, anchored the running game. His punishing style and remarkable vision made him the focal point of Mike Shanahan's offense. The plan was simple: control the clock, wear down Atlanta's defense, and protect the lead. Elway would manage the game, make key throws when needed, and rely on his experience in crucial moments. The game began with Denver asserting dominance. Elway operated with the efficiency and confidence that came from a career of big-game experience. He threw for 336 yards and a rushing touchdown, his best Super Bowl statistical performance. The touchdown run, a vintage Elway scramble that showcased his remaining mobility, symbolized his refusal to fade quietly. Even at 38, he remained dangerous with his legs, willing to lower his shoulder and fight for yards. Terrell Davis added 102 rushing yards, continuing his postseason dominance. The Broncos' offensive line, huge and experienced, created running lanes and protected Elway on passing downs. Atlanta's defense, which had played well throughout the season, couldn't slow Denver's multifaceted attack. Every adjustment Atlanta made, Denver countered with a new wrinkle, a different formation, an unexpected play call. Chris Chandler fought valiantly for Atlanta, throwing for 219 yards. But the Falcons' offense sputtered at critical moments, unable to sustain drives or convert in the red zone. Denver's defense, underrated all season, made key stops when Atlanta threatened. The Broncos' defensive backs jumped routes, their linebackers filled gaps, their defensive line pressured Chandler into uncomfortable throws. The halftime entertainment featured Stevie Wonder and Gloria Estefan, musical legends whose performances celebrated both the game and the approaching millennium. The crowd of nearly 75,000 watched the spectacle, though many Broncos fans spent halftime celebrating their team's dominant first-half performance. The second half saw Denver pull away. Atlanta couldn't mount the comeback their fans hoped for. each possession ending without the breakthrough needed to shift momentum. The Broncos' experience in pressure situations, their championship pedigree from the previous year, showed in their poise and execution. They had been here before, knew how to protect a lead, understood what it took to finish. The final score of 34-19 reflected Denver's control, though Atlanta had fought hard throughout. For the Falcons, simply reaching the Super Bowl exceeded expectations. Dan Reeves, despite the loss to his former team, had accomplished something significant in building Atlanta into a contender. The defeat stung, but the season represented progress for a franchise that had struggled for years. John Elway earned Most Valuable Player honors, his performance a fitting capstone to an extraordinary career. 336 passing yards, the rushing touchdown, the leadership and poise he displayed throughout the game, all of it represented why he stood among the all-time greats. After the game, on the podium, Elway announced his retirement. He was going out on top, a back-to-back champion, his legacy secure and complete. The retirement announcement transformed the celebration into a farewell party. Teammates who had battled alongside Elway embraced him with tears and congratulations. Mike Shanahan, who had believed in Elway when others doubted, watched his quarterback and friend exit the stage with 2 consecutive championships. The symmetry was perfect. The ending Hollywood couldn't have scripted better. For Denver, the back-to-back championships established them as a dynasty, validating the previous year's upset as no fluke. The Broncos had proven their excellence across 2 seasons, defeating different opponents with consistent execution. Their defense, often overlooked, had been crucial in both championship runs. The offensive line, the special teams, every position group had contributed to something historic. Miami's warm evening embraced Denver's celebration, the stadium filled with orange jerseys and jubilant faces. Super Bowl 33 belonged to the Broncos, and to John Elway, whose career ended in the perfect moment. The helicopter dive from the previous year had shown his toughness. This game showed his mastery. 2 rings in 2 years, ending at the top, walking away while still capable of excellence. The career was complete, the legacy cemented, the chapter closed on one of the NFL's greatest players. The Georgia Dome in Atlanta stood ready for Super Bowl 34 on January 30, 2000, the final championship game of the millennium. 72,000 spectators filled the domed stadium for a matchup between the St. Louis Rams and Tennessee Titans, 2 teams whose unexpected excellence had defied conventional wisdom and created one of the most dramatic Super Bowls in history. The Rams arrived riding the momentum of what sports writers had dubbed the greatest show on turf. Their offense, led by former grocery store clerk turned quarterback Kurt Warner, had revolutionized scoring and shattered defensive game plans all season. Warner's ascension from anonymity to NFL MVP represented the ultimate sports fairy tale. Surrounded by explosive receivers like Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, and guided by offensive coordinator Mike Martz's aggressive schemes, the Rams averaged over 30 points per game and made high-scoring shootouts look effortless. Tennessee's presence in the Super Bowl surprised many observers. The Titans had relocated from Houston, changed their name and identity, and now stood 1 victory from completing an improbable championship run. Quarterback Steve McNair provided dual-threat capabilities, while running back Eddie George's punishing style wore down defenses. The Titans' defense, physical and opportunistic, gave them a chance in every game. Head coach Jeff Fisher had built a team that believed in itself despite being heavy underdogs. The game began with both offenses showcasing their capabilities. Warner's passes carved through Tennessee's secondary with precision and touch. His 414 passing yards would set a Super Bowl record, each throw demonstrating the accuracy and anticipation that made him the league's most valuable player. Isaac Bruce caught 6 passes for 162 yards, including a 73-yard touchdown that showcased the Rams' explosive capability. When Bruce got behind the defense, there was no catching him. Steve McNair answered Warner's excellence with his own gutsy performance. He threw for 214 yards while adding valuable rushing yards with his mobility. Eddie George ground out 95 rushing yards, his physical running style keeping the Titans competitive despite facing a deficit for much of the game. Tennessee's offense showed resilience and creativity, staying within striking distance even as the Rams' firepower threatened to create separation. The fourth quarter brought unbearable drama. The Rams led 23-16 with time running down, but Tennessee had the ball and momentum. McNair orchestrated a methodical drive, each completion and rushing gain bringing the Titans closer to potential overtime. The Georgia Dome's crowd noise swelled with tension, every play magnified by championship stakes and ticking clock. With seconds remaining, McNair completed a pass to receiver Kevin Dyson at the Rams' 10-yard line. Dyson caught the ball and turned upfield, racing toward the end zone with the championship hanging in the balance. Rams linebacker Mike Jones pursued from the side, calculating the angle, closing the distance with desperate speed. At the 1-yard line, Jones wrapped up Dyson and drove him to the ground. The tackle, executed with perfect technique and timing, stopped Dyson inches from the goal line as time expired. The tackle, as it became known, represented one of the most dramatic defensive plays in Super Bowl history. Jones's pursuit, his angle, his technique, all of it had to be perfect or Tennessee would score. Dyson's stretch toward the goal line, his effort to extend the ball across the plane, came heartbreakingly short. 1 yard, 12 inches, the smallest margin separating championship glory from devastating defeat. Kurt Warner earned Most Valuable Player honors, his record-setting performance validating the fairy tale narrative. From stocking shelves to Super Bowl champion and MVP, his journey inspired anyone who had ever been overlooked or counted out. Warner's post-game emotion showed genuine gratitude for the opportunity he'd been given and the teammates who had made success possible. For the Titans, the loss was crushing beyond description. Eddie George sat on the field, tears streaming, unable to process how close they had come. Kevin Dyson would forever be associated with one of football's most painful near misses, though his effort and the catch were both excellent. The Titans had played well enough to win, executed their game plan effectively, but fell 1 yard short of forcing overtime and potentially winning the championship. Dick Vermeil, the Rams' emotional head coach who had previously retired from coaching due to burnout, savored vindication. He had returned to the sidelines, taken a chance on an unknown quarterback, and trusted Mike Martz's aggressive offensive philosophy. The Lombardi Trophy was his reward for that faith. Vermeil's tears during the post-game celebration reflected years of dedication and the satisfaction of ultimate achievement. The Georgia Dome, which had hosted Super Bowl 28, witnessed another historic championship moment. The Rams' celebration contrasted with Tennessee's devastation, the thin line between triumph and heartbreak never more evident. Isaac Bruce's touchdown catch had given St. Louis the points they needed, while Mike Jones's tackle had preserved them. Super Bowl 34 closed the 20th century with unforgettable drama. The greatest show on turf had claimed their championship. Kurt Warner's improbable story had reached its perfect conclusion, and the tackle had provided an ending that sports scriptwriters would have dismissed as too dramatic to be believable. 1 yard separated Tennessee from overtime. One perfect tackle preserved St. Louis's championship. The margin was impossibly thin, the conclusion devastatingly final. The new millennium would bring new champions, but the year 2000 belonged to the St. Louis Rams and their grocery store quarterback who refused to let impossible odds define his limits. Raymond James Stadium in Tampa welcomed Super Bowl 35 on January 28, 2001. The evening air carried anticipation for a matchup between the Baltimore Ravens and New York Giants, two teams built on defensive dominance and physical football. This game would showcase a style becoming increasingly rare in the NFL's offensive evolution, a throwback to when championships were won with defense and field position rather than aerial fireworks. The Ravens arrived with one of the most dominant defenses in NFL history. Their unit, featuring linebacker Ray Lewis as its emotional and tactical leader, had been nearly impenetrable all season. The defense had carried Baltimore through a mid-season offensive drought when the team went weeks without scoring a touchdown yet continued winning games. Defensive coordinator Marvin Lewis had crafted schemes that confused quarterbacks and suffocated opposing offenses, creating a unit that many compared to the great defensive teams of previous eras. Ray Lewis embodied everything about Baltimore's defensive identity. His pregame dance had become legendary, his passion and intensity setting the tone for his teammates. Lewis's ability to diagnose plays, position himself perfectly, and make tackles with violent precision made him the defense's centerpiece. Around him, players like linebacker Peter Boulware and safety Rod Woodson formed a supporting cast that executed their assignments with championship precision. The Giants reached the Super Bowl behind their own formidable defense, led by linebacker Michael Strahan and a secondary that had frustrated opponents all season. Kerry Collins quarterbacked New York's offense, his strong arm providing big play capability. Running back Tiki Barber contributed to a ground game that controlled tempo and protected Collins from having to carry the offense alone. Head coach Jim Fassel had guaranteed a playoff berth mid-season, a bold prediction that his team had validated. The game began with Baltimore's defense immediately asserting dominance. On the Giants' first possession, the Ravens' defense forced a 3-and-out, setting the tone for what would become a defensive clinic. Kerry Collins, who had thrown for solid numbers throughout the season, found himself under constant pressure from Baltimore's aggressive front seven. The Ravens' defensive scheme confused Collins, disguising coverages and bringing pressure from unexpected angles. The Ravens allowed only 152 total yards, completely shutting down New York's offense. Collins threw 4 interceptions, each one demonstrating Baltimore's defensive excellence. The Ravens' defensive backs jumped routes, their linebackers read Collins's eyes, their defensive line disrupted timing with consistent pressure. New York's offense, which had been productive throughout the season, looked completely overmatched. Baltimore's offense, led by quarterback Trent Dilfer, operated efficiently without needing to be spectacular. Dilfer managed the game, avoiding turnovers and making throws when opportunities presented themselves. The running game, featuring Jamal Lewis, controlled the clock and kept the Giants' defense on the field. Baltimore's offensive philosophy was simple: don't lose the game, let the defense win it. The halftime show featured Aerosmith and the boy band NSYNC, an unusual pairing that represented the NFL's effort to appeal to diverse audiences. The entertainment provided a brief respite from the defensive struggle unfolding on the field, though many fans appreciated the old-school, physical football on display. The fourth quarter saw Baltimore extend their lead with defensive scores and field goals. The Giants managed a single touchdown, preventing a shutout but never threatening to make the game competitive. The final score of 34-7 reflected complete defensive domination, one of the most lopsided Super Bowl victories in history. Ray Lewis earned Most Valuable Player honors, the award recognizing his performance and his leadership of the historic defense. His passionate speech after the game, thanking teammates and praising their collective effort, embodied the team-first mentality that had carried Baltimore to the championship. Lewis's MVP award was the first for a linebacker since Chuck Howley in Super Bowl V, recognizing defensive excellence at the highest level. For Brian Billick, Baltimore's head coach, the victory validated his offensive coordinator background and his faith in building around a dominant defense. Billick had recognized that this defense was special and constructed game plans that maximized their impact while minimizing offensive mistakes. His willingness to trust the defense, even during the mid-season offensive struggles, showed coaching wisdom and confidence. Trent Dilfer's role in Baltimore's championship became a subject of debate. He had managed games effectively, avoided critical mistakes, and done what the team asked of him. Yet his relatively modest statistics and the defense's obvious dominance led some to question whether he was truly a championship quarterback or simply fortunate to be on a historically great team. Dilfer himself recognized the defense's importance while taking pride in his contribution. The Giants' loss was comprehensive and disappointing. Kerry Collins's 4 interceptions told much of the story, though the entire offense struggled to generate anything against Baltimore's suffocating defense. Tiki Barber managed to rush for 137 yards, one of the few bright spots for New York, but even his production couldn't change the game's outcome. Tampa's Raymond James Stadium had witnessed defensive football at its finest. The Ravens' performance would be studied by defensive coordinators for years, their scheme and execution representing a blueprint for championship defense. The pirate ship in the stadium's end zone fired cannons in celebration, though the pyrotechnics seemed almost unnecessary given the explosive performance Baltimore's defense had provided. Super Bowl 35 belonged to the Baltimore Ravens, to Ray Lewis, and to everyone who believed that defense still wins championships in an increasingly offensive league. The Ravens had proven that a historically great defense could carry a team to the ultimate prize, that championship football didn't require aerial fireworks and high-scoring shootouts. Sometimes, dominance meant stopping the O. The Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans prepared for Super Bowl 36 on February 3, 2002. The game arrived carrying emotional weight that transcended sports. Less than 5 months had passed since the September 11 terrorist attacks, and America was still processing collective grief and trauma. The Super Bowl offered a moment of unity and normalcy, a chance for the nation to gather around something familiar and comforting. The New England Patriots represented the ultimate underdogs. They had entered the season with modest expectations, their franchise without a Super Bowl championship in its history. Then starting quarterback Drew Bledsoe suffered a serious injury early in the season, forcing second-year player Tom Brady into the starting role. Brady, a 6th-round draft pick who had barely played in his rookie season, wasn't supposed to be ready for this responsibility. Yet he had led New England through the regular season and playoffs with poise beyond his years. The St. Louis Rams arrived as overwhelming favorites. Their greatest show on turf offense, featuring Kurt Warner and the explosive receiving corps of Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, and Marshall Faulk, had terrorized defenses all season. The Rams averaged over 30 points per game and were expected to overwhelm New England's defense. Most experts predicted a comfortable St. Louis victory, viewing the game as a formality before the Rams' coronation. Bill Belichick, New England's head coach, had other ideas. His defensive game plan, which would later be enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, schemed specifically to disrupt Warner's timing and confuse the Rams' receivers. The Patriots planned to play physical coverage, jam receivers at the line of scrimmage, and pressure Warner with varied blitzes. The strategy was aggressive and risky, requiring precise execution, but Belichick believed it gave his team the best chance. The halftime show featured the rock band U2 performing in a moving tribute to the September 11th victims. As Bono sang, the names of those who died scrolled on a screen behind the stage, a powerful moment that reminded everyone watching why this Super Bowl felt different, more significant than just a game. The emotion in the Superdome was palpable, tears mixing with patriotic fervor. The game itself proved far more competitive than predicted. New England's defense executed Belichick's plan brilliantly, disrupting the Rams' timing and forcing Warner into uncomfortable throws. The Patriots played physical football, their defenders bumping receivers and challenging every catch. The Rams' offense, so explosive all season, found itself frustrated and out of rhythm. Tom Brady managed the game with remarkable composure for a second-year player. He avoided critical mistakes, made throws when opportunities presented themselves, and showed poise in pressure situations that suggested a veteran's experience. His statistics weren't overwhelming, but his performance was precisely what New England needed. Efficient, smart, mistake-free football that gave the defense a chance to win. The fourth quarter brought unbearable drama. The game was tied at 17 with under 2 minutes remaining when the Patriots took possession at their own 17-yard line. Conventional wisdom suggested playing conservatively, running the clock down, and settling for overtime. Instead, Belichick trusted his young quarterback to drive the field for a potential game-winning field goal. Brady operated with surgical precision, completing passes to move the Patriots into field goal range. Each throw showed confidence and accuracy, the young quarterback refusing to be intimidated by the moment's magnitude. With seconds remaining on the clock, kicker Adam Vinatieri lined up for a 48-yard field goal attempt. The Superdome fell silent as Vinatieri approached the ball. The kick was perfect, splitting the uprights as time expired. The Patriots had won, 20-17, completing one of the greatest upsets in Super Bowl history. Tom Brady earned Most Valuable Player honors despite modest statistics. The award recognized not his numbers but his poise, his leadership, and his performance in the most critical moments. The game-winning drive showcased everything that would define Brady's career: ice-water composure, accurate throws under pressure, and an ability to elevate his performance when championships hung in the balance. For Bill Belichick, the victory validated his coaching philosophy and defensive genius. His game plan had neutralized the most explosive offense in football, proving that preparation and execution could overcome superior talent. The championship was Belichick's first as a head coach, beginning what would become the most successful coaching career in NFL history. The Rams' loss was shocking and disappointing. Warner had thrown for 145 yards with a touchdown and an interception, but the Patriots' physical coverage had disrupted the passing game's rhythm all evening. Marshall Faulk, held to 76 rushing yards, couldn't generate the explosive plays that had defined St. Louis's season. The greatest show on turf had been stopped, their high-powered offense silenced by a defense that executed perfectly. The post-game celebration carried special significance. Patriots owner Robert Kraft accepted the Lombardi Trophy with tears in his eyes, the emotion reflecting both the championship achievement and the national context. The Patriots' victory felt symbolic, an underdog team overcoming long odds in a year when America needed uplifting stories and moments of triumph. Super Bowl 36 belonged to the New England Patriots, to Tom Brady, and to everyone who believed that preparation and execution could overcome expectations. The game marked the beginning of a dynasty, though few recognized it at the time. Brady's journey from sixth-round pick to Super Bowl champion and MVP represented the ultimate sports fairy tale, while Belichick's defensive masterpiece demonstrated coaching at its finest. In a year when America desperately needed heroes and hope, the Patriots provided both. The dynasty had begun, and football would never be quite the same. Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego set the stage for Super Bowl 37 on January 26, 2003. The cool evening air carried unusual dramatic tension as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers faced the Oakland Raiders in a matchup defined by coaching intrigue and defensive dominance. This was John Gruden's revenge game, a chance for the Buccaneers' new head coach to defeat his former team in the championship showcase. John Gruden's arrival in Tampa Bay had been controversial and expensive. The Buccaneers traded multiple draft picks, including 2 first-rounders, plus cash to pry Gruden away from Oakland. Raiders owner Al Davis, furious at losing his young coach, let Gruden leave but extracted a heavy price. The trade created one of the most unusual Super Bowl storylines, with Gruden intimately familiar with Oakland's offense and personnel, having installed the system himself during his years coaching the Raiders. Tampa Bay's defense ranked among the NFL's most feared. The defensive unit featured tackles Warren Sapp and Simeon Rice creating havoc in the backfield, linebacker Derek Brooks covering vast swaths of field, and safety John Lynch providing bone-rattling hits. Defensive coordinator Monty Kiffin's Tampa 2 scheme had become the gold standard for defensive coordinators throughout the league. The Buccaneers' defense could dominate games by itself, creating turnovers and scoring points without offensive assistance. The Raiders arrived led by quarterback Rich Gannon, the league's most valuable player. Gannon's career renaissance in Oakland had transformed him from journeyman to elite quarterback. His mobility, quick decision-making, and chemistry with receivers Jerry Rice and Tim Brown made Oakland's offense dangerous and efficient. Head coach Bill Callahan had guided the Raiders through the playoffs, but he faced the difficult task of preparing his offense against a coach who knew every tendency and signal. The game began with Tampa Bay's defense immediately asserting dominance. Gruden's familiarity with Oakland's offensive system proved devastatingly effective. The Buccaneers' defensive backs jumped routes as if they had the playbook memorized, which in a sense they did through Gruden's knowledge. Safety Dexter Jackson intercepted Gannon twice in the first half, each turnover setting up Tampa Bay scores. Jackson's positioning and anticipation were perfect, his understanding of where Gannon would throw allowing him to make plays that looked almost prescient. Rich Gannon suffered through a nightmare performance, throwing 5 interceptions total with 3 returned for touchdowns. The Raiders' offense, so efficient all season, looked completely overmatched against a defense that seemed to know exactly what was coming. Every audible Gannon called, every hot route he signaled, Tampa Bay's defense had an answer. The Buccaneers sacked Gannon 5 times, hitting him repeatedly and disrupting the timing that made Oakland's offense effective. Brad Johnson, Tampa Bay's quarterback, managed the game efficiently without needing spectacular statistics. He threw for 215 yards and 2 touchdowns, making throws when opportunities presented themselves and avoiding turnovers. The Buccaneers' offensive philosophy was simple. Don't hurt the defense, control possession, and let the defense win the game. Johnson executed that role perfectly. The halftime show featured Shania Twain and No Doubt, entertaining the crowd while Tampa Bay built an insurmountable lead. The third quarter brought more Tampa Bay defensive touchdowns. Dwight Smith returned an interception for a score, his celebration in the end zone reflecting the joy of a defense that was completely overwhelming their opponent. Each Raiders' possession seemed destined to end in a turnover. Gannon forced into poor decisions by Tampa Bay's relentless pressure and perfect coverage. Keyshawn Johnson, who had left the Jets in a controversial departure, caught 5 passes for 71 yards for Tampa Bay. His reunion with the spotlight came on football's biggest stage, though the defense's performance overshadowed every offensive contribution. The Buccaneers' offense did its job, but this victory belonged entirely to the defensive unit's historic performance. The final score read 48-21, the margin reflecting complete domination despite Oakland scoring late to make the final tally more respectable. For John Gruden, the victory was sweet vindication against Al Davis and the organization that had let him go. Gruden's emotion during the post-game celebration showed genuine satisfaction, though he maintained respect for his former team and employer. The storyline of coaching revenge had played out perfectly on football's grandest stage. Dexter Jackson earned Most Valuable Player honors for his 2 first-half interceptions, becoming the first safety to win the award. His performance symbolized Tampa Bay's defensive dominance, though any of several defensive players could have deserved recognition. The Buccaneers' defense had performed at a championship level all season, and this Super Bowl represented their crowning achievement. For the Raiders, the loss was devastating and embarrassing. Rich Gannon's 5 interceptions would haunt him, though he had been facing an impossible situation against a defense that knew his tendencies intimately. The Raiders franchise, which had won 3 Super Bowls in its history, suffered their worst championship defeat. Oakland's silver and black uniforms had been no match for Tampa Bay's red and pewter. The Buccaneers' defense too fast, too prepared, too dominant. Al Davis's decision to let Gruden leave and the circumstances of that departure looked increasingly questionable in hindsight. The Raiders had lost not just a coach but championship knowledge that would be used against them in the most painful way possible. The trade that seemed smart when Oakland extracted heavy compensation now felt hollow with Gruden hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. Qualcomm Stadium's grass bore witness to defensive football at its absolute peak. Tampa Bay's performance would be studied by defensive coordinators for years, their execution and preparation representing a blueprint for championship defense. Super Bowl 37 belonged to the Buccaneers, to John Gruden's revenge, and to a defense that had dominated from the season's first snap to the final whistle of the Super Bowl. The Glazer family, Tampa. Reliant Stadium in Houston opened its retractable roof for Super Bowl 38 on February 1, 2004. The state-of-the-art facility, barely 2 years old, hosted a matchup between the New England Patriots and Carolina Panthers that would produce one of the highest-scoring and most dramatic Super Bowls in history, though the game itself would be overshadowed by a halftime controversy that became a cultural watershed moment. The Patriots arrived seeking to establish themselves as a dynasty rather than a one-time upset story. Tom Brady, no longer a surprising underdog but an established quarterback, led an offense that combined efficiency with explosive capability. Bill Belichick's defense remained among the league's best, their scheme and execution frustrating opponents throughout the season. New England sought validation that their first championship wasn't a fluke, that they belonged among the NFL's elite franchises. Carolina's presence in the Super Bowl surprised most observers. The Panthers, led by quarterback Jake Delhomme and an opportunistic defense, had transformed from also-ran to championship contender in a single season under head coach John Fox. Wide receiver Steve Smith provided explosive playmaking ability, while the defense featured players who thrived in Fox's aggressive system. Carolina believed they could compete with anyone, their confidence built through a season of exceeding expectations. The game began slowly, both defenses dominating and offenses struggling to find rhythm. The first quarter ended scoreless, both teams feeling each other out, adjusting to the Super Bowl's intensity. Then the offenses exploded simultaneously, transforming the game into a high-scoring affair that defied the cautious opening. The second quarter featured 24 combined points, both teams suddenly unable to stop each other after struggling early. The halftime show featured Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake. During the performance's conclusion, a wardrobe malfunction exposed Jackson's breast to millions of viewers. The incident, lasting less than a second, created immediate controversy that dominated headlines and sparked debates about broadcast standards and decency. The NFL and CBS faced intense criticism, the FCC investigated, and future Super Bowl halftime shows would be subjected to time delays and intense vetting. The actual football game, nearly forgotten in the controversy's aftermath, provided plenty of drama. The third quarter returned to defensive football, both teams adjusting and tightening their schemes. Then the fourth quarter brought more offensive fireworks. Tom Brady threw for 2 touchdowns in the final period, his clutch performance in pressure situations continuing to define his career. Deion Branch caught 10 passes for 143 yards, his route-running precision and reliable hands giving Brady a consistent target. Jake Delhomme answered Brady's excellence with his own gutsy performance, throwing for 323 yards and 3 touchdowns. Carolina's offense matched New England's score for score, refusing to fold under championship pressure. The Panthers led briefly in the fourth quarter, their fans believing an improbable championship was within reach. The game became a back-and-forth affair, each team answering the other's scores, drama building with every snap. The final minutes brought unbearable tension. With the score tied at 29, the Patriots took possession with under 2 minutes remaining. Brady, operating from his own 20-yard line, calmly drove the Patriots into field goal range. Adam Vinatieri, who had already secured legendary status with his championship-winning kick 2 years earlier, lined up for a 41-yard attempt. The kick was perfect, splitting the uprights as time expired. The Patriots won 32-29, Brady and Vinatieri combining for championship magic once again. Tom Brady earned Most Valuable Player honors, his second Super Bowl MVP award cementing his status among the game's elite quarterbacks. The statistics were solid but not overwhelming. 354 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. What mattered was the fourth quarter performance, the game-winning drive, the clutch throws under maximum pressure. Brady had proven again that he elevated his game when championships were on the line. For Carolina, the loss was heartbreaking. Jake Delhomme had played brilliantly, the Panthers had executed their game plan effectively, yet they still fell short. The team had exceeded all expectations by reaching the Super Bowl, but that knowledge provided little comfort in defeat's immediate aftermath. John Fox had established Carolina as a contender, building something sustainable, though the missed opportunity for a championship stung deeply. Bill Belichick's second Super Bowl victory in 3 years suggested the Patriots' dynasty was real and enduring. The combination of Brady's clutch performances, Belichick's defensive schemes, and the organization's systematic approach to building rosters created sustainable excellence. The Patriots were becoming the NFL's model franchise, their success formula copied throughout the league. The halftime controversy would forever be linked to Super Bowl 38, unfortunately overshadowing a thrilling football game. The highest-scoring first half in Super Bowl history, the fourth quarter drama, Brady's excellence, Delhomme's gutsy performance, all of it reduced to footnotes in discussions about the wardrobe malfunction. Reliance Stadium's retractable roof, its modern amenities, the quality of football played, everything became secondary to those few seconds of unexpected exposure. Super Bowl 38 belonged to the New England Patriots, though the victory felt somehow diminished by the cultural controversy surrounding it. Brady's legend grew, Belichick's coaching reputation soared, and the dynasty continued building. Vinatieri's kick sailed through the uprights, and another championship was claimed. The celebration was genuine, the satisfaction real, even if the broader conversation had moved beyond the game itself to debates about decency and responsibility that had nothing to do with football excellence. Alltel Stadium in Jacksonville, Florida prepared for Super Bowl 39 on February 6, 2005. The warm evening air carried anticipation for a matchup between the New England Patriots and Philadelphia Eagles, a game that would determine whether New England's dynasty was truly among the NFL's greatest. The Patriots sought their third championship in 4 years, a feat accomplished by only one franchise in the Super Bowl era. The Eagles arrived desperate to claim their first Super Bowl victory and silence doubts about their championship capabilities. Philadelphia's path to the Super Bowl had been frustrating and prolonged. The Eagles had reached the NFC Championship Game 3 consecutive years before the season, each time falling short of the ultimate prize. Quarterback Donovan McNabb had established himself as one of the league's best, his combination of arm strength and mobility making him difficult to defend. Wide receiver Terrell Owens provided explosive downfield threat, though his availability for the Super Bowl remained uncertain due to a broken leg suffered late in the season. The Patriots arrived with quiet confidence born from championship experience. Tom Brady was no longer the surprising young quarterback but an established champion seeking to cement his legacy. The Patriots roster featured fewer Pro Bowl names than previous championship teams, but Bill Belichick had constructed a deep, disciplined unit that executed fundamentals flawlessly. Role players understood their assignments, veterans provided leadership, and the entire organization operated with systematic efficiency. The game began with both teams trading possessions and probing for defensive weaknesses. The Patriots struck first with a field goal, their drive showing the methodical precision that characterized New England's offense. Philadelphia answered with their own scoring drive, McNabb connecting with receivers and moving the Eagles into New England territory. The first half was competitive and physical, neither team able to pull away, both defenses making critical stops. Terrell Owens played despite the broken leg, his gutsy decision to suit up providing Philadelphia with emotional lift and legitimate offensive threat. Owens caught 9 passes for 122 yards, his performance heroic given the injury severity. Each catch demonstrated not just his talent but his toughness, his willingness to play through pain for a championship opportunity. The Eagles' offense was noticeably more dangerous with Owens on the field, his presence forcing New England to adjust coverage. Tom Brady operated with the poise and precision that had become his trademark. He threw for 236 yards and 2 touchdowns, neither statistic overwhelming but both sufficient for victory. Wide receiver Deion Branch caught 11 passes for 133 yards, earning Most Valuable Player honors for his consistent production throughout the game. Branch's route-running precision and reliable hands made him Brady's security blanket, a target who could be trusted in critical situations. The second half brought more defensive football, both teams understanding that mistakes could prove fatal. New England's defense, while not as dominant as in previous championship years, made crucial stops when needed. Adam Vinatieri connected on 3 field goals, his reliable leg providing points when the Patriots couldn't reach the end zone. Every point mattered in a game where neither team could generate separation on the scoreboard. The fourth quarter's most controversial moment involved Philadelphia's clock management. Trailing by 10 points with under 2 minutes remaining, the Eagles operated their hurry-up offense at a puzzling pace, seeming almost casual in their approach to a championship-deciding drive. McNabb threw an interception, sealing New England's victory and sparking immediate questions about Philadelphia's urgency and execution in the crucial moments. The halftime entertainment featured Paul McCartney, whose classic performances entertained without controversy following the previous year's wardrobe malfunction. The final score of 24-21 reflected competitive football without transcendent individual performances. New England won through systematic execution, disciplined play, and clutch moments when championships hung in the balance. The margin was narrow, but the Patriots controlled the game's crucial moments, their championship experience showing in their poise under pressure. For Bill Belichick, this third championship in 4 years cemented his status among coaching legends. Only Vince Lombardi and the Cowboys of the 1990s had accomplished similar dynasty building. Belichick's ability to construct winning rosters from undervalued players, his defensive genius, his systematic approach to every detail, all of it combined to create sustained excellence. The Patriots dynasty was no accident or fluke but the result of organizational competence at every level. Tom Brady's third championship and second Super Bowl MVP award placed him in rare company among quarterbacks. At 27 years old, he had already accomplished what most quarterbacks never achieve in entire careers. The debate about Brady's place among all-time greats had shifted from whether he belonged in the conversation to where he ranked among legends. His playoff performances, his clutch throws, his systematic destruction of opposing defenses had become the NFL's new standard. For Philadelphia, the loss was devastating yet somehow less painful than previous playoff failures. The Eagles had finally reached the Super Bowl, played competitively, and Owens had proven his toughness through injury. Yet questions about McNabb's leadership and the team's execution in crucial moments would haunt the franchise. The championship window remained open, but opportunities to claim the Lombardi Trophy were precious and unpredictable. Jacksonville's warm evening embraced New England's celebration. The Patriots dynasty officially secured 3 championships in 4 years, an achievement that transcended luck or fortunate circumstances. The Patriots had built something sustainable and special, a model franchise that dominated through preparation, execution, and clutch performance. Super Bowl 39 belonged to New England, and the dynasty's place among the NFL's greatest was secured. The celebration would. Ford Field in Detroit opened its doors for Super Bowl 40 on February 5, 2006. The indoor stadium's modern amenities and controlled climate provided ideal conditions for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Seattle Seahawks, 2 teams seeking championship validation through vastly different paths. Pittsburgh arrived with championship pedigree dating back decades, while Seattle sought their franchise's first Super Bowl victory after years of building toward contention. The Steelers represented old-school defensive football updated for the modern era. Their steel curtain legacy lived on through players like safety Troy Polamalu, whose instincts and athletic ability made him one of the league's most feared defenders. Quarterback Ben Roethlisberger, despite being only 23 years old, had already shown the poise and toughness that suggested long-term excellence. Running back Willie Parker provided explosive capability, while the Steelers' wide receivers featured Hines Ward's precise route running and physical play after the catch. Bill Cowher had coached Pittsburgh for 14 years, reaching the Super Bowl once before and falling short. His reputation as an elite coach was secure, but the absence of a championship ring created an asterisk that bothered him and his supporters. This was Cowher's chance to join the exclusive club of coaches who had won the ultimate prize, to validate everything he had built during his tenure leading the franchise. Seattle's presence in the Super Bowl represented the culmination of careful roster construction and patient development. Quarterback Matt Hasselbeck had matured into an efficient if unspectacular signal caller. Running back Shaun Alexander had rushed for over 1,800 yards during the regular season, earning Most Valuable Player honors. Wide receiver Darrell Jackson provided Hasselbeck with a reliable target, while the defense, though not legendary, played well enough to win most games. The game's officiating became controversial immediately and remained a source of debate for years afterward. Several questionable calls went against Seattle, including a holding penalty that negated a touchdown and a pass interference call that extended a Pittsburgh drive. Each controversial decision benefited the Steelers, leading to accusations of bias and incompetence that tainted the game's outcome. Whether the officiating actually changed the result remained debatable, but the perception of unfairness plagued discussions about the game. Willie Parker's 75-yard touchdown run in the third quarter broke the game open and became an iconic Super Bowl moment. Parker found a gap in Seattle's defense, accelerated through the opening, and outran pursuing defenders to the end zone. The play showcased both his speed and the Steelers' offensive line creating crucial space. Parker's touchdown extended Pittsburgh's lead and shifted momentum decisively in the Steelers' favor. Ben Roethlisberger threw for 123 yards and 2 interceptions. Hardly a spectacular statistical performance. Yet the young quarterback made critical plays when needed, including a controversial rushing touchdown where replay suggested he might not have crossed the goal line before being tackled. The call stood as a touchdown, another officiating decision that favored Pittsburgh and frustrated Seattle. Matt Hasselbeck fought valiantly for Seattle, throwing for 273 yards and a touchdown. But a costly interception that he returned trying to tackle the defender summed up Seattle's frustrating day. The Seahawks moved the ball effectively at times yet couldn't capitalize on opportunities. Penalties and questionable calls disrupted their rhythm and prevented them from building momentum. Hines Ward earned Most Valuable Player honors for his tough, physical performance. He caught 5 passes for 123 yards and a touchdown, his willingness to block and fight for extra yards embodying the Steelers' identity. Ward's performance wasn't statistically overwhelming, but his impact on the game's outcome was significant. His touchdown catch gave Pittsburgh a lead they would not relinquish. The halftime show featured the Rolling Stones, rock legends whose performance entertained without controversy. Mick Jagger's energy at 62 years old impressed observers, while the band's classic songs provided familiar entertainment for the diverse audience. The NFL, still cautious after the Janet Jackson incident, had again selected established artists unlikely to create unwanted headlines. The final score of 21-10 reflected Pittsburgh's control, though Seattle's fans and players believed the game was closer than the margin suggested. The controversial officiating calls, the questionable touchdown, the penalties that negated Seattle's big plays, all of it combined to create a narrative of a championship stolen rather than won. Whether that perception was fair remained endlessly debatable. For Bill Cowher, the victory brought tears and vindication. His second Super Bowl appearance had ended in championship glory. The ring finally his after years of coming close. The emotional release showed what the victory meant personally. Validation for a career spent building and leading Pittsburgh's franchise. Cowher's players celebrated their coach's achievement as much as their own, recognizing his dedication and persistence. The Steelers' 5th Super Bowl championship tied them with San Francisco and Dallas for the most in NFL history. Pittsburgh's legacy as one of football's greatest franchises was secure, their tradition of excellence extending across multiple generations. The terrible towels waved in celebration as another championship joined the franchise's proud history. For Seattle, the loss stung with particular intensity given the officiating controversies. The Seahawks had played well enough to win, executed their game plan effectively, yet fell short with help from questionable calls. Matt Hasselbeck's guarantee before the game that "we want the ball and we're going to score" had backfired when his overtime interception in the NFC Championship Game's different circumstances became a rallying cry against hubris. Now, the Super Bowl loss added another layer of disappointment. Ford Field's artificial turf had hosted Detroit's first Super Bowl, the Motor City celebrating its moment in football spotlight. The Control Dolphin Stadium in Miami Gardens prepared for Super Bowl 41 on February 4, 2007. The South Florida evening brought unexpected weather as rain fell steadily, creating the first Super Bowl played in precipitation. The conditions added drama and difficulty to a matchup between the Indianapolis Colts and Chicago Bears, a game that would finally answer questions about Peyton Manning's ability to win the ultimate prize while showcasing the first meeting of African-American head coaches in Super Bowl history. The Colts arrived carrying the weight of playoff disappointments and questions about Peyton Manning's championship credentials. Manning had dominated regular seasons for years, setting records and winning Most Valuable Player awards with statistical excellence that placed him among the all-time great quarterbacks. Yet playoff failures haunted his legacy. critics suggesting he couldn't win the big games despite his regular season brilliance. Super Bowl 41 represented his chance to silence those doubts forever. Tony Dungy's path to the Super Bowl was equally significant. As one of the NFL's first African-American head coaches in the modern era, Dungy had built his reputation on defensive expertise and calm leadership. His soft-spoken approach contrasted with the stereotypical fiery coach, proving that different leadership styles could achieve championship success. Dungy had experienced personal tragedy during the season, making this Super Bowl run emotionally complex and meaningful beyond football. Chicago's presence in the Super Bowl was somewhat unexpected, their path paved by dominant defense and special teams excellence rather than offensive firepower. The Bears' defense, led by linebacker Brian Urlacher and featuring a fast, aggressive unit, had terrorized opponents all season. Quarterback Rex Grossman provided inconsistent quarterback play, his performances alternating between brilliant and disastrous with little middle ground. The Bears believed their defense and special teams could carry them to championship glory. Lovie Smith, Chicago's head coach, joined Dungy in making Super Bowl history. The first championship game featuring two African-American head coaches represented progress in a league that had historically denied coaching opportunities to minorities. The significance extended beyond the game itself, symbolizing changing attitudes and expanding opportunities. Both coaches handled the historic context with grace, acknowledging its importance while focusing on football. The rain began falling before kickoff and continued throughout the game, creating slippery conditions that affected both teams' execution. Ball security became paramount, as the wet football made throwing and catching more difficult. The conditions favored conservative game plans and physical running games, potentially neutralizing Manning's passing excellence and amplifying Chicago's defensive strengths. The game's opening play shocked everyone. Chicago's Devin Hester returned the opening kickoff 92 yards for a touchdown, giving the Bears an immediate lead and electrifying their fans. The return was perfectly executed, Hester's speed and vision combining with excellent blocking to create an instant score. The touchdown was the first opening kickoff return for a score in Super Bowl history, a stunning start that seemed to favor Chicago's game plan. Yet Manning and the Colts responded with characteristic poise. Manning threw for 247 yards and a touchdown, managing the wet conditions effectively and making throws when opportunities presented themselves. Running back Joseph Adai contributed valuable rushing yards, his ability to run and catch giving Indianapolis multiple offensive options. The Colts' offense controlled tempo and sustained drives despite the rain and Chicago's aggressive defense. The Colts' defense, often overshadowed by Manning's offensive brilliance, delivered a championship-caliber performance. They held Rex Grossman to minimal production, intercepting him twice and pressuring him into poor decisions. Kelvin Hayden's 56-yard interception return for a touchdown sealed Indianapolis's victory, the defensive score providing insurance and symbolizing the unit's importance to championship success. The Colts' defense had been maligned as soft in previous seasons, but in the Super Bowl they proved their resilience. Rex Grossman's struggles defined Chicago's offensive futility. He threw 2 interceptions and couldn't generate consistent production against Indianapolis's aggressive defense. The Bears' offense, so dependent on field position created by special teams and defense, couldn't score when given opportunities. The rain affected Grossman more than Manning, his inconsistency amplified by the difficult conditions. The halftime show featured Prince in an iconic performance made legendary by the rainy conditions. Prince performing Purple Rain in actual rain created a surreal, perfect moment that transcended typical halftime entertainment. The combination of musical genius and atmospheric conditions produced one of the most memorable Super Bowl halftime performances, Prince's talent shining through the wet and difficult circumstances. Peyton Manning earned Most Valuable Player honors, the award recognizing both his statistical contribution and the monkey finally removed from his back. The championship validated his regular season excellence, proved he could win in the playoffs, and completed his resume in ways that silenced critics. Manning's emotional celebration showed genuine relief. Years of questions and doubts finally answered with definitive championship success. For Tony Dungy, the victory represented the culmination of decades of patient building and consistent excellence. His calm leadership style had proven effective. His defensive expertise translated to championship success, and his personal grace under difficult circumstances inspired players and fans alike. Dungy's tears during the post-game celebration reflected both joy and relief. The championship earned through persistence and character. The final score of 29-17 reflected Indianapolis's control without diminishing Chicago's defensive effort. The Bears had played hard, their defense creating turnovers and keeping the game competitive. But the Colts' balanced attack, Manning's excellence, and their defense's critical plays proved superior. Tage. University of Phoenix Stadium in Glendale, Arizona stood ready for Super Bowl 42 on February 3, 2008. The retractable roof remained open despite cool evening temperatures, exposing 71,000 spectators to desert air carrying unprecedented anticipation. The New England Patriots arrived pursuing perfection, their 18-0 record placing them on the threshold of completing the first undefeated season since the 1972 Miami Dolphins. Standing in their way were the New York Giants, wild-card underdogs who had barely earned a playoff berth yet somehow believed they could achieve the impossible. The Patriots' march toward perfection had been dominant and relentless. Tom Brady had thrown 50 touchdowns during the regular season, shattering the previous record. Randy Moss, acquired in a trade before the season, had caught 23 touchdown passes. His combination with Brady creating the most explosive passing attack in NFL history. The Patriots scored over 36 points per game, systematically dismantling opponents with offensive firepower that seemed unstoppable. Bill Belichick's pursuit of the perfect season added historical gravitas to every game. The 1972 Dolphins remained the only team to finish undefeated, their perfection protected by Father Time and the difficulty of modern NFL competition. The Patriots had navigated close games and hostile environments throughout the regular season, each victory building toward this ultimate test. Belichick, already a three-time Super Bowl champion, sought the crowning achievement that would cement his legacy as perhaps the greatest coach in NFL history. The Giants had traveled an unlikely path to the Super Bowl. They had finished 10-6 during the regular season, barely earning a playoff spot as a wild card team. Yet they had won 3 consecutive road playoff games, including a victory against the Cowboys in Dallas and a shocking upset of the previously undefeated Packers in frigid Green Bay. The Giants believed they could compete with anyone, their confidence built through playoff success against increasingly difficult opponents. Eli Manning quarterbacked the Giants despite living in the shadow of his more accomplished older brother Peyton, who had won the Super Bowl the previous year. Eli had shown flashes of brilliance mixed with maddeningly inconsistent play. Critics questioned whether he was good enough to win championships, whether he possessed the mental toughness required for big games. Super Bowl 42 represented his chance to define his legacy on his own terms rather than through comparison to his brother. Tom Coughlin, the Giants' head coach, had faced calls for his dismissal earlier in the season when the team struggled. His demanding personality and old-school approach had created tension with players, some questioning whether his methods remained effective in the modern NFL. Yet Coughlin had adjusted, loosened his rigid approach, and guided the Giants through the playoffs. Now he stood on the threshold of coaching one of the greatest upsets in sports history. The first half was competitive and physical, both teams trading possessions without either offense dominating. The Patriots led 10-3 at halftime, their offensive machine slowed by the Giants' aggressive defensive scheme. New York's defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo had designed a plan that pressured Brady with four-man rushes, allowing his defensive backs to play tight coverage without blitzing. The strategy disrupted the Patriots' timing and kept the game close. The Giants' defensive line, featuring ends Michael Strahan and Osiu Minora along with tackles Justin Tuck and Barry Cofield, harassed Brady throughout the game. They sacked him 5 times, hit him repeatedly, and forced him to throw off balance and under pressure. Brady, accustomed to clean pockets and time to survey the field, found himself constantly uncomfortable. The Giants' pass rush was relentless, their commitment to pressuring Brady without blitzing allowing them to drop more defenders into coverage. The fourth quarter brought unbearable tension. The Patriots led 14-10 after Brady connected with Randy Moss for a touchdown with just over 2.5 minutes remaining. The score seemed to seal New England's perfect season, Brady and Moss combining one final time to complete their historic year. The Patriots sideline began celebrating, certain that their defense could protect a 4-point lead for a few remaining minutes. The Giants took possession with 2 minutes 29 seconds remaining, 83 yards from the end zone and perfection. Eli Manning operated with remarkable composure, completing short passes and moving the chains. Each completion brought the Giants closer to field goal range and potential overtime. The University of Phoenix Stadium's noise reached deafening levels, the crowd sensing they might witness history of a different kind than expected. Then came the play that would define the game and both quarterbacks' legacies. On 3rd down and 5 from the Giants' 44-yard line with 1 minute 15 seconds remaining, Manning dropped back under heavy pressure. Multiple Patriots defenders converged, their hands grasping his jersey. Manning somehow escaped the tackle, twisting and pulling away with strength and determination that defied the moment's pressure. He stumbled forward and launched a desperate pass downfield toward receiver David Tyree. Tyree leaped high, fighting with Patriots safety Rodney Harrison for position. As both players reached for the ball, Tyree caught it against his helmet with one hand, securing it as he fell to the ground. The catch, impossible and improbable, was complete. The stadium erupted in disbelief. The helmet catch, as it immediately became known, had given the Giants new life at the Patriots' 24-yard line with under a minute to play. 4 plays later, Manning found Plaxico Burress in the corner of the end zone for a touchdown. The Giants led 17-14 with 35 seconds remaining. The Patriots had one final possession, but their desperation passes fell incomplete. The final seconds ticked away. The perfect season was over. The upset was complete. The Giants, massive underdogs who weren't supposed to compete, had defeated the Patriots and denied them perfection. The celebration that followed was chaotic and emotional. Eli Manning had. The aftermath of Super Bowl 42 reverberated through the sports world with seismic intensity. The Patriots' perfect season had ended one victory short, their 18 wins followed by a devastating loss that would haunt them forever. The Giants' improbable victory represented one of the greatest upsets in sports history, comparable to the 1980 Miracle on Ice or any David versus Goliath story from sporting lore. The game's conclusion left both teams processing emotions that would define their legacies. Tom Brady sat on the field in disbelief. His perfect season dissolved in the final minutes. The 50 touchdown passes meant nothing now, the record-breaking offensive performance throughout the year overshadowed by the Super Bowl defeat. Brady had played well enough to win, throwing for 348 yards and a touchdown, but the result was all that mattered. The weight of coming so close to perfection yet falling short would burden Brady for years. the only significant failure in a career otherwise defined by championship success. Bill Belichick's decision to leave the field before the final seconds expired drew criticism and revealed the depth of his disappointment. The coach who had built a dynasty, who had won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years earlier in the decade, had seen the ultimate achievement slip away. 19-0 would have been the perfect capstone to a perfect season, proof that his system and approach could achieve what no other modern team had accomplished. Instead, 18-1 became a painful reminder of how thin the margin between greatness and heartbreak could be. Randy Moss, whose record-setting season had promised to culminate in championship glory, caught 5 passes for 62 yards and the touchdown that seemed to seal victory. Yet his celebration after that score proved premature, the Giants' final drive erasing what should have been his crowning achievement. Moss had finally seemed destined to win the Super Bowl that had eluded him throughout his brilliant career, but fate intervened with the helmet catch and Plaxico Burress's touchdown. For the Giants, the celebration was unrestrained and joyous. Players who had been dismissed as pretenders, criticized for barely making the playoffs, had defeated the greatest team in NFL history on football's biggest stage. The validation was complete and overwhelming. Every doubter who had questioned their playoff run, every expert who had predicted easy Patriots victory, all of it had been proven wrong in the most dramatic fashion possible. Eli Manning earned Most Valuable Player honors, his performance in the fourth quarter demonstrating the poise and talent that would define his career. The escape from the pass rush, the desperation throw that became the helmet catch, the game-winning touchdown to Burress, all of it showcased Manning at his clutch best. The comparisons to his brother Peyton became less relevant, Eli having created his own championship legacy through one of the most dramatic performances in Super Bowl history. David Tyree's helmet catch became an instant sports icon, the play replayed endlessly and analyzed from every angle. How had he secured the ball against his helmet while falling? How had Manning escaped the tackle? The improbability of every element made the play seem almost miraculous, as if destiny had intervened to prevent perfection. Tyree, whose NFL career would end shortly after due to injuries, had secured his place in football immortality with one impossible catch. The Giants' defensive line, particularly defensive end Justin Tuck, who had been dominant throughout the playoffs, had executed Steve Spagnuolo's game plan perfectly. Their relentless pressure on Brady without blitzing had disrupted the Patriots' timing and rhythm. Michael Strahan, playing in what would be his final game, had his championship ring to cap a Hall of Fame career. The defense's performance proved that great defensive line play could still determine Super Bowl outcomes even in an increasingly pass-oriented league. Tom Coughlin's coaching reputation was transformed overnight. The demanding taskmaster whose methods had been questioned had outcoached Bill Belichick, the man widely considered the NFL's coaching genius. Coughlin's adjustments during the season, his willingness to loosen his rigid approach while maintaining accountability, had created the perfect balance of discipline and freedom. His Giants had peaked at precisely the right moment, their execution in the Super Bowl flawless when it mattered most. The 1972 Miami Dolphins, who had watched each Patriots victory with growing concern that their perfect season would no longer be unique, celebrated the Giants' upset with relief and satisfaction. Don Shula and his former players had maintained their exclusive club, their achievement remaining the only perfect season in the Super Bowl era. The yearly tradition of the surviving Dolphins celebrating the final undefeated team's loss could continue, their accomplishments still standing alone. The game's impact extended beyond the immediate participants to the broader NFL landscape. The upset proved that no team, regardless of regular season dominance, was invulnerable in the playoffs. The importance of peak performance in February rather than sustained excellence from September through January became the lesson every team absorbed. The Patriots had been historically great yet had failed when it mattered most, a cautionary tale about the difficulty of playoff success. For Patriots fans, the loss would sting for generations. The perfect season had been within grasp, one victory away, yet had slipped through their fingers in the cruelest possible fashion. The 18-1 record became a painful reminder rather than a point of pride, the asterisk of Super Bowl failure overwhelming the regular season dominance. The what-ifs and if-onlys would haunt discussions for decades. The halftime show had featured Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, their performance solid if unmemorable compared to the game's dramatic conclusion. The entertainment had passed without controversy, the NFL having learned from previous halftime disasters to select established artists unlikely to create unwanted headlines. Petty's classic rock anthems provided appropriate soundtrack for a game that would itself become classic. University of Phoenix Stadium in Glendale had witnessed one of the Super Bowls. Raymond James Stadium in Tampa prepared for Super Bowl 43 on February 1, 2009. The evening air carried anticipation for a matchup between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Arizona Cardinals, two franchises with vastly different championship pedigrees meeting in what would become one of the most thrilling Super Bowls ever played. The Steelers arrived seeking their record sixth Super Bowl championship, their franchise's tradition of excellence extending back to the 1970s dynasty. Head coach Mike Tomlin, at 36 years old, was the youngest head coach to reach a Super Bowl. Quarterback Ben Roethlisberger had already won one championship but sought to validate his status among elite quarterbacks. The Steelers' defense, featuring safety Troy Polamalu and linebacker James Harrison, ranked among the league's most feared units. Arizona's presence in the Super Bowl shocked most observers. The Cardinals franchise had never won an NFL championship in their long history dating back to 1920. They had been playoff afterthoughts for decades, their futility legendary across the league. Yet quarterback Kurt Warner, in the twilight of his career, had guided them through the playoffs with spectacular passing performances. Wide receiver Larry Fitzgerald was emerging as one of the game's transcendent talents, his combination of size, hands, and route running making him nearly impossible to defend. The game began with defensive football, both teams feeling each other out and probing for weaknesses. Then came one of the most extraordinary plays in Super Bowl history. Late in the second quarter, with Arizona threatening to score before halftime, Warner threw a pass toward the end zone. Pittsburgh linebacker James Harrison intercepted at the goal line and began running the opposite direction. What followed was a 100-yard interception return for a touchdown, Harrison rumbling the length of the field despite obvious exhaustion. Cardinals players caught him multiple times, yet Harrison dragged them forward, his determination and strength allowing him to reach the end zone as the half expired. The play was stunning in its improbability and impact, swinging momentum decisively toward Pittsburgh. The Cardinals fought back in the second half, Warner and Fitzgerald connecting for big plays that kept Arizona competitive. Fitzgerald was magnificent, catching 7 passes for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. His second touchdown catch was spectacular, gathering Warner's pass and racing past Pittsburgh's defense for a 64-yard score that gave Arizona a brief fourth-quarter lead. For a moment, the impossible seemed within reach. The Cardinals were on the verge of winning their first championship, but the Steelers had one final drive. With under 3 minutes remaining, Roethlisberger led Pittsburgh down the field, his passes under pressure keeping drives alive. The drive showcased his mobility and arm strength, his ability to extend plays and make throws from awkward platforms. Each completion brought the Steelers closer to the end zone and their 6th championship. Then came the game's defining moment. Roethlisberger threw toward the corner of the end zone, targeting receiver Santonio Holmes. The pass placement was perfect, But Holmes still had work to do. He leaped, secured the ball, and dragged both toes inbounds while extending over the goal line before falling out of bounds. The catch was perfection, requiring precise timing, body control, and concentration while under defensive pressure. Replays confirmed Holmes's toes touched before stepping out. Touchdown. Pittsburgh led 27-23 with 35 seconds remaining. Warner and the Cardinals had one final possession, but Pittsburgh's defense held. The final pass fell incomplete, and the Steelers were champions again. The 6-point margin hardly captured how dramatic and competitive the game had been, both teams trading momentum and spectacular plays throughout the fourth quarter. Santonio Holmes earned Most Valuable Player honors for his 9 catches, 131 yards, and the game-winning touchdown. His performance in the game's crucial moments demonstrated elite concentration and execution under maximum pressure. The toe-tap catch became instantly iconic, analyzed and replayed endlessly for its technical perfection and dramatic timing. Ben Roethlisberger's performance, while not statistically overwhelming, showcased the intangible qualities that defined championship quarterbacks. He threw for 256 yards and a touchdown, but also 3 interceptions, his mistakes keeping Arizona competitive. Yet in the fourth quarter, when the championship hung in the balance, Roethlisberger was at his best, making throws and extending plays that allowed the Steelers to claim victory. For Kurt Warner, the loss was heartbreaking yet somehow fitting for a career defined by dramatic highs and lows. He had thrown for 377 yards and 3 touchdowns, playing brilliantly in what would be his final Super Bowl appearance. Warner's journey from grocery store clerk to 3-time Super Bowl participant represented one of sport's great stories. Though he finished with 2 Super Bowl defeats against 1 championship, his legacy as one of the game's most accomplished and inspiring quarterbacks was secure. Larry Fitzgerald's performance cemented his status as an elite receiver. His playoff run had been historically great, his production in the Super Bowl showcasing everything that made him special. Though Arizona fell short, Fitzgerald's emergence as a superstar provided hope for the Cardinals' future and established him among the game's greatest receivers. Mike Tomlin became the youngest head coach to win a Super Bowl, his victory validating the Steelers' decision to hire him. Tomlin's calm demeanor and strategic adjustments had guided Pittsburgh through close playoff games to championship success. The franchise's tradition of excellence continued under new leadership. James Harrison's 100-yard interception return for a touchdown stood as the longest play in Super Bowl history and one of the most improbable. His exhausted celebration in the end zone, the Cardinals players draped on him unable to prevent the score, captured the play's extraordinary nature. The touchdown effectively swung the game, providing Pittsburgh with crucial points and momentum entering. The Miami night air hung thick with emotion on February 7, 2010. Sun Life Stadium in Miami Gardens prepared to host Super Bowl 44, a game that transcended sport and touched something deeper in the American consciousness. 4.5 years had passed since Hurricane Katrina devastated New Orleans, sending floodwaters through the Superdome that had sheltered thousands of desperate refugees, destroying homes and dreams and the very fabric of a community. Now the Saints were here, carrying the hopes of a city that had rebuilt itself brick by brick, heart by heart from those dark waters. 74,059 spectators filled the stadium, knowing they would witness history regardless of the outcome. The Indianapolis Colts arrived as overwhelming favorites, Peyton Manning at the absolute height of his considerable powers, his cerebral command of the offense making them nearly unstoppable. They had lost only 1 game all season, a 14-2 record that spoke to their dominance. A precision machine seeking a second championship for their legendary quarterback, the Colts represented excellence and inevitability. The New Orleans Saints came as underdogs with destiny woven into their very jerseys. Drew Brees, the quarterback who had chosen New Orleans when others saw only wreckage and warning signs, led an offense that could strike from anywhere on the field. His own shoulder surgery and recovery paralleled the city's reconstruction, both rebuilding what others thought beyond repair. Sean Payton, the innovative young coach with the aggressive mindset, had schemes that could challenge even Manning's mastery. But more than strategy, more than talent, they carried the weight of an entire region's resurrection, the dreams of those who had returned to rebuild, the memory of those who could not. The first half unfolded with both teams trading scores in a display of championship-caliber football, each drive a chess match of offensive brilliance and defensive adjustment. Manning dissected the Saints' defense with his characteristic precision, finding receivers in soft spots between zones, calling audibles at the line that seemed to predict the future before it happened. The Colts led 17-10 at halftime, and conventional wisdom suggested they would pull away in the second half as they always did, their depth and experience overwhelming opponents in the final quarters. Then came the moment that changed everything, that shifted the entire narrative of the game and the season. Sean Payton, with the audacity that defined his coaching philosophy, called for an onside kick to open the second half. It was a gamble that risked giving Manning the ball in Saints territory, that could have backfired spectacularly on the game's biggest stage. But Payton trusted his special teams, trusted his preparation, trusted that boldness would be rewarded. The ball tumbled end over end, a spinning sphere of leather containing all the hope of New Orleans, all the accumulated longing of a suffering city. The Saints recovered. Chris Reese fell on the ball. The stadium erupted in disbelief and joy. Momentum shifted like a hurricane changing course, and suddenly the Colts faced adversity they hadn't encountered all season. Drew Brees orchestrated drives with surgical precision in the transformed atmosphere, his throws accurate despite the relentless pressure, his leadership unwavering when the moment demanded perfection. 288 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, and an efficiency rating that earned him Most Valuable Player honors. He spread the ball to multiple receivers, trusted his offensive line, made the throws that championship moments require. But the defining moment, the image that would be replayed 10,000 times, came from Tracy Porter, the cornerback who read Manning's eyes and jumped the route with perfect timing. The interception return was 74 yards of pure elation, a moment frozen in time. Porter racing down the sideline, the ball secured against his chest, Colts defenders grasping desperately at air, the Saints sideline exploding in celebration, Payton pumping his fists, Brees watching in joy and relief. 31-17, the final score that seemed impossible just hours before, that defied the odds and the experts and the conventional wisdom. The Who had performed at halftime, Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend bringing their classic rock anthems to a new generation, Pinball Wizard and Baba O'Riley echoing through the stadium. Garrett Hartley's field goals had been crucial throughout, keeping pace during the competitive stretches, providing points when touchdowns proved elusive. Manning finished with 333 yards, 31 completions in 45 attempts, a valiant effort in defeat, but the night belonged to New Orleans and would forever. When the final seconds ticked away, when the scoreboard showed the Saints victorious for the first time in franchise history at the Super Bowl, Drew Brees lifted his young son Balin on the podium, a father and a champion, a symbol of renewal and hope. The Lombardi Trophy would travel to a city that had questioned whether it would survive, let alone celebrate a championship. The Saints had delivered more than a victory. They had delivered validation, joy, proof that resurrection was possible, that a city could rise from catastrophe to glory. In the hotels and streets of Miami that night, Saints fans celebrated with tears streaming down their faces, tears of joy and relief and catharsis, their black and gold filling the Florida darkness with song and laughter. Back in New Orleans, the French Quarter erupted in jubilation that would last for days. Bourbon Street flowing with celebration, strangers embracing, the Superdome that had once sheltered refugees now home to champions. Sun Life Stadium emptied slowly, the grass marked with confetti and footprints and the residue of joy, the echoes of "Who Dat" still resonating in the humid air. The Saints were champions at last, and somewhere in that victory, woven through every yard and every point, a city found its soul restored and its spirit validated. The gleaming palace of Cowboys Stadium rose against the Texas sky on February 6, 2011, its retractable roof closed against the winter chill, its massive high-definition screens ready to broadcast Super Bowl 45 to 91,060 spectators. It was the first Super Bowl held in a billion-dollar stadium. Jerry Jones Cathedral of Football hosting the game's greatest stage for the first time. The Green Bay Packers arrived as wild-card warriors who had won every playoff game on the road. Aaron Rodgers, in his third year as starting quarterback, had emerged from Brett Favre's long shadow to lead the team back to championship contention. Mike McCarthy's squad had lost only 6 games all season, but they entered the playoffs as underdogs, forced to prove themselves in hostile stadiums week after week. The Pittsburgh Steelers came seeking their 7th Super Bowl title, which would break their tie with the Packers for most championships. Ben Roethlisberger, already a 2-time Super Bowl winner at just 28 years old, commanded an offense built around power running and opportunistic passing. Mike Tomlin, the youngest coach to win a Super Bowl when he triumphed at 36, sought his second ring. The game began with intensity befitting 2 storied franchises, 2 teams with more combined Super Bowl victories than any other matchup in the game's history. The Steelers drew first blood with a field goal, Troy Polamalu's aggressive defense creating immediate pressure, forcing Rodgers to work for every yard. The Packers' young quarterback faced constant harassment, linebackers blitzing from unexpected angles, defensive backs jumping routes. But Aaron Rodgers played with a precision and confidence that defied his relative inexperience on this stage. He found receivers in tight windows, made throws from difficult angles, moved in the pocket with the awareness of a veteran, his footwork impeccable under duress. Green Bay built a 21-3 lead by halftime, Jordy Nelson hauling in catches in traffic and Greg Jennings making crucial grabs over the middle, the offensive line protecting Rodgers just long enough for plays to develop. 304 passing yards and 3 touchdowns from Rodgers over the course of the game, an efficiency that spoke to preparation and talent in equal measure. He completed 25 of 35 attempts, spreading the ball to 8 different receivers, keeping the Steelers' defense constantly adjusting their coverage schemes, never allowing them to key on any single threat. Pittsburgh fought back in the second half with the determination and resilience that characterized their franchise for 6 decades. Big Ben orchestrated scoring drives with patience and power, finding Mike Wallace streaking deep and Heath Miller working the middle of the field, the veteran tight end making crucial third-down conversions. The Steelers' offense finally found rhythm against a Green Bay defense that had begun to tire. 2 touchdown passes from Roethlisberger brought them within 6 points, 28-25 with time remaining, the outcome suddenly uncertain, the massive crowd electrified by the comeback attempt, the noise level rising with each Pittsburgh first down. But Rodgers would not be denied his moment. He led a crucial drive that consumed precious minutes, moving the chains with short passes to running backs out of the backfield and timely runs by James Starks, keeping the Steelers' offense on the sideline watching helplessly. The defense, led by linebacker Desmond Bishop's relentless pursuit and safety Nick Collins' coverage skills, held firm when they needed to, forcing incompletions on crucial downs, preventing the tying score that would have shifted all momentum. The Black Eyed Peas had performed at halftime, their electronic pop filling the massive stadium with synthesized beats and choreographed dancers, Fergie and will.i.am commanding the center stage with Slash joining for a guitar solo. The performance would later draw mixed reviews and criticism from purists. But in the moment, it provided spectacle and energy, a brief respite from the tension of championship football, a modern pop celebration in the heart of Texas. When the final seconds ticked away, when the scoreboard confirmed Green Bay's 31-25 victory, when Big Ben's last desperate pass fell incomplete in the end zone, Aaron Rodgers had his validation and his place in Packers' immortality. The Most Valuable Player award was a formality, recognition of a performance that announced his arrival among the elite, that proved he belonged in the same sentence as Favre and Starr. He had led the Packers to their fourth Super Bowl championship, their first since the Favre-led triumph 14 years earlier when they defeated New England. The trophy presentation brought tears to legendary players in attendance, former Packers who remembered Lombardi and Starr from personal experience, who understood the weight of tradition that came with wearing the green and gold. Mike McCarthy, the steady coach who had developed Rodgers patiently through the difficult transition and built a championship team around offensive creativity, held the Lombardi Trophy high, the trophy named after the greatest Packers coach of all, the trophy that represented the pinnacle of his profession. In Green Bay, where winter still gripped the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, the celebration rivaled anything in the franchise's storied history. The city that lived and breathed football, that owned its team through public shares, that viewed the Packers as family rather than franchise, erupted in joy. Cowboys Stadium emptied into the Texas night, its billion-dollar architecture having served its purpose magnificently. The Packers were champions once more, Aaron Rodgers had cemented his legacy, and the Steelers were left to wonder what might have been if they had started faster, finished stronger. The confetti fell in Green Bay's colors, and somewhere Vince Lombardi smiled at the continuation of his legacy. The Indianapolis winter wrapped around Lucas Oil Stadium on February 5, 2012, the city's gleaming downtown hosting Super Bowl 46 with pride and precision. Inside the retractable roof stadium, 68,658 spectators gathered for a rematch 4 years in the making, a chance for redemption or revenge depending on perspective. The New England Patriots arrived as favorites seeking to erase the memory of Super Bowl 42, when the Giants had shattered their perfect season with a last-minute miracle. Tom Brady, now 34 years old, commanded an offense that had scored 513 points during the regular season, the most in franchise history. Rob Gronkowski, the dominant tight end, played through an injured ankle. His presence diminished but his will unbroken. Bill Belichick sought his fourth Super Bowl title as head coach. The New York Giants came as wild card survivors who had won every playoff game on the road. Eli Manning, forever measured against his brother Peyton and against Brady, had played the best football of his career in January. Tom Coughlin, the disciplined coach who had orchestrated the previous upset, prepared his team for another battle against the dynasty that wouldn't die. The first quarter unfolded with both offenses struggling to find rhythm against defenses that had clearly prepared well. The Patriots' usually explosive attack seemed out of sync, Brady's timing with his receivers slightly off, his usual precision hampered by constant pressure. Gronkowski's mobility was clearly limited by his severely sprained ankle suffered in the AFC Championship Game. His ability to create separation diminished, his blocking less effective than usual. The Giants' defensive line, led by Jason Pierre-Paul's speed and Justin Tuck's power, generated relentless pressure on nearly every dropback, forcing Brady to throw before routes fully developed, disrupting the timing that made New England's offense so dangerous. New York struck first when Victor Cruz caught a 2-yard touchdown pass from Manning, the electric receiver celebrating with his signature salsa dance in the end zone, his joy infectious. The Giants led 9-0 at one point in the second quarter, their defense completely stifling Brady and the vaunted New England offense, limiting them to just 10 points in the first half, the score reflecting dominance rather than luck or circumstance. The Patriots seemed rattled, uncharacteristically hesitant, their usual confidence shaken by the relentless pass rush. But Brady was Brady, and he methodically led the Patriots back. 2 touchdown drives in the second and third quarters, including a beautiful pass to Aaron Hernandez, gave New England a 17-9 lead. The comeback seemed inevitable, the Patriots' championship experience seemingly asserting itself, the Giants' upset chances fading as the fourth quarter approached. Then came the Mario Manningham catch, the play that would define the game and live forever in Giants lore alongside David Tyree's helmet catch 4 years earlier. Eli Manning, facing fierce pressure from both ends, stepped up in the pocket and threw a perfect pass down the left sideline, threading it between 2 defenders. Manningham, tightly covered by Patriots cornerback Sterling Moore, somehow got both feet down inbounds with the ball secured against his chest, his toe dragging just inside the white line. The precision required was extraordinary, the window impossibly small, the execution flawless, the 38-yard gain keeping the drive alive when a punt would have likely sealed the Patriots' victory and given Brady the ball back with excellent field position. The drive continued methodically, Manning hitting receivers in rhythm, the offensive line providing just enough time, the Patriots' defense unable to generate the crucial stop they desperately needed. Ahmad Bradshaw's 1-yard touchdown run was almost comical in its execution, the running back actually trying to stop at the goal line to burn more clock and force New England to use their timeouts, falling backwards into the end zone almost reluctantly, unable to prevent gravity from pulling him across. 21-17 Giants, with 57 seconds remaining on the clock, an eternity for Tom Brady. Brady had time and weapons and all his considerable talent. He marched the Patriots downfield with quick passes, moving to midfield, then to the Giants' 40. But the final pass, a desperate heave toward the end zone intended for Deion Branch, fell incomplete as time expired. The Giants had done it again. Madonna had performed at halftime, her elaborate production featuring multiple guest stars and pyrotechnics, MIA causing controversy with a brief gesture, Nicki Minaj and LMFAO joining the spectacle. The show was vintage Madonna, theatrical and provocative, dividing opinion but commanding attention. Eli Manning earned Most Valuable Player honors with 296 yards and the winning touchdown drive. He had outdueled Brady twice in Super Bowls, a fact that would fuel debates for decades. Manning's legacy was secured, his place among the elite validated, his name forever linked with championship moments. Tom Coughlin, at 65 years old, had won his second Super Bowl with the Giants, both against the Patriots, both against all expectations. The Lombardi Trophy would return to New York, where parades and celebration awaited. Lucas Oil Stadium, in its first Super Bowl hosting duty, had provided a perfect stage. The Patriots walked off the field in devastation, Brady's face a mask of frustration, Belichick's hoodie pulled tight. The Giants celebrated in confetti and joy, their road warrior mentality vindicated, their belief in themselves proven true. In the frozen streets of Indianapolis that February night, Giants fans celebrated a victory that seemed destined, while Patriot supporters wondered what might have been if Gronkowski had been healthy, if one more pass had connected, if the dynasty had one more championship moment left in its grasp. The Mercedes-Benz Superdome stood proud in New Orleans on February 3, 2013, 7 years after Hurricane Katrina had filled it with desperate refugees, 3 years after the Saints' triumphant Super Bowl victory within its walls. Now it would host Super Bowl 47, a game that would be remembered for sibling rivalry, a bizarre power outage, and one of the great comebacks that almost was. 71,024 spectators filled the dome, anticipation crackling through the air like electricity, the atmosphere electric with the novelty of the coaching matchup. This was the Harbaugh Bowl, brother against brother, a storyline that transcended football. John coaching the Baltimore Ravens, the older brother seeking his first championship. Jim leading the San Francisco 49ers, the younger brother whose intensity and competitive fire had already become legendary. Their parents watched from a suite, hearts divided impossibly, pride doubled exponentially, the family dynamic playing out on football's biggest stage for the world to witness. It was unprecedented, siblings coaching against each other for the championship, a human drama layered atop the athletic competition. The Ravens arrived as battle-tested warriors, having survived multiple playoff games by the slimmest margins, victories earned through determination rather than dominance. Joe Flacco, the often criticized quarterback who had never quite silenced his doubters, had played his best football in January, throwing 11 touchdowns without a single interception in the playoffs, his arm strength and accuracy finally matching the big moments. Ray Lewis played in his final game, the legendary linebacker's retirement tour reaching its ultimate destination, his emotional leadership and passionate speeches driving teammates beyond their perceived limits, his presence worth more than statistics could measure. The 49ers came with the league's most dominant defense and Colin Kaepernick, the athletic young quarterback who had replaced Alex Smith mid-season and transformed the offense. Jim Harbaugh's intensity and attention to detail had built a juggernaut, a team that seemed destined for championship glory in his second year as head coach. Baltimore seized control early. Flacco threw 3 touchdown passes in the first half, including a spectacular 56-yard completion to Jacoby Jones just before halftime, the safety beaten badly on the play. Jones then returned the second-half kickoff 108 yards for a touchdown, the longest play in Super Bowl history, giving Baltimore a seemingly insurmountable 28-6 lead. Then the lights went out. A power failure in the Superdome cut electricity to half the stadium. The massive video boards went dark, the scoreboard ceased displaying information, the field lights dimmed to minimal emergency levels. For 34 surreal minutes, players stood on the field uncertain and confused, stretching to stay warm. Coaches consulted with bewildered officials. Broadcasters filled endless airtime with speculation and analysis. The delay was unprecedented, a technical failure on the game's biggest stage that would spark conspiracy theories and questions for years about whether the outage had been accidental or deliberate, though investigations would later confirm it was merely an equipment malfunction triggered by the massive electrical load. When play finally resumed after the bizarre interruption, the 49ers became a completely different team, transformed and energized. Perhaps the extended break allowed them to regroup mentally, to shake off the shock of the deficit, or maybe Jim Harbaugh adjusted his strategy during the forced timeout, installing new plays or making defensive adjustments. San Francisco scored 17 consecutive points, Frank Gore running with power between the tackles and Colin Kaepernick leading drives with his dual-threat abilities that should have been impossible against Baltimore's experienced defense. The Ravens' comfortable 22-point lead evaporated like morning fog, 28-23 with time winding down. Momentum completely reversed in shocking fashion. The game came down to a goal line stand. The 49ers with 4 chances from inside the 5-yard line. 3 straight passes to Michael Crabtree in the end zone all fell incomplete. Officials declining to throw flags for contact. The Ravens' defense somehow holding firm. 4th down, the season on the line. Kaepernick's pass intended for Crabtree again incomplete. The celebration beginning before the ball hit the turf. Joe Flacco finished with 287 yards and 3 touchdowns, earning most valuable player honors and silencing years of critics who questioned his clutch gene. He had been brilliant throughout the playoffs, his deep balls to Torrey Smith and Jones stretching defenses, his poise under pressure unwavering. Beyoncé had performed at halftime, her show featuring intricate choreography, Destiny's Child reunion, and a level of production value that set new standards. She sang live, her vocals powerful, the performance becoming one of the most acclaimed in Super Bowl history, though some controversy lingered about whether earlier vocals had been pre-recorded. Ray Lewis retired a champion. his emotional farewell complete with a championship ring. He had anchored Baltimore's defense for 17 years, his intensity and football intelligence defining an era. The trophy presentation was especially poignant, the veteran linebacker embracing John Harbaugh, tears streaming down his face, legacy secured. The Harbaugh brothers met at midfield, John the victor, Jim gracious in defeat despite visible frustration. Their parents hugged both sons, proud of the journey regardless of the outcome. The Superdome celebrated another championship moment, the power outage already becoming part of football folklore. In Baltimore, the city that had lost the Colts decades earlier and embraced the Ravens fiercely, the celebration was cathartic. In San Francisco, there was disappointment but also recognition that their championship window remained open. The lights of the Superdome eventually returned to full power, the stadium emptying slowly, the scoreboard showing Baltimore's 28-31 victory, though officially recorded as 34-31. The blackout game was over, a bizarre chapter closed, but the memories would last forever. The February cold gripped MetLife Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey, on the evening of February 2, 2014. Super Bowl 48 would be the first outdoor Super Bowl in a cold-weather city, the NFL's bold experiment to see if championship football could thrive in winter conditions. 82,529 spectators bundled against temperatures in the high 30s, their breath visible in the night air, the stadium's open roof exposing them to the elements. The Denver Broncos arrived as record setters, having scored 606 points during the regular season, the most in NFL history. Peyton Manning, at 37 years old, had thrown 55 touchdown passes, shattering records, leading an offense that seemed unstoppable. The weapons surrounding him were extraordinary. Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker, Wes Welker, and Julius Thomas forming a receiving core that defenses simply could not match up against. They were overwhelming favorites to claim the championship. The Seattle Seahawks came with a Legion of Boom, a secondary so physical and talented it had redefined defensive football. Richard Sherman, Earl Thomas, and Cam Chancellor formed a unit that shut down elite passing attacks week after week. Pete Carroll's team had finished the regular season 13-3, their defense allowing the fewest points in the league, their confidence bordering on arrogance, their swagger backed by performance. The game began disastrously for Denver before most fans had found their seats. The opening snap from center sailed over Manning's head, the football tumbling into the end zone where Nozhan Moreno fell on it for a safety. 12 seconds had elapsed. 2-0 Seahawks. The fastest score in Super Bowl history, an omen of chaos to come. The Seahawks dominated from that surreal beginning onward, never relinquishing control, never allowing Denver hope of a comeback. Manning's offense never found rhythm, the precision passing attack disrupted by Seattle's physical cornerbacks jamming receivers at the line of scrimmage, by defensive ends Michael Bennett and Cliff Avril generating constant pressure from the edges, collapsing the pocket before routes could develop. The Broncos' high-powered machine sputtered and stalled repeatedly, their record-setting offense reduced to desperate scrambles and incomplete passes, 3-and-outs replacing the long scoring drives of the regular season. Percy Harvin returned the second-half kickoff for a touchdown, racing 87 yards down the sideline untouched, the Broncos' special teams unable to contain his speed and vision. The route was on, any lingering doubt about the outcome erased. Seattle's defense forced turnovers with aggressive play, Cam Chancellor delivering bone-crushing hits that rattled Denver receivers, Malcolm Smith intercepting Manning and returning it 69 yards for a touchdown in the second quarter, earning Most Valuable Player honors as a linebacker in the process, the first defensive player to win the award since Dexter Jackson in Super Bowl 37. The final score was 43-8, a demolition so complete it seemed impossible given the matchup on paper. Denver's vaunted offense managed only 133 rushing yards and 1 touchdown pass. Manning finished 26 completions in 49 attempts, 280 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, constantly harassed, never comfortable. Bruno Mars performed at halftime, joined by the Red Hot Chili Peppers for a high-energy show that provided warmth and entertainment during the winter evening. Mars' drumming and vocals energized the crowd, the production values impressive despite the outdoor setting and cold temperatures, the show becoming one of the more well-received halftime performances in recent memory. Seattle celebrated their first Super Bowl championship in franchise history, the organization's 38-year wait finally over. Pete Carroll vindicated after his controversial departure from USC years earlier, his energy and innovative defensive schemes paying off on the biggest stage. Russell Wilson, the young quarterback who had fallen all the way to the 3rd round of the 2012 draft due to concerns about his height, had managed the game efficiently with poise beyond his years, making plays when needed, avoiding costly mistakes, his mobility extending drives. Marshawn Lynch's powerful running had kept drives alive and worn down the Denver defense already exhausted from chasing Seattle's balanced attack, his bruising style perfect for the cold conditions. The Lombardi Trophy traveled to the Pacific Northwest for the first time in NFL history, to a fan base that had waited decades for this moment, that had endured the relocation threat of the mid-1990s. The 12th man, as Seahawks fans proudly called themselves in tribute to their legendary crowd noise, had supported the team through losing seasons and heartbreaking near misses, now rewarded with ultimate glory and validation. MetLife Stadium emptied into the New Jersey night, fans streaming toward trains and parking lots in the cold darkness. The controversial experiment of hosting a cold-weather Super Bowl deemed successful despite widespread concerns about weather conditions. Denver's season ended in crushing disappointment, their record-setting regular season forgotten, their high-powered offense exposed as vulnerable when facing an elite defense, Manning's legacy complicated by another playoff failure on the biggest stage. Seattle's Legion of Boom had announced themselves as the NFL's premier defense, their physical style and trash-talking swagger dominating an opponent thought unstoppable, establishing a new dynasty in the Pacific Northwest. The confetti was quickly collected from the cold turf by cleaning crews, the stadium lights gradually dimmed, and the score remained etched in history forever. Seattle's decisive 43-8 triumph, Denver's stunning collapse, a Super Bowl that defied all expectations and established a new champion in the most resounding fashion imaginable. The Arizona desert air cooled as night fell over University of Phoenix Stadium in Glendale on February 1, 2015. Super Bowl 49 prepared to crown a champion, with 70,288 spectators filling the retractable roof stadium that had cost over $450 million to build, the grass field maintained to perfection, the stage set for what would become one of the most dramatic and controversial finishes in football history, a game that would be debated and analyzed for years. The New England Patriots arrived seeking redemption after 2 consecutive AFC Championship losses that had prevented them from reaching the Super Bowl. Tom Brady, now 37 years old, faced persistent questions about whether his prime had passed, whether the dynasty's championship window had closed, whether the league had finally caught up to Belichick's schemes. The Deflategate scandal from the AFC Championship game against Indianapolis hung over the team like a dark storm cloud. Accusations of systematic ball tampering threatening to overshadow the achievement of reaching the Super Bowl, the controversy dominating media coverage in the weeks leading up to the game. The Seattle Seahawks came as defending champions seeking to become the first team to win back-to-back titles since the Patriots themselves had accomplished it a decade earlier. The Legion of Boom remained dominant, Richard Sherman and the secondary as cocky and talented as ever. Russell Wilson had matured into an elite quarterback, his efficiency and clutch play making him one of the league's rising stars. Marshawn Lynch provided power in the running game, his beast mode runs becoming legendary. The first quarter unfolded conservatively, both teams feeling each other out, both defenses imposing their will. Neither offense found easy yards, the physical play setting a tone. The Seahawks struck first when they recovered a Brady fumble, Jeremy Lane intercepting a pass but breaking his wrist and tearing his ACL on the return, a devastating injury that would impact Seattle's defensive depth. The second quarter saw the game open up significantly, both offenses finding rhythm. Rob Gronkowski, the Patriots' dominant tight end playing through multiple injuries, began winning physical matchups against Seattle's smaller linebackers, his size and athleticism creating mismatches all over the field. Danny Amendola made crucial catches despite his own injury concerns, moving the chains on critical third downs with precision route running. Brady found a comfortable rhythm in the pocket, his legendary quick release negating Seattle's pass rush, his pinpoint accuracy dissecting the zones that the Legion of Boom typically defended so well. But Seattle answered every Patriots score with their own offensive efficiency. Chris Matthews, an undrafted receiver who had caught exactly 0 passes during the entire regular season and had spent time on practice squads, became an unlikely star on football's biggest stage. He hauled in 4 catches for 109 yards in the first half alone, including a spectacular leaping touchdown catch just before halftime that silenced the Patriots sideline. The game was tied 14-14 at the break, both teams trading big blows, neither gaining clear advantage or momentum, the contest shaping up as the competitive battle everyone had anticipated. Katy Perry performed at halftime, her elaborate production featuring a mechanical lion entrance, backup dancers dressed as chess pieces and sharks, and guest appearances by Lenny Kravitz and Missy Elliott. The show was pure spectacle, roar and firework, providing soundtrack to pyrotechnics and choreography. The left shark dancer would become an internet phenomenon, his slightly off-sync movements achieving viral fame. The third quarter belonged to Seattle. Their offense moved efficiently, Wilson making accurate throws, Lynch pounding the ball between the tackles. Their defense tightened, forcing Brady into difficult throws, the pressure mounting. But Brady responded with poise, leading a touchdown drive capped by Amendola's catch, keeping New England in the contest. The fourth quarter became a showcase of championship football, big plays trading back and forth, the tension mounting with each snap. Gronkowski caught a touchdown to give New England the lead, his celebration muted by injury pain. Seattle answered when Wilson found Doug Baldwin in the end zone, 24-21 Seahawks with just over 2 minutes remaining. Brady then orchestrated a masterful 2-minute drill drive, showing precisely why he had earned his reputation as the game's most clutch quarterback over his 15-year career. He found Julian Edelman repeatedly, the scrappy former college quarterback turned receiver making tough catches in traffic despite being covered tightly. Amendola converted another crucial third down with a contested catch along the sideline. Then Brady went deep to Edelman, who made an acrobatic catch falling backward, the ball nearly touching the Arizona turf but staying millimeters off the ground by sheer will, a play immediately reminiscent of David Tyree's helmet catch years earlier that had beaten these same Patriots in Super Bowl 42. The pass interference call on Seattle gave New England the ball at the 1-yard line. Brady hit Edelman for the touchdown, 28-24 Patriots with just over 2 minutes left. The momentum had swung completely, Belichick's team poised to steal victory. But Wilson and Lynch still had time, still had chances. The Seahawks drove downfield with purpose, Lynch gaining tough yards, Wilson hitting Baldwin and Jermaine Kearse. Then came the catch that seemed to seal Seattle's victory. Kearse's reception at the 5-yard line was pure chaos, the ball bouncing off his legs as he fell backward, miraculously trapped against his thigh, a circus catch that gave Seattle first and goal with just over a minute remaining. The scoreboard showed 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining, first and goal from the 5-yard line, Seattle Seahawks leading 24-14 just moments earlier, now trailing 28-24. Marshawn Lynch stood in the backfield, the most powerful running back in football, a player who had built his reputation on short yardage dominance. Everyone in the stadium, everyone watching around the world, expected him to get the ball. Lynch took the handoff on first down, powering forward for 4 yards, bringing the ball to the 1-yard line. The clock ticked toward 30 seconds. Seattle had 1 timeout remaining. They could run Lynch 3 more times if needed, their best player with the game on the line, the beast mode legend carrying them to back-to-back championships. Pete Carroll conferred with offensive coordinator Darrell Bevell and quarterbacks coach Carl Smith on the Seattle sideline. The decision they made in those crucial seconds would become the single most analyzed play call in Super Bowl history, debated endlessly by analysts and fans, criticized ruthlessly by those who saw it as an obvious mistake, defended passionately by those who understood the strategic reasoning. They decided to pass the football rather than hand it to Lynch, attempting to preserve their timeout for a potential 3rd or 4th down play. The logic was sound in the abstract, but the execution would prove catastrophic. The Patriots' goal line defense aligned in a specific formation. Malcolm Butler lined up directly across from Ricardo Laquette at the goal line. Butler, an undrafted free agent rookie from West Alabama, a small Division II school that most NFL fans had never heard of mentioned, had nearly been cut during training camp, surviving only because of his relentless work ethic and willingness to play special teams. He had practiced defending this exact slant pattern dozens of times in the weeks leading up to the game, recognizing the formation and route combination instantly when Seattle broke the huddle and lined up, his preparation about to pay the ultimate dividend. Russell Wilson took the snap, dropped back 2 steps, and threw toward Laquette on a quick slant route. Butler jumped the pattern with perfect timing, his recognition instantaneous, his footwork flawless. The interception happened so fast that many fans didn't immediately understand what they had witnessed. Butler caught the ball at the goal line, cradling it as Seahawks players lunged desperately. The game ending in that single moment, the championship secured by a player no one expected. The Patriots sideline erupted in chaos, disbelief turning to joy, players streaming onto the field in celebration. Rob Ninkovich, the veteran defensive end, wrapped Butler in a bear hug, lifting the rookie off the ground, teammates piling on. Tom Brady dropped to his knees, overcome with emotion, the weight of a decade without a championship finally lifted. Bill Belichick, usually stoic, allowed himself a rare moment of celebration, hugging assistants, his defensive scheme having prepared Butler for precisely this moment. The Seattle sideline stood frozen in shock and devastation. Lynch walked to the bench, his face a mask of frustration and confusion, wondering why he never got the ball. Richard Sherman, normally the most brash defensive back in football, removed his helmet slowly, rendered speechless. Russell Wilson stood motionless, the interception his responsibility, the play call his burden to execute. Bruce Irvin's unsportsmanlike conduct penalty during the final scrum underscored Seattle's emotional collapse. The final kneel down was a formality, Brady taking a knee as confetti cannons fired, green and blue mixed with red and white falling from the Arizona ceiling. The Patriots had won 28-24, reclaiming the championship after a decade, Brady's 4th ring secured by an undrafted rookie's greatest moment. Brady earned Most Valuable Player honors with 328 yards and 4 touchdowns, 37 completions in 50 attempts, an efficient performance under constant pressure. But the game would be remembered for Butler's interception, for Seattle's controversial play call, for the moment that defied all logic and expectation. The trophy presentation was emotional, Robert Kraft accepting the Lombardi Trophy with tears in his eyes, dedicating it to the franchise, the fans, and implicitly to those who had doubted the Patriots during the Deflategate scandal. Brady held the trophy high, his competitive fire evident even in victory, his place among the all-time greats secure. Pete Carroll faced the media afterward, defending the play call, taking responsibility, explaining the logic that led to passing rather than handing off to Lynch. The explanation was reasonable, the process defensible, but the result was indefensible. The second-guessing would never stop, the worst play call in Super Bowl history narrative cementing itself immediately. Malcolm Butler's life changed instantly, his name forever linked with championship glory, his moment of preparation meeting opportunity becoming legendary. The undrafted rookie from West Alabama had made the biggest defensive play in Super Bowl history. His recognition and execution perfect when perfection was required. In Boston and throughout New England, the celebration was cathartic, a region long defined by tortured sports history finally breaking through again. In Seattle, the devastation was complete, a dynasty denied by one play, one decision, one moment that would haunt them forever. University of Phoenix Stadium emptied slowly into the Arizona night, fans processing what they had witnessed, the improbable finish already being replayed and analyzed on every screen. The Patriots were champions again, their dynasty resurrected, their doubters silenced. The Seahawks walked off the field as the team that should have won, their chance at history stolen by a single throw, a single decision, a single perfect defensive play that no one saw coming except the undrafted rookie who made it. The gleaming new Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California, stood ready on February 7, 2016, to host Super Bowl 50. The NFL had dropped the Roman numeral for this golden anniversary game, marketing it simply as Super Bowl 50, the milestone warranting special recognition. 71,088 spectators filled the state-of-the-art facility, its modern architecture and technology representing football's future, while the game itself would mark the end of an era. The Denver Broncos arrived with Peyton Manning at quarterback, though it was no longer the Manning of old. At 39 years old, having missed significant time during the season with injuries, Manning was clearly diminished physically. His arm strength had faded, his mobility nearly gone, his statistical season the worst of his career. But Denver's defense was historically great, led by linebacker Von Miller's relentless pass rush and a secondary that shut down elite receivers week after week. The Carolina Panthers came as the league's most dominant team, their 15-1 record built on Cam Newton's spectacular MVP season. Newton had revolutionized the quarterback position with his combination of size, speed, passing ability, and charisma. His touchdown celebrations and infectious joy had made him one of football's most polarizing and popular players. The Panthers' offense scored points in bunches, their defense created turnovers, and their confidence approached arrogance. The game began tentatively, both teams showing nerves befitting the occasion. Denver's defense immediately pressured Newton, Von Miller's speed off the edge forcing rushed throws. The Broncos struck first when C.J. Anderson scored on a 2-yard run, but the extra point attempt failed, a small detail that would later prove significant. Carolina answered with a methodical drive showcasing Newton's remarkable versatility, mixing powerful runs up the middle and accurate passes to the perimeter, moving the chains with balance and creativity. But Denver's defense stiffened dramatically in the red zone, bringing extra pressure and forcing a field goal attempt. The tone was set early and clearly. Carolina could move the ball between the 20s but couldn't finish drives against Denver's goal line defense, while Denver's fierce defense dominated at crucial moments when points were on the line. The second quarter belonged to Von Miller. He strip-sacked Newton, the ball bouncing loose, recovered in the end zone for a Denver touchdown. Miller's combination of speed and power was unstoppable, Newton having no answer for the assault. The Panthers' offensive line, solid all season, couldn't handle Denver's varied pass rush schemes. Coldplay performed at halftime, joined by Bruno Mars and Beyoncé in a celebration of past halftime shows. The performance was colorful and energetic, yellow and Viva La Vida, providing soundtrack to choreographed dancers forming flower patterns on the field. The show drew mixed reviews, some finding it underwhelming for such a milestone game. The third quarter saw Carolina mount a comeback attempt. Newton found his rhythm briefly, leading scoring drives that brought them within striking distance. But every time the Panthers threatened, Denver's defense responded. Aqib Talib intercepted Newton, the cornerback's physical play disrupting Carolina's timing routes. The fourth quarter became another showcase for Miller's dominance. Another devastating strip sack of Newton, another crucial fumble recovered by Denver deep in Panthers territory, this time setting up a field goal that extended the lead. 24-10 Denver, the Panthers' hopes fading rapidly as their star quarterback struggled under relentless pressure from all angles. Newton was sacked 6 times total, hurried on nearly every single dropback, forced into rushed throws and costly mistakes by a defense that had prepared for this exact matchup for 2 full weeks. A controversial moment came late when Newton dove away from a loose fumble rather than pursuing the ball. The optics were terrible on replay, his body language suggesting defeat, critics immediately questioning his competitiveness. Newton would face harsh judgment for that single play, though exhaustion from constant hits and the score likely influenced his decision. Von Miller earned Most Valuable Player honors with 2.5 sacks and 2 forced fumbles, becoming only the 10th defensive player to win the award. His dominance throughout the playoffs had been extraordinary, his performance in the Super Bowl cementing his legacy among the game's elite pass rushers. Manning finished with 13 completions in 23 attempts, 141 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 interception. It was an unremarkable statistical performance, but he managed the game competently, avoiding turnovers that would have given Carolina momentum. Gary Kubiak's game plan asked little of Manning, relying on the defense and running game to control the contest. The trophy presentation was bittersweet. Manning held the Lombardi Trophy, his second championship secured, but questions about his future dominated the moment. He deflected retirement questions during the post-game interview, saying only that he wanted to reflect and consult with family. Within weeks, he would announce his retirement, ending one of the most storied careers in football history. The Broncos celebrated their 3rd Super Bowl championship, their first since John Elway's back-to-back titles 17 years earlier. The defense had carried them to glory, an unusual path in an offensive-oriented era. In Carolina, the devastation was profound, their magical season ending in frustration and disappointment. Newton walked off the field without congratulating Manning, a breach of etiquette that added to the criticism. Levi's Stadium emptied into the California night. The Golden Anniversary Super Bowl concluded. An era ended. Manning had won his final game, going out on top as Elway had, the storybook ending secured by a defense rather than his arm. Von Miller had announced himself among the game's elite. His performance won for the ages. The confetti fell in orange and blue, Peyton Manning's career complete, a champion to the very end. The Houston night wrapped around NRG Stadium on February 5, 2017, 70,807 spectators filing into the retractable roof venue for Super Bowl 51. The Patriots had returned to championship football after missing the previous year, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick seeking their 5th title together. The shadow of Deflategate still lingered, Brady having served a 4-game suspension to start the season, the controversy never truly resolved. The Atlanta Falcons arrived as the league's most explosive offense, having scored 540 points during the regular season. Matt Ryan had won MVP honors with his career-best season, his efficiency and decision-making elevating him among the elite. Julio Jones provided a dominant receiving threat, his combination of size and speed creating impossible matchups. Kyle Shanahan's offensive scheme was revolutionary, using motion and misdirection to create advantageous looks. The first quarter unfolded with both teams trading possessions, feeling each other out. Atlanta's defense, underrated all season, pressured Brady effectively, forcing him into uncomfortable throws. The Patriots' usually reliable offense sputtered, unable to find rhythm against defensive coordinator Richard Smith's varied looks and disguised coverages. The second quarter belonged entirely to Atlanta, their offense executing flawlessly. Devonta Freeman scored on a 5-yard run, breaking through the Patriots' defensive line with explosive power and elusiveness, his cutback devastating the angle-taking linebackers. Austin Hooper caught a touchdown pass from Ryan, the athletic tight end finding soft spots in New England zone coverage, Ryan placing the ball perfectly away from defenders. The Falcons moved the ball at will, Ryan dissecting the Patriots' defense with precision throws and pre-snap reads, his comfort in Shanahan's innovative system evident in every play call and adjustment. Then came the defining moment of the first half. Julio Jones caught a pass across the middle, broke multiple tackles with extraordinary strength and balance, and raced 27 yards into the end zone. The catch was spectacular, Jones demonstrating why he was considered the game's premier receiver. Robert Alford's interception returned for a touchdown, picking off Brady and racing 82 yards untouched, gave Atlanta a commanding 21-3 lead. Lady Gaga performed at halftime, her show beginning with her singing "God Bless America" and "This Land Is Your Land" from the stadium roof before jumping down to the stage. The performance was athletic and elaborate, featuring dozens of drones forming the American flag in the sky above the stadium, a technological marvel. Her vocals were strong, her energy infectious, the show widely praised as one of the best halftime performances in recent memory. The third quarter saw Atlanta extend their dominance methodically. Tevin Coleman caught a screen pass from Ryan and raced into the end zone behind perfect blocking, the execution flawless, the scheme catching New England completely off guard. 28-3 Atlanta, the score seeming insurmountable to anyone with historical knowledge. The Falcons players celebrating on the sideline and already measuring themselves for championship rings. Statistical data and historical precedent suggested the game was essentially over, no team in Super Bowl history having ever overcome a deficit larger than 10 points in the championship game. The Patriots sideline showed no visible panic despite the dire circumstances. Brady's face set in grim determination and focus, Belichick already adjusting his defensive game plan and offensive strategy. James White caught a short touchdown pass to bring the score to 28-9 after a failed 2-point conversion attempt. Still a massive and seemingly insurmountable deficit, still requiring multiple scores and defensive stops, still appearing mathematically and practically impossible to most observers. Then everything changed. The Atlanta offense, so dominant for 3 quarters, suddenly couldn't move the ball. Shanahan's play calling became conservative, attempting to run clock rather than maintain aggression. The Patriots' defense, criticized all season, began creating pressure, forcing Ryan into rush decisions. Donte Hightower strip-sacked Ryan deep in Atlanta territory, the fumble recovered by New England, the momentum shifting violently. Brady led another touchdown drive, finding Danny Amendola for the score. The 2-point conversion succeeded, 28-20, Atlanta's lead evaporating like morning dew. The Falcons still held the advantage, but their offense couldn't regain rhythm, couldn't make the first downs that would have ended the game, the clock suddenly an enemy rather than an ally. Atlanta faced a crucial third down in field goal range, needing just one more first down to effectively end the contest. But Jake Matthews was called for holding, a penalty that pushed the Falcons out of field goal range. Then Ryan was sacked again, losing more yards. What should have been a game-clinching field goal instead became a punt, giving Brady the ball back with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The drive that followed was Tom Brady at his absolute best, demonstrating championship poise. Surgical precision on every throw, moving efficiently down the field with quick rhythm passes, hitting receivers exactly in stride, converting crucial third downs with the calm composure of someone playing a scrimmage rather than fighting for a championship in the most pressure-packed situation imaginable. Amendola made another crucial catch on 3rd and long, diving forward for extra yards, keeping the drive alive when it seemed dead and forcing Atlanta's defense back onto their heels. James White scored on a 1-yard run with 57 seconds left, tying the game at 28 after the 2-point conversion succeeded. NRG Stadium erupted in disbelief, Patriots fans screaming, Falcons supporters standing in stunned silence, the impossible happening before their eyes. The second half of Super Bowl 51 transformed into the greatest comeback in championship history. Down 28-3 midway through the third quarter, the New England Patriots faced seemingly impossible odds against the explosive Atlanta Falcons. Tom Brady remained composed in the huddle, his championship experience radiating calm confidence even as the scoreboard told a devastating story. The Houston crowd at NRG Stadium buzzed with anticipation of witnessing Atlanta's first Super Bowl victory, while Patriots fans scattered throughout the venue watched in stunned silence, many already contemplating the long journey home and their team's crushing defeat. The Patriots' first touchdown came with just under 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Brady finding Danny Amendola in the end zone. The failed 2-point conversion left New England trailing 28-9, still appearing hopelessly behind. But something shifted in the stadium's atmosphere, a barely perceptible change in momentum that would soon become an avalanche. Julian Edelman's impossible catch, the ball pinballing off multiple defenders before he secured it inches from the turf, gave New England new life and became the play that symbolized their refusal to surrender. James White became the catalyst for New England's miraculous resurgence, scoring 3 touchdowns in the final quarters and totaling 14 receptions. His receiving skills out of the backfield created matchup nightmares for Atlanta's defense, which had dominated for 3 quarters but now showed signs of physical and mental fatigue. Brady methodically dissected the Falcons' secondary, completing pass after pass with surgical precision that had defined his legendary career. The Patriots' no-huddle offense accelerated, preventing Atlanta from making defensive adjustments and maintaining relentless pressure on the exhausted Falcons who desperately needed time to regroup and catch their breath. Atlanta's offense, which had built the commanding lead through Matt Ryan's precision passing and Julio Jones' spectacular catches, suddenly went silent when they needed to maintain possession most desperately. The Falcons' decision-making in crucial moments would be questioned for years afterward, particularly the devastating sack of Ryan by Trey Flowers that pushed them out of field goal range when a successful kick could have extended their lead to 2 possessions. Offensive coordinator Kyle Shanahan's play calling faced intense scrutiny as Atlanta's explosive attack stalled when they needed first downs to preserve their advantage and run precious seconds off the clock. A holding penalty on Jake Matthews further compounded their problems, turning a manageable third down into an impossible situation. Devonta Freeman's missed blitz pickup allowed the Flowers sack, a single play that epitomized how championship moments demand perfection from every player. The Falcons punted the ball back to Brady with excellent field position, handing him the opportunity he had been waiting for throughout the desperate comeback attempt. Atlanta's defense, gassed from being on the field for extended stretches, could not contain New England's relentless offensive attack that seemed to gain strength with each successful conversion. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in regulation, Brady connected with Danny Amendola for a touchdown, cutting the deficit to 8 points with the extra point. The Patriots lined up for the 2-point conversion, Brady hitting Amendola again to bring the score to 28-all. The game that seemed decided 3 quarters earlier now hung in perfect balance. Momentum completely reversed in spectacular fashion. Atlanta received the kickoff but went 3 and out, their offensive rhythm shattered by the mounting pressure, psychological weight, and unrelenting Patriots defense that smelled blood in the water. Brady took possession with 57 seconds remaining, needing only a field goal to avoid defeat and send the game to overtime. He drove the Patriots methodically into field goal range, but time expired before they could attempt the kick, sending the first Super Bowl into overtime under the league's sudden death rules. Bill Belichick's steady leadership and Brady's unwavering belief transformed what appeared to be certain defeat into unprecedented opportunity for championship glory. The Georgia Dome erupted in chaos as both fan bases experienced emotional extremes on opposite ends of the spectrum. The Patriots faithful resurrected from despair while Atlanta supporters contemplated the unthinkable collapse unfolding before their horrified eyes. The Patriots won the coin toss and received the overtime kickoff, controlling their destiny under rules that allowed the first team to score a touchdown to win immediately. Brady needed just 5 plays and 75 yards to complete the historic comeback, capping the drive with a 2-yard touchdown pass to James White. The running back punched through the line, crossing the goal line to trigger pandemonium among New England players and fans. The Falcons never touched the ball in overtime, their historic collapse complete and their championship dreams shattered. New England's 5th Super Bowl championship belonged to Brady and Belichick, cementing their legacy as football's greatest dynasty, while Brady earned his 4th Super Bowl Most Valuable Player award with 466 passing yards, the most in Super Bowl history. For Atlanta, the devastating loss would haunt their franchise and city for years to come, 28-3 becoming synonymous with championship heartbreak and missed opportunity in sports history. Players and coaches carried the burden of squandering a seemingly insurmountable lead on football's biggest stage. The Fox broadcast captured every emotional moment, from Atlanta's jubilant celebration in the early going to their stunned disbelief as the trophy ceremony unfolded with New England hoisting the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Matt Ryan's Most Valuable Player season ended in crushing disappointment, his spectacular year overshadowed by the final 30 minutes of the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 52 unfolded on February 4, 2018, at US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where the Philadelphia Eagles faced the New England Patriots in a clash between underdog determination and dynasty dominance. The Eagles entered as significant underdogs despite their #1 seed, having lost franchise quarterback Carson Wentz to a late-season knee injury. Backup quarterback Nick Foles, who had nearly retired from football just 2 years earlier, now stood on championship stage against Tom Brady and Bill Belichick's Patriots, seeking their 6th Lombardi Trophy. The attendance of 67,612 witnessed one of the most entertaining Super Bowls ever played. The game became an offensive showcase, both teams trading scores throughout a breathless contest that featured 67 combined first downs and 1,151 total yards. Foles commanded the Eagles' offense with surprising poise and precision, throwing for 373 yards and 3 touchdowns while displaying the confidence of a seasoned championship quarterback despite his backup status. His connection with tight end Zach Ertz proved unstoppable throughout the game, while wide receiver Alshon Jeffrey provided crucial catches on 3rd downs and in the red zone throughout Philadelphia's scoring drives that kept pace with New England's explosive attack led by the legendary Brady. Running back LeGarrette Blount, a former Patriot, punched in a 1-yard touchdown run against his old team, adding emotional resonance to Philadelphia's scoring drives. The Eagles' offensive line, anchored by All-Pro center Jason Kelce and tackle Lane Johnson, provided exceptional protection for Foles while opening running lanes for the ground game that kept New England's defense honest and unable to solely focus on pass rush. The play that defined the championship occurred just before halftime with Philadelphia facing fourth down at the Patriots' 1-yard line. Head coach Doug Peterson called for a trick play rather than settling for a safe field goal. The Philly specials saw Foles motion out of the backfield while running back Corey Clement took the direct snap. After a series of lateral passes, tight end Trey Burton, a former college quarterback, threw a perfectly placed pass to a wide-open Foles in the end zone. The backup quarterback's touchdown catch sent the Philadelphia sideline into pandemonium and gave the Eagles a 22-12 halftime lead. The gutsy call exemplified Peterson's fearless approach and became instantly iconic in Super Bowl lore, representing everything that made this underdog Eagles team special. Brady responded with characteristic brilliance, throwing for 505 passing yards, the most in Super Bowl history, along with 3 touchdowns in a performance that showcased his enduring excellence at age 40. His performance would have earned Most Valuable Player honors in most championship games, but the Patriots' defense could not contain Philadelphia's balanced offensive attack that exploited mismatches and maintained possession. The Eagles employed innovative formations and play designs that confused New England's defensive schemes, attacking mismatches and exploiting vulnerabilities throughout the contest with precision play calling. Wide receiver Nelson Agholor's speed stretched the field vertically while running back Jay Ajayi powered through the Patriots' front seven on crucial short yardage situations that kept drives alive. The fourth quarter became a test of nerves as both teams exchanged scores, the lead changing hands multiple times. With 2 minutes and 21 seconds remaining, Foles connected with Zach Ertz on a critical fourth down conversion, then found him again for the go-ahead touchdown. Officials reviewed whether Ertz maintained possession through his dive into the end zone, the replay showing the ball crossing the plane before any potential bobble. The touchdown stood, giving Philadelphia a 41-33 advantage and leaving Brady with one final opportunity to extend his legacy with yet another miraculous comeback. The Patriots drove into Eagles territory, Brady completing passes with the precision that had defined his legendary career, but a strip sack by defensive end Brandon Graham with 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining effectively sealed Philadelphia's victory. Graham's perfectly timed rush beat the offensive tackle's block, his hand punching the ball free from Brady's grasp just as the quarterback prepared to throw. The ball bounced free, recovered by defensive end Derek Barnett near the sideline, preventing Brady from mounting another legendary fourth-quarter rally that had become his trademark. The defensive stand validated defensive coordinator Jim Schwartz's aggressive scheme that had pressured Brady throughout the contest, refusing to play passively against the Patriots' championship experience. As confetti rained down on US Bank Stadium, the Philadelphia Eagles celebrated their first Super Bowl championship in franchise history, ending 57 years of waiting since their last NFL title in 1960. Nick Foles earned Most Valuable Player honors, completing 28 of 43 passes and cementing his place in football immortality with one of the greatest underdog stories the championship has ever witnessed. His journey from considering retirement to Super Bowl Most Valuable Player resonated with fans worldwide, proving that perseverance and self-belief can overcome doubt and adversity. The victory sparked massive celebrations throughout Philadelphia, where fans who had waited decades for championship glory flooded Broad Street in joyous pandemonium, climbing lampposts and celebrating with strangers in shared jubilation. The NBC broadcast captured the emotional triumph, from Peterson's tearful embrace with Foles to elderly fans crying tears of joy after a lifetime of waiting for their team to reach football summit. Justin Timberlake's halftime show provided entertainment, though it would be forever overshadowed by the Philly special and the Eagles' shocking upset of the Patriots dynasty, ending New England's hopes of a sixth championship with Brady and Belichick together. Super Bowl 53 took place on February 3, 2019, at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, where the New England Patriots faced the Los Angeles Rams in the lowest-scoring championship game in Super Bowl history. The Patriots defeated the Rams 13-3 in a defensive masterpiece that defied every expectation for a high-scoring shootout between two potent offenses featuring innovative schemes and explosive playmakers. The game's final score shocked viewers worldwide who anticipated offensive fireworks between quarterbacks Tom Brady and Jared Goff, instead witnessing a defensive chess match where every yard came at premium cost and offensive execution proved nearly impossible against suffocating defensive schemes that dominated from opening kickoff to final whistle. Bill Belichick's defensive game plan completely neutralized the Rams' revolutionary offense that had dominated throughout the regular season under innovative head coach Sean McVay, the youngest Super Bowl coach in history at only 33 years old. The Patriots' defense held Los Angeles to just 260 total yards, forcing punts on 8 consecutive possessions and stymieing every attempt to establish any offensive rhythm whatsoever. Defensive coordinator Brian Flores designed exotic blitz packages and disguised coverages that completely confused Goff throughout the contest, rendering the young quarterback indecisive and unable to execute McVay's intricate offensive schemes that had thrived during the season when defenses gave them standard looks and predictable defensive alignments. Neither team scored a touchdown in the first 3 quarters, a stunning development that had never occurred in Super Bowl history over 53 previous championships spanning decades of football evolution. The defenses dominated with relentless pressure and suffocating coverage on every snap, turning the championship into a war of attrition where field position and special teams played determined momentum shifts between the struggling offenses. Patriots kicker Stephen Gostkowski connected on a 29-yard field goal in the second quarter, providing the game's only first-half score as both offenses struggled mightily to move the football and generate any rhythm. The Rams finally answered with a 53-yard field goal by Greg Zuerlein early in the fourth quarter, tying the game at 3 and setting up a tense final period that would decide the championship in dramatic fashion. Brady, playing at age 41 in his 9th Super Bowl appearance, struggled throughout most of the game against the Rams' aggressive defensive front led by Aaron Donald, the league's most dominant defensive player who terrorized opposing quarterbacks all season long. The Patriots' offense managed only 5 first downs through 3 quarters, unable to sustain drives or find any consistent rhythm against Los Angeles's talented defensive unit featuring young stars across all 3 levels. However, Brady's championship experience and mental toughness emerged when needed most in the fourth quarter, demonstrating once again why he had become football's most decorated champion with 5 previous Super Bowl victories. Facing a tied game with 7 minutes remaining, he engineered a methodical drive that showcased his mastery of situational football even at an advanced age when most quarterbacks had long since retired from the physically demanding sport. The crucial drive covered 69 yards over 10 plays, eating precious minutes off the clock while moving inexorably toward the end zone against a desperate Rams defense fighting to keep championship hopes alive. Running back Sony Michel, a first-round rookie who had delivered consistently throughout the playoffs with tough running between the tackles, capped the possession with a 2-yard touchdown plunge, giving New England a 10-3 lead with just over 7 minutes remaining in regulation. The Rams' offense, which had generated explosive plays throughout the entire season with McVay's innovative play designs and motion concepts, could not respond under the mounting pressure of the championship's closing minutes and New England's suffocating defense that refused to yield easy completions. Goff completed just 19 of 38 passes for 209 yards while facing constant harassment from the Patriots' defensive front that collapsed the pocket repeatedly, never allowing him sufficient time to find open receivers downfield in McVay's timing-based defensive system. Brady earned his 6th Super Bowl Most Valuable Player award despite throwing for only 262 yards in the defensive struggle, the lowest passing total for a Super Bowl MVP in the modern era of pass-heavy offensive football. His ability to execute the lone touchdown drive when the championship hung precariously in balance exemplified his legendary clutch performance ability that had defined his entire historic career spanning nearly 2 decades of excellence. The victory gave Belichick his 6th Super Bowl title as head coach, tying the legendary record for most championships by any coach in league history. For the Patriots organization, the championship represented their 6th Lombardi trophy, tying them with the Pittsburgh Steelers for most Super Bowl victories in NFL history and extending their unprecedented dynasty into a 3rd decade of sustained excellence and dominance. The halftime show featured Maroon 5, Travis Scott, and Big Boy performing for the Atlanta crowd. CBS broadcast the low-scoring defensive battle to 70,083 fans in attendance and millions watching worldwide. Many disappointed by the lack of scoring but witnessing defensive masterclass. For the Rams and their talented young nucleus, the devastating loss meant missing their opportunity to capture Los Angeles's first championship since the franchise's return to Southern California. The defensive performance by both teams represented the highest level of preparation and execution, with coordinators spending the 2-week break between conference championships and Super Bowl dissecting every tendency and pattern from the regular season. This defensive showcase reminded football fans that championship games can be won through defensive dominance just as effectively as offensive fireworks, even in an era where rule changes increasingly favored high-scoring aerial attacks. Super Bowl 54 took place on February 2, 2020, at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, where the Kansas City Chiefs faced the San Francisco 49ers in a championship that would launch a new dynasty while ending a 50-year championship drought. The Chiefs defeated the 49ers 31-20 in dramatic fashion, overcoming a 10-point fourth-quarter deficit to capture their first Super Bowl victory since 1970, when they defeated the Minnesota Vikings in the final AFL-NFL World Championship game before the official merger created the modern conference system. Patrick Mahomes, the 24-year-old quarterback sensation who had taken the league by storm with his unprecedented arm talent and improvisational playmaking ability, earned Super Bowl Most Valuable Player honors despite struggling for 3 quarters against the 49ers' dominant defensive front. Head coach Andy Reid, who had endured years of criticism for failing to win the ultimate prize despite consistent regular season success and innovative offensive schemes, finally captured his first Super Bowl championship after 21 years as a head coach. The victory validated Reid's offensive genius and patient approach to building championship rosters through the draft and player development. The 49ers dominated the first 3 quarters behind their powerful running attack led by Raheem Mostert and the versatile schemes of head coach Kyle Shanahan, who sought redemption after the devastating 28-3 collapse as Atlanta's offensive coordinator in Super Bowl 51 against New England. San Francisco's defensive line, featuring Nick Bosa and Arik Armstead, pressured Mahomes relentlessly, forcing him into uncomfortable situations and preventing Kansas City's explosive offense from finding any rhythm. The Niners led 20-10 entering the fourth quarter, appearing poised to capture their 6th Super Bowl championship and first since 1995. The fourth quarter transformed into a showcase of Mahomes' elite talent and championship composure under extreme pressure. Trailing by 10 points with time running short, the young quarterback orchestrated 3 consecutive touchdown drives that overwhelmed San Francisco's exhausted defense. His ability to extend plays with his mobility, combined with his cannon arm strength that allowed him to make throws from impossible angles and platforms, created opportunities that simply did not exist for ordinary quarterbacks. Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill, Kansas City's dynamic receiving duo, exploited mismatches and separation against tired defenders who had chased Mahomes around the backfield for 60 minutes. The Chiefs scored 21 unanswered points in the final quarter, turning a seemingly certain defeat into a stunning championship victory. Damian Williams rushed for 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns, including a 38-yard scoring run that sealed the comeback with just over a minute remaining. The Fox broadcast captured the emotional swings, from San Francisco's confident celebration during their dominance to Kansas City's jubilant eruption as the comeback materialized before a crowd of 62,417 fans who witnessed one of the great Super Bowl comebacks. Mahomes finished with 286 total yards and 2 passing touchdowns, statistics that understated his impact on the championship's outcome. His leadership, poise, and refusal to panic when trailing proved as important as his physical gifts. For Reid, the victory represented personal vindication after heartbreaking playoff losses throughout his distinguished career, including a Super Bowl defeat with Philadelphia against New England in Super Bowl 39. The championship parade through Kansas City drew hundreds of thousands of fans celebrating the franchise's first title in 5 decades. Jennifer Lopez and Shakira delivered a spectacular halftime performance that became one of the most watched in Super Bowl history. For the 49ers, the devastating loss marked the second consecutive Super Bowl where Kyle Shanahan's team held a double-digit fourth-quarter lead only to see it evaporate in championship heartbreak, raising questions about late-game decision-making and stamina. Jimmy Garoppolo, San Francisco's quarterback, managed just 182 passing yards as the offense stalled when they needed to maintain possession and run clock in the final quarter. The Chiefs' victory launched what would become a dominant run, with Mahomes establishing himself as the face of the NFL's new generation of elite quarterbacks who combine traditional pocket passing with dynamic playmaking ability. The championship also marked a significant moment in NFL history, as it was one of the final major sporting events held before the COVID-19 pandemic would dramatically alter the sports landscape worldwide. Within weeks of this championship celebration, professional leagues would shut down and the world would enter unprecedented lockdowns, making this Super Bowl's normalcy and packed stadium atmosphere particularly poignant in retrospect. The game showcased the evolution of modern NFL offense, with both teams employing innovative pre-snap motion, play-action concepts, and creative formations designed to create favorable matchups and confuse defensive coordinators. Shanahan's outside zone running scheme generated consistent gains throughout the first 3 quarters, while Reid's diverse pass concepts featuring bunch formations and route combinations eventually overwhelmed San Francisco's coverage schemes when the game reached its critical moments. Defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo's adjustments in the fourth quarter, bringing more pressure and mixing coverages, disrupted the 49ers' rhythm at the perfect time. The victory also represented a generational passing of the torch in professional football, with Mahomes' triumph coming in the same stadium where Tom Brady and the Patriots had competed in previous Miami Super Bowls. While Brady would go on to win another championship the following year with Tampa Bay, Mahomes' first Super Bowl victory at age 24 signaled the arrival of the next great quarterback dynasty. His unique skill set, combining traditional quarterbacking fundamentals with improvisational genius. Super Bowl 55 took place on February 7, 2021, at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, marking the first time in Super Bowl history that a team played the championship game in their home stadium. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers defeated the defending champion Kansas City Chiefs 31-9 in a dominant performance that showcased Tom Brady's enduring greatness at age 43. The victory gave Brady his 7th Super Bowl championship and 5th Most Valuable Player award, cementing his status as the greatest player in football history while demonstrating that age need not diminish championship excellence. The game unfolded under unique circumstances, with only 24,000 fans permitted in attendance due to COVID-19 pandemic restrictions and safety protocols that had reshaped the entire season. The reduced crowd created an unusual atmosphere in the 75,000-seat stadium, with cardboard cutouts filling empty sections and social distancing measures creating visible gaps between spectators. Despite these unusual conditions, the game maintained all the pageantry and significance of football's biggest annual sporting event, broadcast on CBS with the addition of streaming options on Peacock reaching millions of viewers quarantined at home worldwide. Brady, in his first season with Tampa Bay after spending 20 years with the New England Patriots, orchestrated the Buccaneers' offense with the same championship poise that had defined his legendary career. He threw for 280 yards and 3 touchdowns, spreading the ball among his talented receiving core that included Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and Rob Gronkowski, his longtime tight end who had come out of retirement to join Brady in Tampa. The Buccaneers' offense executed head coach Bruce Arians' aggressive downfield passing attack while maintaining the efficiency and discipline that Brady had perfected over 2 decades of excellence. The Buccaneers' defense, coordinated by Todd Bowles, completely neutralized Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs' explosive offense that had dominated opponents throughout the regular season. Kansas City's offensive line, decimated by injuries to both starting tackles, could not protect Mahomes against Tampa Bay's ferocious pass rush led by Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaquille Barrett. The defensive front generated consistent pressure throughout the game, sacking Mahomes 3 times and forcing him to scramble repeatedly, preventing him from setting his feet and delivering accurate throws to receivers Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, who struggled to create separation against Tampa's secondary. Mahomes displayed incredible toughness and mobility, running for his life on nearly every passing attempt while suffering from a toe injury that limited his movement. Despite his best efforts to extend plays and create opportunities with his remarkable improvisational skills, the Chiefs' offense never found any rhythm against Tampa Bay's disciplined coverage and relentless pressure. Kansas City managed just 9 points on 3 field goals, never crossing the goal line despite possessing one of the league's most potent scoring offenses during the regular season. The Chiefs' normally efficient offensive line, undermanned and overwhelmed, committed costly penalties that stalled drives and prevented any momentum from building. The Buccaneers built a commanding lead in the first half, with Brady connecting with Gronkowski for 2 touchdown passes that gave Tampa a 21-6 advantage at halftime. The veteran duo's chemistry, developed over years of playing together in New England, proved unstoppable as they exploited mismatches in Kansas City's defensive coverage. Antonio Brown, the controversial receiver who had joined Tampa mid-season after personal and legal troubles threatened his career, caught a touchdown pass in the third quarter that extended the Buccaneers' lead to 28-9, effectively ending any hope of a Chiefs comeback. The weekend delivered the halftime performance, creating an elaborate production despite the limited crowd. For Brady, the championship represented vindication after leaving New England and proving he could win without Bill Belichick's coaching genius, silencing critics who questioned whether his success had been primarily due to New England's organizational excellence rather than his own abilities. The victory made him the oldest quarterback to win a Super Bowl and the only player to capture championships with 2 different franchises while earning Most Valuable Player honors with both teams. Tampa Bay became the first team to win the Super Bowl in their home stadium, celebrating on their own field before local fans who had supported the franchise through decades of struggles before this remarkable season. The Buccaneers' championship represented the culmination of general manager Jason Licht's aggressive offseason that saw the team acquire Brady, Gronkowski, and several other key veterans to complement a talented young core built through successful drafting. For Kansas City and Mahomes, the lopsided defeat provided painful lessons about championship football's physical demands and the importance of offensive line health in protecting franchise quarterbacks against elite defenses. The defensive performance by Tampa Bay's secondary, featuring Antoine Winfield Jr., Sean Murphy-Bunting, and Carlton Davis, limited Kansas City's receivers through tight coverage and physical play at the line of scrimmage. Winfield's memorable taunting penalty after a big hit, throwing the peace sign gesture that Tyreek Hill had used earlier in the season, exemplified Tampa's aggressive mentality and refusal to be intimidated by the defending champion's reputation and star power. The game also marked a significant moment in football history as it demonstrated that even in a quarterback-driven league where young mobile signal callers like Mahomes seemed to represent the future, A traditional pocket passer in his mid-40s could still dominate championship football through preparation, intelligence, and precise execution. Brady's systematic dissection of Kansas City's defense, making quick decisions and delivering accurate throws to open receivers, proved that fundamental quarterbacking skills remained timeless despite the evolute. The final four Super Bowls from 2022 through 2025 showcased Patrick Mahomes' emergence as the dominant quarterback of his era and the Kansas City Chiefs' establishment as modern football's preeminent dynasty. These championships featured dramatic finishes, record-breaking performances, and the passing of the torch from Tom Brady's generation to a new era defined by Mahomes' transcendent playmaking ability and Andy Reid's innovative offensive schemes that revolutionized how teams attacked opposing defenses. Super Bowl 56 unfolded on February 13, 2022, at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California, where the Los Angeles Rams defeated the Cincinnati Bengals 23-20 in their spectacular new home stadium. Matthew Stafford, after spending 12 frustrating seasons with the Detroit Lions without winning a single playoff game, finally captured his long-awaited championship ring in his first year with Los Angeles. He earned Most Valuable Player honors with 283 passing yards and 4 touchdowns, vindicating his decision to force a trade from Detroit to join a championship-caliber roster. The game's decisive moments came late in the fourth quarter when Stafford connected with Cooper Kupp for the game-winning touchdown with 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. Joe Burrow, Cincinnati's talented second-year quarterback, suffered 7 punishing sacks behind an overwhelmed offensive line that could not protect him against Aaron Donald and Von Miller's relentless pressure. Sean McVay, at just 36 years old, became the youngest head coach to win a Super Bowl since John Gruden. The halftime show featured Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, and Kendrick Lamar in a spectacular celebration of hip-hop culture that became one of the most watched performances in Super Bowl history. Super Bowl 57 took place on February 12, 2023, at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, where the Kansas City Chiefs edged the Philadelphia Eagles 38-35 in a thrilling offensive showcase. Patrick Mahomes earned his second Most Valuable Player award despite playing on a severely sprained ankle suffered in the divisional round, throwing for 182 passing yards and adding 44 crucial rushing yards while accounting for 3 total touchdowns. The Chiefs overcame a 10-point halftime deficit, with Mahomes orchestrating a brilliant second-half performance that showcased his ability to elevate his game in championship moments. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts delivered a spectacular performance in defeat, rushing for 2 touchdowns and nearly leading Philadelphia to their second championship. The game featured the brothers Kelce, with Travis catching passes for Kansas City while Jason anchored Philadelphia's offensive line, creating a compelling human interest story. Andy Reid captured his second Super Bowl championship, further cementing his legacy among football's greatest coaches. Rihanna's halftime performance marked her return to performing after a multi-year hiatus, delivering a show that featured her pregnancy reveal and generated massive social media engagement. Super Bowl 58 unfolded on February 11, 2024, at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, where the Kansas City Chiefs overcame the San Francisco 49ers 25-22 in the first overtime championship game since Super Bowl 51. Patrick Mahomes earned his third Most Valuable Player award with 333 passing yards and 2 touchdowns, orchestrating the game-winning drive in overtime to capture his third championship ring. The game made history as the first Super Bowl played in Las Vegas, with over 62,000 fans creating an electric atmosphere in the Raiders' spectacular new stadium. Brock Purdy, San Francisco's 7th-round draft pick who had become their starting quarterback through injuries and opportunity, nearly led the 49ers to an upset victory with 255 passing yards. Travis Kelce's relationship with pop superstar Taylor Swift generated unprecedented media attention and viewership numbers, with CBS recording the highest-rated Super Bowl since 2020. Harrison Butker's 4 field goals proved crucial in the tight victory. Usher's halftime performance featured special guests including Alicia Keys and Lil Jon. Super Bowl 59 took place on February 9, 2025, at Caesars Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana, where the Philadelphia Eagles defeated the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22, ending Kansas City's historic three-peat bid. Jalen Hurts earned Most Valuable Player honors with 250 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, 60 rushing yards, and 1 rushing touchdown, leading Philadelphia to their second championship since 2017. The Eagles' defense forced 3 turnovers, including 2 interceptions by cornerback Darius Slay that shifted momentum decisively. Patrick Mahomes threw for 320 yards but committed 3 costly interceptions while facing relentless pressure from Philadelphia's aggressive defensive front. Saquon Barkley rushed for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns, his powerful running establishing offensive rhythm. Nick Sirianni captured his second championship ring. The Eagles built a commanding 24-10 halftime lead after a spectacular pick-six. Kendrick Lamar headlined the halftime show with surprise guests. Travis Kelce dropped several key passes and hinted at potential retirement in emotional post-game interviews. The championship marked only the second time Mahomes had lost a Super Bowl, with both defeats coming against the Eagles franchise. These 4 championships defined a transformative era in professional football, with Mahomes cementing his legacy among the game's all-time greats while establishing the Chiefs as the NFL's newest dynasty. The Fox broadcast captured Philadelphia's jubilant celebration as they hoisted the Lombardi Trophy before 75,000 fans in the historic Superdome, marking the 11th Super Bowl held in New Orleans and completing the circle of Mahomes' dominance with a rare defeat that only heightened respect for his remarkable career achievements.